That the evidence you will give to this commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Shelley, you reside in Morden, Manitoba.
Yes, I do.
And that is quite close to where your parents lived.
Yes, they lived about a block and a half from me originally. Now my mom lives just down the street.
Right. Your father is now deceased.
Yes, he is.
Yes. And you are a practicing lawyer yourself.
Yes, I am.
Getting your call in 2011.
Yes, I did.
And you practice now in Winkler.
Yes, I do.
With one associate lawyer you met while practicing as a firm that had a branch office in Morden and Winkler, but they are now closed.
Well, the Winkler office is closed. They still have the other branches.
Right. Thank you. And you yourself received vaccine in July of 2021?
I think that was the second one, I believe. We had, me, my husband, my daughter, and my mom all got 2 each because we thought we were going to get to go to the U.S. for July long weekend. And they weren't mandatory at that point, and we didn't even think, we trusted that vaccines were safe, so we went and got them. And
you had some special concerns about your daughter, Katie, right?
Well, we found out after the second shot, which was, by the way, Moderna. Katie has epilepsy. My daughter's had epilepsy her whole life, pretty much. Anyways, that night she broke out in such a terrible fever, high fever, that, of course, she seizured through. So when I talked to the pharmacist who, hadn't mentioned anything about it having, causing fever, I said, you should let people with seizure disorders or epilepsy know that these shots could do this. And so she said, oh, yes, I'll make sure of that. And then she phoned Manitoba Health, and then they phoned my daughter and said that she couldn't have a license, because of the seizures, right? So she, basically did nothing except cause Katie some grief.
So because she got the shot, she lost her learners.
Well, she had a learners at that point, but yeah, she'd only had it, because of the epilepsy. She wasn't allowed to drive till she, was older anyways. But okay. That probably ensured she won't be driving. Okay.
Now you've been involved yourself in a number of the citizen anti-mandate citizen initiatives that the Commission has heard about. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were involved in the slow rolls
yes.
on Highway 75,
yes.
and you joined the convoy from Portage to Steinbach, that is the truckers' convoy.
Yes, I
and
did.
You have done some pro bono legal work at the Emerson blockade.
Yes, I spoke for them initially. To the RCMP had special negotiators come out.
And you spoke to them
yes.
on behalf of the Emerson people.
Yes, I did.
And we may get a time for you to discuss any questions the commissioners may have on those things, but we'll move along from them.
No problem.
Now, in addition, you represent a number of accused for charges for fines yes. relating to COVID mandate breaches.
Yes, I sure do.
And those are both federal and provincial acts that those.
Yes, they are.
And you're also representing parties in a number of litigations, some in the Manitoba Provincial Judges Court, one in the Manitoba King's Bench Court, and another one in the Ontario Supreme Court. Is that correct?
2 in Ontario now.
2 in Ontario.
Yes.
Things change.
Yeah.
Now, COVID mandates have also affected you personally. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you want to inform the Commission about several matters. In fact, one relating to your father.
Yes.
One relating to your own medical care.
Yes.
And one relating to your employment.
Yes.
Well, starting with your dad, your dad's name was Patrick Rice, is that
That's
correct?
That's correct, Patrick Rice, yes.
Yeah. And at the beginning of COVID, he was, 89 years old, was he?
Well, he was 89 and a half when he died.
Okay.
You know,
And when did he die?
he
Shelley?
died December 19th, 2020.
And so he was, can you tell us what his physical condition was?
He was in excellent health. He didn't even need glasses or hearing aids. He had all his teeth. He still drove. He had his downhill ski pass ready to go to La Riviere, to Holiday Mountain, because he still skied. He also was the oldest skydiver in Canada.
And that was all at the tender age of 89 years.
Yes.
In relation to his health, it was known, was it not, that he had an aneurysm?
Yes, he did. It had been diagnosed probably around 2015 or so, and they had offered him some kind of surgical procedure, but at his age he decided not to bother, but they told him if it ever went, it would be quick. Like it would, he wouldn't probably have time to get to a hospital, possibly.
I see. And then in 2020, your father had a rapid tested for COVID, and he had tested positive at a Winkler drive-through COVID testing station. Is that correct?
Yeah, him and my mom went. They were recommended by the family doctor to just go check. This would have been about the 1st of December, maybe. Mm-hmm. And he tested positive. She tested negative.
And that was about the beginning of December.
Yes, yes, sir.
And so, in obeying the rules, I take it your father quarantined himself?
Yes, they were told to just go home.
Did he have any symptoms?
Not that I recall. He seemed fine. He seemed like Pat always seemed.
And no coughs, no fevers?
Not that I recall. I mean, he seemed fine, and when he died, it was, like 3 weeks after he had this test.
Okay, so he had the test. He was asymptomatic in terms of anything to do with COVID.
So was my mom.
He had had an aneurysm in the past. It had been diagnosed. And then on December the 19th, can you tell us what happened on that day?
I believe it was about 5 in the morning. My mom phoned, and she said Pat fell and he's mumbling. I said, Mom, call the ambulance, because she said he was mumbling, but he wasn't speaking. So she called 911, and we got ready to rush over there, me, my husband, and my daughter, and I could hear the ambulance, because I lived so close, I could hear they were lost. So I phoned 911 and said, you have to go to blah, blah, blah. When we got there, the ambulance was sitting there with the lights off, and there were 2 Morden police officers standing in the doorway. And I jumped out of the car, and they said, your dad's gone. And I thought they meant they'd taken him away already, but they meant he was deceased. This would have been, well, I guess 20 minutes, half hour after my mom first initially called me.
So that was about 5:30 in the morning.
I would say, yeah, I believe so.
On December 19th.
Yes.
And did you then go into the house? Into your
immediately. And my mom was a mess, obviously. And she was there with the 2 paramedics, I believe. And then the 2 officers were in there, and they were asking her questions in her den. I went downstairs. At that point, we went downstairs, and he was still laying there on his back. And there was a little trail of blood to the bathroom door. And so it was obvious he'd gone to the washroom, come out, and something happened. He fell, must have bashed his arm on his way down. Mom heard the crash, came running, and this is when she said he was like, oh, and then he just died. His breath stopped. So he was dead before the ambulance even got anywhere near there. He was gone. So I wiped up the blood because I didn't want my mom to see it, and I got a quilt to cover him because he was still just laying, So anyways, when I come back upstairs, she was on the phone at some point there later, and it was the provincial medical examiner. She was on the phone with a woman telling my mom that it was clearly a COVID-19 death. And at this point, no one had seen him He had not gone to a doctor. He had not had any outside people look at him. The police weren't taking pictures, like nobody had seen him. And he died in a few minutes. So I just, and then she told my mom that she must go that very day and get tested for COVID-19. So later that day, we had to...
Before you get on to
sorry.
that, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, sorry.
Thank you. The medical examiner was suggesting to your mother that your father had died of COVID.
Yes, no, she insisted, and she said they wouldn't be doing autopsies because they were afraid of getting COVID.
So without any more information than that your father had died, they were absolutely not going to do an autopsy.
No, absolutely not.
And they were going to say,
He
from
died of
everything you could
COVID-19.
tell, that it was a COVID death.
Yes.
Despite your father's not having had any COVID symptoms.
Not that I was aware of, and he died like 20 minutes. You don't die of a lung ailment in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I've had lung ailments.
And he had been diagnosed sometime before with an aneurysm.
Yes. So I assumed it was that or a heart attack.
Are you aware of how your father's death may have been reported in any local newspaper?
Well, it was on the Pembina Valley Online because they were reporting the deaths by different regions, and they would report Morden deaths, Winkler, and of course they showed December 19th, one male, 89, died of COVID-19.
So he was reported in the newspaper as being dead from COVID-19.
Well, Pembina Valley Online is like an online news service, but yes, that's where I saw it. So I just thought, well, whatever, right? And I phoned the funeral home because he went Saturday morning, the day he died. He went right to the funeral home, and I asked the owner if they had taken pictures, or he said absolutely not. They cremated him Monday. So he was in the funeral home, and he was cremated Monday. And the provincial medical examiner's office phoned my mom again during the week and kept telling her it was COVID-19. And at that point, my mom just gave up on arguing, because what was she going to do about it exactly, right?
Now, in your work as a lawyer on some of these things that we've mentioned, you've had occasion to see an affidavit that was filed. Is that correct?
Yes, we were working on an appeal for some unnamed clients, and some of the evidence in the transcripts was from the church's cases you've heard about. One of them was an affidavit from this Dr. Lepke.
A person by the name of Carla Lepke.
Yes, I believe she was some kind of doctor.
And for the record, that is a document that was filed in a provincial court in Winnipeg in pocket number 558-30323, and there are 10 provincial court pockets associated with that affidavit.
Yes, sir.
And what did you see in that affidavit as you were doing your work as a lawyer?
Well, there was like 40 pages of CV, but then I got to, there was all these COVID-19 deaths in Manitoba, and they were listed individually. So just because I went through them, and of course I get to December 19th, 2020, Morden, Manitoba, one male, COVID-19. And so I realized that this person had submitted this as affidavit evidence to the court. And, as a lawyer, that's you would never.
So what you saw in the affidavit was one death in Morden exactly on the day of your father's death.
An 89-year-old male, he was the only death in Morden that day.
And it was put down as COVID.
Yes, not COVID-related, COVID-19. That's what
see.
it was said.
And insofar as that might be relied upon for developing statistics, what do you think of that?
I think that they were padding at the very kindest. I'd say they were padding their statistics, but to me, this was an out-and-out lie. Okay. And they had no evidence to support that. They didn't even try to get any.
In fact, they assiduously avoided getting any.
Yeah, that's how it appeared to me. You know, I mean, obviously we're supposed to go to court with evidence, right? So you would just expect that, but apparently not.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. Now, quite apart from your dad, is there anything else you'd like to add in relation to your father's situation?
I can't think of anything other than I just couldn't believe they would browbeat my elderly widowed mother into trying to get her to accept that.
Okay.
I was horrified.
Thank you. Now, quite apart from your dad, as you've mentioned that you've had some medical issues yourself.
Yes.
And what is that? What sort of medical conditions did you have?
I have a history of high blood pressure where it like would shoot up, you know, to like 200 over 110, this kind of thing. Angina, chest pains, you know, that kind of stuff. Right?
Ever given any medicines for them?
Yeah, I've had nitro and whatever over the years, but you know, my heart's fine. So I felt it was stress related. Probably came in around the time I went to law school. But anyways, yes, I have a history of it.
Okay, and in early 21, you consulted with a doctor. Is that right? A Dr. Mansour?
Yes, he was my family doctor, and I was experiencing these again. And he told me that if it happened on the weekend or during the day when he couldn't be available, I should go to emergency at Boundary Trails Hospital, which was our local hospital.
Pardon me. And in March of 2021, what happened that day?
So that morning I felt, you know, my chest pains were bad and I was having trouble breathing and I was feeling kind of dizzy. So I drove my truck by myself over to Boundary Trails and I parked and, you know, walked over to the emerge door and I went to enter the emergency. Mm-hmm. And a uniformed security guard was on the inside door and he started yelling at me to wait outside.
Okay, now you drove yourself.
Yes.
You were feeling chest pains.
Yes.
You drove yourself from your home, which was about 3 miles, was it, from the hospital?
Yeah.
And you arrived there, I presume you parked your car.
Well, I parked my truck, yes.
Your truck, pardon me. And you walked to the front door of the hospital.
Well, there's two doors.
Emergency door.
Yeah, the far one is emergency.
Okay, thank you. And what was the weather like that day?
It was about probably between 10 below and 0. It was cold, it was windy, it was gray. You know, it was like one of those prairie fun late winter mornings.
And what was the nature of the discussion with the security guard inside the foyer behind the doors? What was the nature of
Well, he just yelled at me to wait outside. And I believe I yelled back, but I'm having chest pains, right? And he said, well, you have to wait. Like he yelled, you have to wait. And so I let go of the door because I was shocked. I didn't know they had security guards at the hospital, for one. So I had to stand there outside, and I'm thinking, well, this is great. If I drop dead, now I'm going to have to lay outside, too. So I was becoming more stressed, obviously.
And how long, again, did you stand outside?
I think about 10 minutes. It wasn't probably that long, but it was scary because it's a merge, right? You go there for a reason. Yeah. Finally, he gestured I could go into the two doors, where he stopped me. And, you know, first I just used the hand sanitizer, and then he handed me a mask with a tong, and I had to sit on a chair with these, plexiglass things, like a little, cubicle. Yeah, and I had to sit there till they said I could distantly approach the lady at the desk she had a big plexiglass and all that too.
And so then you went through some sort of reception process, yeah. Is that correct? And how did that go? It
was pretty quick. I said I had chest pains and so on, and I had to put my Manitoba Health on the tray so they wouldn't touch it. And then I had to go sit back down for a few minutes, and then these gowned and covered people came out and said, we'll take you to the trauma room. And I said, well, I could walk in. So I walked into this, it's like kind of like an operating room, a trauma room, whatever they call it. And, they're behind me, so I walk in and there's like a bed there. So I go over to the bed and I look behind me and they're all in the doorway way far. And they started yelling at me questions.
So they brought you to the room, had you go in, sit on the bed, stood at the door. How were they dressed?
They were covered head to foot in those paper gowns and booties and masks, and some of them had face shields, and I think they had gloves, everything, like the whole 9 yards, like you were in surgery. Eh? And I was like, okay. And they all stood in the door, and then, this doctor or these people are yelling, what's your problem? Like, kind of, what are you there for? And so I said, I'm having chest pains, I have a history, I have blood pressure, I think I'm having, my blood pressure's really shot up, yeah, that kind of thing. And then the doctor said he had a very South African accent. It was very distinguishing. And he said, well, those could be symptoms of COVID-19. We need to test you. And I was like, no, I have a history. I don't have COVID-19. I just want someone to check my, And he said, well, no, this could be symptoms. And so then we yelled back and forth about me being tested, and I refused. I said, no, I won't be tested. You're not shoving anything up my nose. I don't have any, I should mention quickly, I've had pneumonia, I've had 2 lung infections, I had lung cancer surgery. I know all about lung ailments. And so I was like kind of...
Those are not recent, though. Those are...
Well, those were prior to when I went in the hospital.
But those symptoms that you describe...
Well, no, what I'm saying is that I knew I didn't have a lung problem. I knew that. And so for him to keep insisting I needed a COVID test was ludicrous.
Right, but I'm wanting to make it very clear for the commission that those were not current symptoms.
No, not at all.
Those
Sorry.
were in the past.
Yes, they were all in the past, but I did have some understanding of what a lung ailment felt like.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I understand that.
Or a flu, I guess I could say.
So how long did this standoff go on?
I don't know, about, maybe 10 minutes, and then they said, okay, we'll be back. And then a girl came with a tray, like they carry the tray with all the stuff. And I believe she checked my blood pressure, the stethoscope, maybe my oxygen level. And I cannot remember positively right now, but she may have drawn a little blood. I'm not even sure. And then she started asking me about being tested for COVID-19 again.
And so just to be clear, so they did test your blood pressure, they did test your heartbeat, they did do all that. And did they report those results to you right there on the spot?
No.
No? Okay. No. So then what happened then?
Then she left the room and I waited there, and then they came, some people, an attendant of some kind, I can't remember clearly, came and said, well, we're going to put you in the recovery area and we'll monitor you for an hour. And I said, okay. So I followed them there, and they put you on a bed, and there's curtains all around you. And I think there was like maybe 3 of us. I was struck by how many staff were going around with all their stuff on, and I think there was 3 of us in that place. But so I just laid there.
Were you feeling anxious? Did you?
I was scared. I was starting to get worried because, not only were they not talking about what was happening to me, but they were getting, he had been really kind of aggressive and ugly about this deal, and I was starting to get nervous. What are they going to do? Hold me down now? I was nervous. So I was trying to force myself to breathe and calm myself because I didn't want them to have any excuse to keep me. And then finally, the doctor, because of his accent, obviously they're covered up, right? But he came in and he said, well, you might as well leave now, seeing you refuse to be tested.
And did he tell you of the results of the blood pressure test he'd done?
No.
Did they tell you of the results of the monitoring of your heart or your heartbeat that they'd done?
No.
Did they tell you anything about the condition you'd gone in for?
No, they told me that they would have liked to have tested me for surveillance purposes, and seeing I was being stubborn, I might as well leave. And I said, you got that right, but I was very anxious to get out of there, so I left and went home.
And did you ever follow up with your doctor?
Yeah, and he said, he checked me over, and yeah, my blood pressure was high and that, and he said, you know, blah, 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 and I said, don't ever send me there again, ever. I said, you didn't tell me what it was going to be like, and I will not be tested for something I don't even have, so don't ask me. And that was the end of that. I didn't go back to the hospital till I had my knee surgery, as I told you, and that was only because I had to.
Okay. Thank you, Shelley. Now, I think, is there anything else you'd like to say about your adventure at the hospital?
What can you say, man? Like, I felt like I had woke up in the middle of George Orwell's 1984, or I was on the gulag. I mean, I was like, this is unbelievable. This is a hospital. I felt like I was, you know, I don't want to admit I've ever been in a cell, but that's what it felt like. It was very scary, and they were very rude. And that doctor in particular, I mean, he was, you know, I mean, he was ugly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, you've also had some experience that's COVID-related in a law office in which you worked.
Yes.
And that was a satellite office of a larger firm, and that satellite office was in both Morden and Winkler. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when COVID started, the firm adopted a number of safety measures. Can you tell me what they were?
Well, we had to, you know, obviously the hand sanitizer, the masks, the plexiglass in the reception area. Initially, they wanted to meet the clients between the two doors at a little table that they had to sanitize every 10 minutes, I think. And we had to wipe down parcels and Lysol all the desks between each use and this sort of thing.
And how many people worked in these offices at those two locations, Morden and Winkler?
You know, I'd say there was roughly, like, there was 2 or 3 lawyers on any given day, and there would have been 5 or 6 clerical staff. But, you know, we all kind of went around, like, not all the clerical staff, but the lawyers, you know, we circulated from to different offices sometimes, depending what was going on.
And so how many people altogether would circulate through those offices in a week or 2 weeks?
Oh, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so. And then we got an articling student that ended up being at the Morden office, I should mention.
And was anyone ill during that time?
Well, because of my father's death, I had missed the 2 weeks over Christmas because they said that we had to quarantine.
Because he had been a COVID death.
Well,
so reported as that. So
yeah, and so the firm, I mean, I would have got bereavement anyways, and it was the holidays, and we were closed a bunch of days. So yeah, I was off for the 2 weeks. Then we had another girl, she had the 2-week quarantine because she was sick for a weekend, and a lawyer who had a cough, and she was off for 2 weeks because of the mandated quarantine. That was in the entire time I worked there.
Okay. And then in May of 2021, there were some changes in policy.
Yes.
Is that correct? And what were those?
Well, at that point, the managing partner and the other partner and the manager decided they were going to have to know the vaccination status of all the clerical staff and the articling student. And if they wouldn't if they weren't going to, discuss it.
They had to disclose their vaccination status?
It was mandatory, yes.
I see. And how did that go down with the staff?
Well, I mean, it went down very badly because, I sent an email, to the lawyers and said, what about, like employment standards and the charter and all those things. And then there was one young girl, 20 years old, who was our reception girl, just a dear little girl who'd worked there 2 years. And she said, well, I refuse to put that in my body, and no one's going to force me, not even for a job. And that was the first time I'd ever heard somebody say that. I was quite taken by it because she was such a young, nice girl. And then one of the clerical staff, whom I'm actually friends with and had been there 3 years, she disclosed that she hadn't been vaccinated. They asked the Articlean student who they had hired and couldn't say enough nice things about. And she said, "Are you asking me if I have COVID antibodies in my system?" And when they said, "No, we want to know your vaccination status," and she said, "Well, I don't know that you have the right to ask me." Well, at that point, all heck broke loose, so to speak.
And were there any inter-office communications, like emails? What sort of was the office buzz?
Well, we had a
during that
group email deal, so that's where everybody, lawyers and staff in all the offices, and it started this daily almost barrage of, "Well, I know someone who's sick with COVID, and can you believe how selfish these people are, and these unvaccinated," and the whole, the common good, and blah blah blah, and this went on, and in the meantime, all the staff from the other offices would drop the files off outside the back door and yell in the office because they couldn't come in because the unvaccinated were there, and they were allowed to pick on the Articlean student. Everybody was mocking her and making fun, and then they decided she couldn't do any real law work because she was obviously
So what did they have her do?
They had her do real estate reports. That's all she was allowed to do. She had to sit in the back with the clerical staff and do real estate, and had, probably every couple of days she was yelled at by the partners and so on. She wasn't allowed to come to the lawyer meetings, but from June on, the lawyer meetings became like me battling, because I couldn't believe they were going to hold someone's career hostage, because if they fired her in the middle of her articles, it's pretty hard to get a job, right? Mm-hmm. And she'd been in school for 7 full years for this deal, and these other girls, I just could not believe people would take someone's livelihood like that. I was shocked. It had never occurred to me that they would mandate this stuff and force these vaccines. Like, I didn't understand that could happen.
And I understand that at some point in October, there was an ultimatum.
Yeah, well, the managing partner had told me he would let her finish her articles. This would have been like, let's say, the middle of October. So he comes in, this is about, the end of October, he comes in to the Morden office, and he asked me and the other lawyer into my office, and he sat down, and he said, "I just walked by them, and I'd fire them all today if I could." And I went, "Well, that's no surprise, right? Like, tell me something I don't know, But anyways, and he said, "And I've made a decision. If they won't get vaccinated by November 19th, they're fired." And he said, and then he started, tapping the desk, and he goes, "And I've decided even the lawyers will have to submit proof." So at that point, I kind of lost my cool, and I said, "Well, I gave you my word I was vaccinated, because I'm not like you. I keep my word." But I thought, and he said, "Well, you still have to show proof." I said, "I'm not showing you anything." I said, "You can put me down as resigning on November 19th, because I will not stay here then. I will go with the people you're firing." So the next day he phoned me and goes, "Oh, hey, was that serious?" And I was kind of shocked at that, and I said, "Yes, I'm very serious." So I sent him my resignation letter, and that was that. And off we went.
And what did happen to the article student?
Well, what happened was we found a lawyer, another local lawyer, who was, he just had 3 years in, and so he was allowed to finish her articles. So she went over there.
And what did you do?
Well, I went home in shock, because I went, "What am I going to do?" But anyways, they were leaving the Winkler building they were in. I knew that. They hated Winkler. So I phoned the owner of the Winkler building and said, "Hey, how about renting to a different lawyer?" So I rented an office for January 1. But I ended up having a knee replacement, so I didn't actually start till later. In the meantime, the Articlean student finished her articles, and the lawyer said he wouldn't keep her. So she came over, and she said, "Would you consider working with me?" I said, "Right on, partners." So she's my partner in our little firm, and we got another office we were able to rent, so we have two, like an office each in Winkler.
Is there anything else that I've missed relating to your employment situation?
Well, I just wanted to say I was we were law firms, and we were essential workers, and no provincial health people ever walked into any law office out there. They didn't, and they weren't going to. And I understood that we had to, do whatever in the hallways or in front of clients that were nervous. I get that, but we never ever had a policy of asking clients if they were vaccinated or anything. It was just the people that worked there. But we'd all been there the whole time, and it was fine. And I couldn't believe, and by then we already knew that people were still getting COVID-19 even with the vaccine. So there was no real reason other than, I don't know, they just got in a mood. I don't even know what to say. I was horrified. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I mean, the Supreme Court has said, oh, your livelihood is, integral part of, yada, yada, you're right? So you believe that when you're in law school. Apparently it doesn't apply lately, anyhow.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just a couple other small things. You and your mother both volunteered at a couple of home for aging people in Winkler and Steinbeck.
Winkler and Morden. There's Tabor Home in Morden and Salem Home in Winkler, and we volunteered at both.
Okay. And do you still volunteer there?
No, they when the lockdowns hit, of course, we weren't allowed to go there, but during the time, they got rid of a bunch of their staff, of course. And so when it was, they wanted volunteers to come back, they contacted us, and we just said, no, we can't in good conscience volunteer for a place that would just dump their employees for no good reason. So we never did go back.
So the employees that they, in your words, dumped were not ones who were infected, they were ones who would not vaccinate, is that correct?
Right, and some of them, were willing to do the testing. I think they wanted 3 a week, or I can't remember. I mean, it was just, to me, it was all nonsensical. The one place said, after it was all said and done, that if people gave a letter of apology, they might consider hiring them back. Yeah, go figure, eh? Yeah, I know.
And Shelley, from your work as a lawyer in these matters that I mentioned earlier, have you had occasion to consider any statistics relating to the fines and that have been imposed on people in Manitoba? And I believe you did have something on that.
Yes, the Manitoba government, between the Federal Quarantine Act and the Provincial Health Act, they fined over $9 million as of, lately. And now I'm not saying they've collected, I'm just saying this is what it is. $5 million of it is just the Federal Quarantine Act. And what that was is when the mandate came in January at the border, the United States border people had discretion. So some unvaccinated people were still allowed to go into the U.S. Well, when they came back, if they presented at the Canadian border, the screening technology was, are you vaccinated? And of course, if you said no, you got an $8,550 ticket. If you didn't answer, you got the $8,550 ticket and a $1,453 ticket. And so I'm dealing with, I don't know, I've got about 26 of these were challenging. But none of these people were symptomatic. None of them had priors. Some of them got tickets as late as last fall, September of this last year.
And what was the condition of, what were the mandates when those tickets were being issued?
Well, the border mandate. Because they were Canadian citizens entering Canada and they didn't have a vaccine, or they didn't have the ArriveCan, or the PCR test. So it didn't matter. Whatever it was, you were getting an $8,550 ticket. So that's what happened. And it didn't matter if it was, all my clients have no priors. They were all working citizens.
What sort of jobs do they hold typically?
You're never going to guess. Most of them are truck drivers. Some of them are farm laborers. And then, interesting, I had a couple of clients that were actually vaccinated, and they got tickets because they didn't have the PCR results because they couldn't wait that long for them. So they made the mistake of saying, but we have this, and they showed the Charter of Rights, and so they were given $8,550 tickets each for showing the Charter, basically.
And this may be a dangerous and last question, but from me in any event, but how do you feel about the way these things were handled both provincially and federally?
You don't want to ask, really. No, I'm absolutely appalled. It's like the Canada, and I'm old, right? And the Canada I grew up in, I mean, this is not the Canada I live in today. I didn't buy into this. None of us did. And it was like they ripped away the veil and said, ha, you think you have freedoms and rights and all that. You got nothing. And I've never been so ashamed of I mean, I'll tell you, I've been a separatist for a long time anyways, but I've never been so ashamed of this country as I was when I saw them in Ottawa bludgeoning working people like normal, everyday taxpayers. I'll never forget it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shelley, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you. No, thank you. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you.
I would like to call our next witness, Mr. Rick Wall, who is attending virtually. And Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is Diedrich Wall, D-I-E-D-R-I-C-H. Last name is W-A-L-L. Most people call me Rick, but that is my full name.
And we'll call you Rick because that's what you're comfortable with. And I'll ask you if you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now, Rick, you're almost being provocative today because you have a Canadian flag behind you. And I never thought I would, as a Canadian, where my inside voice will say, oh boy, that's kind of an act of rebellion, a Canadian flag. But you have some interesting involvement in what I'll call the trucker movement. So let me just introduce you, and then I'll ask you to explain your story and what happened. But my understanding is that you are the owner of a trucking company in southern Manitoba, and basically your company does a lot of cross-border shipping since 2009, but you've been running the company for 11 years now.
Correct.
And that you became very involved in the trucking protests. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And basically in January 2021, you started getting involved in anti-mask rallies in Winkler.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then for first couple of months of 2022, you became involved in the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
But you were actually involved in what might be the very first cross-border blockade on January 17, 2022. You were one of the organizers of the first blockade. We'll talk about that later, but I'm just introducing you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
correct.
Okay. But before we get to the trucking part of this, I want you to share with us something that happened with you in outdoor church, because my understanding is in May of 2021, you got involved in an outdoor church. And so can you share with us your experience there and what happened?
Certainly can. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity to just say thank you to the entire team at the NCI. I feel extremely humbled that I was asked to present or to share my story here today, and just thank God for all of you people on that commission that you guys are, donating your time and doing this. I think it's an extremely important part of Canadian history. So I commend each and every one of you for doing that. Again, I'm a God-fearing father of three. And the last couple of years have been rather interesting, to say the least. But yes, my journey in the freedom fight, well, I guess I became quite leery early on when the pandemic first started. There wasn't much scientific proof or anything at that point on which way was maybe the right or the wrong approach on this whole thing. But my critical thinking got the best of me early on. But yes, early in 2021, a good friend of mine organized the first Freedom Drive within the Winkler, Manitoba area. And I started helping and participating shortly thereafter. And yes, in early May of 2021, at this point, churches and everything were locked down. And of course, we as Canadians, or I guess like-minded people such as myself, felt extremely violated, that our constitutional rights to worship freely were now officially stripped from us. And so we thought it'd be a good idea to organize outdoor church worship services. What's the harm in that was our thought process during that time. But this was, of course, when the implementation of the outdoor gathering size had decreased to 5, I believe it was. Outrageous to think that that only you're only allowed to gather with 5 people outdoors. But yes, it was during that time. So we organized. The first one was on May 5th, correctly. It was just at a public park. We made sure we stayed off. Like, there's a big stage in the city of Winkler where we conducted this, but we stayed off public property except for the fact of the actual grounds that we were at. We stayed off the stage. We just kind of set up our own little setup, and had somebody come out to bring a message, sang some praise and worship songs. All the meanwhile, we had our chief of police, not in uniform, off duty, with his personal vehicle. He'd park close to the stage and monitor basically our every move and counting how many people attended, and therefore got in trouble for it sometime later.
So can I ask, like, how many people would have come out to this event?
If my memory is correct, I think it was between 70 and 100 people. We did this 2 consecutive Sundays in a row, so both times I think it was probably pretty average, between 50 and 100 people, somewhere in there.
Okay, so, and I just want to make sure that I understand. So basically you've got 70 to 100 people in an outside park. Am I right about that?
Correct.
And they're singing hymns.
Mm-hmm.
And they're listening to, somebody give a message.
Correct.
So basically they're listening to preaching.
Yes.
And the chief of police, who's known, because this is a small town, is there in his private car photographing who's there.
I understand your question. Like, are you asking? Oh, so you're asking whether he was in his private car taking photographs? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. In fact, that was the reason why he was there. He documented the event. Therefore, I guess justifying them later on finding all 3 of the organizers for these 2 events. We were all ticketed for each event. Ticket amounts were for not complying with public health orders, and they were for $1,296 each. I received 2 of them.
Right. So for your participation in outside singing hymns and listening to a sermon, basically over $1,000 in fines.
Correct.
And this is in the town of Winkler, Manitoba.
Yeah, it's actually a small city. It's considered a city, but yeah, in the city of Winkler. It was very saddening to witness this time, and especially when it came to church-related things. I mean, you think, we live in a country where we should have the right to worship, and hardly put it into meaning what those times are like. And again, when you guys play these clips in between of our public health officers and premier, announcing these measures, it's sure those raw feelings come back, and it's still hard to believe that we went through that time.
So can I ask you how it affected both you and your family and not to be able to attend church? Because my understanding is because of the fines, you guys only did the outdoor church twice.
Correct. Yeah, they made it pretty clear that, anytime going forward, we were going to organize anything like this, that, more tickets could be issued. So, and again, memory doesn't serve me well enough to know exactly if that was one of the only reasons why we stopped. Because at this point, I myself was in the same shoes as Patrick that just testified. You get to a point where you see how unlawful within the sense of law, all of this was at this point. And where do you just finally, draw that line and say, it doesn't really matter how many fines I'm going to get. I'm going to do what I'm convicted to do, what I feel God's leading me to do, and what I know is true to do. So, I mean, again, I don't recall exactly what the reasons were why we quit doing the outdoor worship services, but at this point, we continued on and had consistent outdoor rallies in the city of Winkler, kind of like they did in the city of Winnipeg as well. And that was ongoing. And again, even at those rallies, we had consistent police presence, again, documenting it and so forth. And but as far as for tickets goes, those are the only 2 tickets that I received throughout the entire duration of the last couple of years.
I know that we've been asking witnesses, what could have been done differently, and it seems to me clear that for protesting, the freedom protesters just had to get the Black Lives Matter people there, and they would have been okay. But we live and learn. Now, you got involved in what I'll call the Emerson, Manitoba, the first protest on January 17th, 2022. Can you tell us about how that came about, and what that looked like?
Yes, certainly. Sean, you're breaking up a bit there, so I hope.
And you were too, okay? But you're better now. Are we okay on your end?
Wait for there we go. Okay, you're just breaking up there a bit. But yes, so basically, yeah, I run a trucking company, cross-border trucking company. So for our company, it's extremely important that we can cross the border. That is and me and my wife talked about it many times and prayed about the whole situation. If the time would come, I'm sorry, I seem to be breaking up here.
We can hear you fine, so
Okay,
please continue.
great. Okay, awesome. So we basically said when the time would come for the truckers to take a stand, we were not going to take a back seat. And again, there was talk about the mandates, about the vaccine mandates being imposed on the truck driver, which again, we have to remember, the truck drivers were the heroes throughout the entire duration from when COVID started up to this point. Willing to go where nobody else was going to go. And so they basically went from hero to zero pretty quickly. And now, when they had basically imposed the mandates, I think on all industries at this point, it was time drivers as well, for those that had chosen, for whatever reason, some very obvious reasons at this point, to not get the vaccination. And again, like I said, we told ourselves that if that point came, we were going to take a stand. And when it was announced that on January 15th, 2021, the Canadian start to implement drivers needing to be vaccinated or have a negative PCR test upon arrival, or otherwise would need to quarantine for 14 days, and also could likely be ticketed as well. So that said, within literally a couple of days, and a bunch of help from a whole lot of people, we called it a slow roll protest at the Emerson, that's the Manitoba-U.S. border on Highway 75, just south of Winnipeg. And that was on January 17th. We arrived there at 3:45 a.m., if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 4:45. It was very strategically planned. We know how busy that port is when it comes to truck traffic. And Monday mornings are always the busiest. So we did that very strategically. And of course, our plan was to basically abide by all traffic laws. We had no intentions of blocking the road. We just basically wanted to slow traffic down and come up with our flags and signs and show our dislike with the decision the government had made for truckers at this point. And so that's what we did. We basically showed up there and we started just, when I say slow roll, for those of you that don't know what that is, it's just literally going basically as slow as a big rig is going to go. Low gear, idle, you're going, you're walking faster than. So that's what we did there on January 17th.
So basically you backed up the traffic probably for miles. So can you still hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you, Sean.
Okay, so I asked, did you back up the traffic for miles?
Yes, it certainly did. It was very effective. We had a lot of support out there from our supporters, and it was pretty interesting to see how many people or how many truck drivers that were basically caught in a slow roll, taking up a lot of their day, were very supportive as well. Of course, there was some that were very upset, rightfully so. They didn't understand what was going on there. But yes, we definitely accomplished what we set out to do. And I mean, the event caught media attention globally, basically after the first couple of days. And it was, it was the start of the trucking movement. Well, I have to state that the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, this was already in full stages of planning. I had no participation in planning for the Freedom Convoy to Ottawa, but we just saw it was important to do this protest at the border on January 17th. Just literally 2 days after they imposed this mandate for the truckers on the Canadian side, and we thought it was strategically important to do it at that time.
Now, you didn't plan the Ottawa trucking protest, but you did have your trucks participate. Can you tell us about the participation of the trucks from your company?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we were very much involved, not in an organizing aspect of it, but again, I go back to what I stated earlier, that me and my wife prayed about it and, thought about it long and hard in our involvement, our company's involvement, because we all saw what happened to a lot of people that participated. And I'll get into that a little bit later, into what our involvements ended up, costing us. But in that sense, we were content with the fact that we could literally lose everything. It was a pivoting moment in the whole movement, I feel, but we just felt totally at peace with it, because I go back to stating what I said earlier. It felt like a true conviction that this is what we needed to do, and no matter what the outcome would be, at the end of the day, we would still feel good about that decision, because we followed the path of what's true and right. Instead of just sitting back and...
I'll just interrupt you, if you can just, because we've got some time constraints, if you can tell us about your participation, what your company did. So. Absolutely. So we had 9 trucks in total from our company that participated in the Freedom Convoy going to Ottawa. Only 4 of them went all the way to Ottawa. 5 of our trucks went slightly or just a little ways into Ontario, Kenora, Ontario. There was a stopping point there, turned around and came back, and started organizing for the next protest in Manitoba. 4 of our trucks carried on to Ottawa and stayed there for the entire duration. And then my understanding is one of your trucks in Ottawa got towed at the end when the government marched in.
Yes, I have to make a correction on that. The truck didn't in fact get towed, but basically what the enforcement group, I don't know what group, confiscated these trucks, but basically what they did, the trucks they could drive out, they drove out, and the ones they couldn't drive, they towed out. Our driver's truck, they were able to get into it. Our driver still to this day doesn't know how they started it, because he had both sets of keys with him, and he was not present when his truck was taken. So yeah, one of those, I must also state that it was an owner-operator truck. The driver owned his own truck, but leased onto our company, and yes, it got confiscated and was impounded.
And there was a $1,300 fine, I think.
Correct. Yeah, that wasn't the exact amount, but yeah, within the realms of $1,300. After a week of confiscation, we were able to get it out. But the interesting part was, it didn't just sit in the compound and we could just, pay our fine and get it out. They physically ripped the license plates. This was a truck and trailer. They physically ripped the license plates off of both power and trailer unit. And of course, I mean, that's a registration to travel up and down the roads. So we had to get permits just to get the truck back home. I thought that was a rather interesting, something that I don't think would have been necessary. But yeah, it was just very unique. And then we were also, our company was also, our permit to operate within the province of Ontario was pulled for an entire month.
Well, maybe those people that took the plates off were some of these good Canadian ambassadors.
That could likely be.
Yeah. So
I thought it was interesting.
Now, you talked about a Manitoba protest, and this is an important topic because we're in Manitoba today, and people from Manitoba know about the Manitoba protest, and it did get some media coverage in the nation, but A lot of Canadians actually don't know what happened in Manitoba with your protest, and definitely internationally. Like internationally, everyone knew about the Ottawa one, and I think it's important for you to share in some detail what happened here in Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Yeah, certainly. So, like I stated earlier, obviously my heart was set to go to Ottawa as well. I really wanted to go, but after doing some more thinking about it, we thought it was important to organize something in Manitoba because a lot of people couldn't go to Ottawa. It just wasn't feasible for whatever reason. So we decided to stay back and organize another slow roll, actually right back at Emerson. And again, this was strategically organized for the date of January 29th. This was when the Ottawa convoy was to be expected to arrive in Ottawa. So, we thought it would just be uniform. Again, we're all in the same fight to do it on the same day to get back to the border at Emerson. And this time we were there for a longer duration. We were there from January 29th to, I believe it was February 2nd. So we were there for quite a few days. Same thing again, just slow road. We didn't block the road, but again, it was much more effective even this time than it was the first time. We definitely had our voices heard, we feel. So I'll just carry on here with how we ended up at the legislature building, if that's all right.
Yeah, please do.
So basically, like I said, we were at the border, slow rolling till February 2nd. I believe it was on February 1st. I had somebody reach out to me from another group of organizers within the city of Winnipeg. They were saying that they were planning a protest there, and they would love for the truckers to join them. So we did some thinking about that and thought it would be a good strategic move if we go to our local legislature building within the city of Winnipeg, and of course it'd be smaller scale, but in a sense the same thing as to what was happening in Ottawa. So we took that opportunity to refocus our efforts and took a day off, but then on January 4th, once again early in the morning, I believe it was at 3:30 a.m. or something like that, that we arrived at in front of the legislature building and set up the trucks, and the trucks that we had there currently, 4 of them, I think we came there with big rigs. And then the rest of it kind of just formed on Broadway and Memorial. The rest of it formed kind of like Ottawa, smaller scale, but people started setting up. We had people with food trailers come out, all kinds of things like that.
Just stop you. It wasn't just your trucks that were there. There were other truckers. There were 40 to 50 trucks.
Yes, sir. I think at the height of it, there was around 50 trucks. And then, of course, a lot of other participants. There was one Saturday where a whole bunch of farmers came out and brought their tractors out. I mean, the boulevards were lined with farm equipment, farm tractors. And yes, a lot of big trucks and a lot of local supporters came out throughout the duration of the protest there. It was an amazing, it was an amazing expression of, not expression, but it was just, the whole event was just, I can't hardly put it into words. You kind of had to be there. So, but it was a very interesting, from an organizer perspective, it was a very unique and interesting experience. I can only speak on behalf of myself, who went through it. I was one of the organizers there throughout the entire time. So the continuation of the negotiations with the Winnipeg police, they were awesome. I can't give them enough credit. They were very respectful to us, but they had a job to do. But there was daily negotiations as to things we could and could not do. But I mean, their strategy was to eventually get us to leave, and which that ultimately did happen after a couple of weeks.
Now, was the protest peaceful?
Yeah, 100%. The only unpeaceful event that there was at the legislature protest was what we believe was an Antifa supporter. It was somebody that did not support the movement, so basically came through the crowd with an automobile and struck several pedestrians. Well, not, I guess, several supporters that were there at the event. That was a pretty scary moment that happened early on in the protest. That individual was arrested, I believe, if I remember correctly. I didn't follow the story too much afterwards, but that was the only unpeaceful thing that I would have recalled. I mean, it was just like Ottawa, just a smaller version. All the stories you hear, people coming to support, like farmers coming out, bringing fuel for the big trucks, huge groups cooking food every single day for everybody. And it was just, No, there was just more unity there than anything else.
So it was really the community coming together in a joint protest to seek change.
Absolutely. I'd like to also add just to answer your question more thoroughly, whether it was a peaceful protest, the chief of police, and someone might be able to correct me and remember this better, that was at the event, chief of police, after everything was said and done, deemed this to be one of the most peaceful protests in the history of Winnipeg. So we took some credit for that, and there too, we tried to do our utmost throughout these negotiations daily with the Winnipeg Police to meet with what their ask was of us, at the same time trying to hold the line and kept reminding them as to why we were there as well.
Now, my understanding is the purpose of being down there was you guys were requesting a dialogue with the provincial government and Premier Stephenson. Am I correct about that?
100%. That was our ask. We merely wanted a conversation with the Premier's office, and we were denied that right the entire time. And what was kind of painful about that, I'll make it real quick, there was, I believe it was a week, or was it maybe 2 weeks after we left the site that our protest ended, the Ukraine thing started. And of course, I respect everybody. I respect the Ukrainian people. They definitely had the right to do, while they gathered at the legislature building, basically, and Heather Stephenson had no problem coming out addressing her concerns and her support for these people, which I think is awesome. That's great that she did that. But we just thought, as organizers for our event, we're Canadians, we're pleading for you to have a conversation with us, and our ask isn't anything complicated, right? We're just, we're asking to simply have our constitutional rights and freedoms back, but yet she had no problem addressing them when she denied our rights and ignored us the entire time we were there. I thought that was a pretty sad example of a public servant that's there for all Canadians, not just for a select few.
Now, we've heard the same from some people that were at the Ottawa protest. We had Tom Mazzaro indicate that at no time did any member of the federal government actually speak with them. But at the end of the day, and I just thank you on behalf of Canadians and actually the entire world, because you truckers woke us up. And at the end of the day, there were some changes made because of the actions of truckers like you. And I know you've thought about that, but it just seems to me that you guys exposed some things. And can you just share with us what you think was accomplished?
Absolutely. So the question was asked many times by a lot of people. So what do you guys feel that you accomplished? What was your wins? For me, it was pretty simple. Well, as most will remember, during the protest time, different provinces started to announce that they were going to start lifting restrictions, including Manitoba. Before we left, they announced that they were going to lift the mask mandates, which we thought was huge. No credit to self or any of the organizers. I think most of us were all fairly like-minded. It was all a group effort, but the group effort, we believe, was a huge contributing factor to them announcing these mandates being lifted. I strongly feel the mandates would have been in place for much longer had we not protested. And some of the biggest wins that I would take away from it, first of all, the corruption right down to the core from our local municipalities right up to the federal government that was exposed. I think many people did not realize how deep it went. I know for myself, I didn't. It was amazing, again, going back to Ottawa where the Emergencies Act was invoked, I believe for the very first time, for breaking up a group of peaceful protesters. I thought that was just the definition of insanity in a so-called free country that we live in. So huge wins, I would say, was basically exposing the corruption, and another one, just the unity that the government had worked so hard to try to break apart within Canadians for a couple of years. We saw clearly that Canadians, when it just came human to human, we respect and love each other. We love our country, and there was such a massive movement of support for the trucking protest. I thought that was a huge win, just showing the world that no, Canadians don't hate each other. it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on, especially when it comes to the vaccine. I mean, that's been a disturbing conversation to me for the entire time. Respect each other for who you are as individuals, not for medical decisions you make, which the government wanted us to do. So it was a sense of unity and, bringing people back together. And again, those are a couple of the big wins. And again, like I said, we saw mandates started to lift. And so we thought we accomplished much. And to this day, I mean, had it not been for the entire process of what the truckers did, I think we would live in some very different times.
No, I think most people would agree with the statement, and I've heard people internationally say it to me, that watching the Canadian, trucker movement actually was the first glimmer of hope, because we can't think of any other example where a group of people actually stood up to say no. And the fact that you guys accomplished something shows that actually the only way for us to get our rights back is for groups of people to stand up and say no. Now, I didn't watch, before I hand you over for commissioner questions, but I just wanted it to be clear, you guys didn't end the protest in Winnipeg just because you decided to go home. It was made very clear to you guys by the police that they were going to move in and basically do what was happening in Ottawa. Yes, correct. Just trying to rethink here now what the date was. The date lapsed my memory, but yeah, there came a day where, again, this was just one of our morning sessions with Winkler Police, just a typical negotiation session, and they did come in with a document basically stating that we had a day. What was it? Just over. Okay, I think it was February 22nd, if I remember correctly, but that we basically had a day to get everything off the premises and have everything cleaned up, or trucks were going to start to be towed. Same thing as that was happening in Ottawa. And they stated the fact as well that the Emergencies Act was still in effect, and that they would use it if needed. So we were definitely forced off the property. Again, we all left willingly. There was no hesitation from anybody. As we stated earlier, it stayed peaceful from beginning to end. Thank you. And I'm just going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you, Mr. Wall. And they do have questions.
Sure. Thank you for coming out this morning, Mr. Wall. I have something that there was a few things you said that I was curious about. Mm-hmm. I've heard testimony over the last number of days from folks like yourself who were making a decision, and they weighed whether or not they would speak up or whether or not they would take an action, perhaps make an arrest or break up a protest, and they weighed that against the loss of their income and their pensions. I think Mr. Erskine, I believe it was, who was a police officer, had made that statement. And what you said, and I wrote it down, was that you and your wife discussed whether or not you were going to protest, and you realized that you could lose everything. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what you meant by that? Is that what you really believed? Why did you believe that? And how did you come up with the decision that you were going to move ahead anyway? I think that's a great question, and thank you for asking it. Basically, when I say that we could lose everything, I guess I was pertaining more so like that we basically were putting our entire company on the line, and we employ about 40 people, so that's a pretty substantial number. And of course, we'd be putting all those jobs in jeopardy as well. But at the same time, we felt content with the decision to the fact that, like I said, I felt truly convicted. I felt a conviction from God. I'm a God-fearing man, that this was something that we needed to do. And as the Bible teaches us, that He will provide regardless. And so we felt, we were going to be okay, whatever that okay looked like. If everything, let's say, for example, that our participation would strip our rights to our rights, our registrations, licenses, and so forth to be a trucking company, and which it did within the province of Ontario. And I mean, there was many threats throughout the duration of the Ottawa convoy or Ottawa protest. So that concern was very real at that point already, and we knew going into it that there was a real risk of that happening.
So I just want to be clear, I understood what you were saying. So you were fully aware that you weren't just risking your own income, your wife's income, your family support, but you were 40 people working for you, which would have translated potentially into hundreds of people that would be affected by that decision, but you still felt the conviction to go ahead with this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's 100% correct. And it wasn't without much consideration and talking to our office staff. I mean, I can't think of one that wasn't supporting what we were doing. And again, I felt it was a very bold move for a business owner. You didn't see many businesses, especially larger businesses. I shouldn't say you didn't see many. You saw lots of smaller businesses participate, but I mean, it was a pretty bold stand to take. But again, like I said, my convictions were very bold, and there wasn't much question about it. And again, it was with the support of our office staff, which I am extremely grateful for to this day.
The last question's got to do with your community in Winkler. Winkler is a rural city in Manitoba. It's quite a close-knit community, and it has a reputation for a faith-based life. My question to you is, when you took the initial actions where you had the services, if you will, in the city park, how was that portrayed in the local media, and how did that affect your relationship within the community of Winkler following that?
That's a great question. So basically, our local media wasn't really much different than the mainstream media when any of these events were covered. So there wasn't much, and to this day, there isn't great support. I mean, some of the stuff that's happening to this day, they're starting to cover it a little bit more accurately, I feel, but there was no real support from the local media. As far as support from the local community, it was absolutely huge. And you're absolutely right. I think Winkler's considered the Bible Belt of Manitoba, if not for Canada. And I truly feel that these last couple of years have really brought that out into light. Because the community, like you said, it's very tightly knit. And yes, there's those that don't agree, which God bless them for it. We live in a country where we should be allowed to disagree with each other respectfully. But yeah, like I said, very well received by the community. There was never a sense of feeling that we really should stop doing this, because the community, just isn't supporting it and really rather have us not do it. So yeah, it was very empowering to continue plowing forward.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And there's more questions.
Good morning. I just have a quick question about the service in the park, and I'm just wondering if you saw the chief of police at other points come out in his own vehicle, his own personal vehicle, without a uniform, when you were doing the slow rolls or any other moment in time, or whether you felt that at this time it was maybe your faith that was being targeted?
That's a great question. I think, with all due respect, I actually know this chief of police personally, and I'll be honest, I would consider him a friend. What he did the last couple of years, I don't think was a nice thing to do to a friend, quite honestly, but I do understand he has a role and a position of public servant duties that he needs to uphold as well. You know what, with all due respect, I don't think it was an attack on religion. They were very much, the Winkler police, they were very much monitoring all the different rallies. Like, we had so many different rallies within the city of Winkler and area. They were constantly monitoring us regardless of, and I mean, most of the other ones was just, just protesting against all the other mandates. So, yeah, it was pretty consistent monitoring regardless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick, it looks like the commissioners have no further questions. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I want to sincerely thank you for sharing your testimony with us.
Thank you all so much, and God bless each one.
Yeah, Sean Howe, Sean Howe. Okay. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during these proceedings?
I do.
You live in Winnipeg or close to it, am I correct?
Yeah, just outside the city.
Okay. And I don't know that much turns on it, but let's call it a Canadian railroad. And you have been employed for a number of years with a Canadian railroad, correct?
Yes, as a conductor first, now a locomotive engineer, going on since 2011.
And you have been an engineer running the engines for how long?
Since 2015.
Okay. The mandates developed over time. From our discussion, they were talked about in September of 2021, then they were put off until October, and they finally came into effect November the 15th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what happened to your employment after that?
I was placed on unpaid leave of absence with an undetermined end date.
Okay. And you understood that the mandates were coming, correct?
They kept on hinting at them and then kept pushing them back. The first one was supposed to take place immediately after the federal election that year.
And were these a railway mandate in itself?
No, it's a federally regulated mandate, so any business or employed federally person would have fallen under the umbrella of these mandates.
And railways fall under that requirement because they're federally regulated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you determined that you were not going to take the vaccine, and so you were placed on indefinite leave. Okay. So what happened to your finances after that?
Well, it's no secret that railroaders make a lot of money. Basically, it's up to how much you work, but I essentially went from $160,000 a year to almost a third of that. Okay. Just because I did find employment thereafter, but like I said, at a fraction. Okay. Similarly to what the police officer kind of went through.
And at some point, those mandates were rescinded.
Yeah, in June of 2022.
Okay, and that left you on indefinite unpaid leave for how many months?
Around 8 months.
Okay. So how did you cope during that time?
Well, fortunately, you know, I was not affected in a way that the previous two witnesses were.
Okay.
Coming up here and talking about economic losses kind of falls short compared to their stories. But seeing in my wife's behaviors how worried she became.
Okay. Did you qualify for any kind of assistance?
No, I never applied. I've never applied for EI in my life. I refused to do that. But through the channels by which I spoke to other people who were also put off work, I had been made aware that they were being denied their employment insurance claims because their record of employment showed that they were in fact dismissed with cause.
But did you ever check your status?
No, I did not.
Okay. But in any event, they did rehire you at some point, correct?
Yeah, I was graciously invited back to my job.
Okay. But that took 8 months while you were on unpaid leave. Okay. So what losses did you incur during that time?
We estimated we lost probably around $80,000.
Okay. That's 80 as in 80,000? Okay.
Yeah, and we have about $40,000 in new debt.
Okay.
So,
and are you still in the process of paying that off? Or?
Yep.
Okay. How did you survive in the meantime while you were on months of unpaid leave?
So like I said, like-minded individual offered employment when he heard about my situation. Prior to the mandates in May of 21, we had sold our house and moved outside the city, and it was basically the equity from that sale that we subsided on, which we had obviously other plans for other than just to survive on it. And then, racked up the line of credit cards, so on and so forth. My wife, she has her own small businesses that she's trying to get going on the side, so that has helped too. But yeah, it was looking like I was going to have to go back out west after nearly 20 years of work and not working on the pipelines or the rigs. I was in the midst of my physical aptitude testing for that. So 40 years old, I was going to go back onto the drilling floor. That was the plan.
Okay.
I would like to call our next witness, Mr. Rick Wall, who is attending virtually. And Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is Diedrich Wall, D-I-E-D-R-I-C-H. Last name is W-A-L-L. Most people call me Rick, but that is my full name.
And we'll call you Rick because that's what you're comfortable with. And I'll ask you if you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Now, Rick, you're almost being provocative today because you have a Canadian flag behind you. And I never thought I would, as a Canadian, where my inside voice will say, oh boy, that's kind of an act of rebellion, a Canadian flag. But you have some interesting involvement in what I'll call the trucker movement. So let me just introduce you, and then I'll ask you to explain your story and what happened. But my understanding is that you are the owner of a trucking company in southern Manitoba, and basically your company does a lot of cross-border shipping since 2009, but you've been running the company for 11 years now.
Correct.
And that you became very involved in the trucking protests. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And basically in January 2021, you started getting involved in anti-mask rallies in Winkler.
Yes, sir, correct.
And then for first couple of months of 2022, you became involved in the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
But you were actually involved in what might be the very first cross-border blockade on January 17, 2022, you were one of the organizers of the first blockade. We'll talk about that later, but I'm just introducing you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
correct.
Okay. But before we get to the trucking part of this, I want you to share with us something that happened with you in outdoor church, because my understanding is in May of 2021, you got involved in an outdoor church. And so can you share with us your experience there and what happened?
Certainly can. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity to just say thank you to the entire team at the NCI. I feel extremely humbled that I was asked to present or to share my story here today, and just thank God for all of you people on that commission that you guys are, donating your time and doing this. I think it's an extremely important part of Canadian history. So I commend each and every one of you for doing that. Again, I'm a God-fearing father of three, and the last couple of years have been rather interesting to say the least. But yes, my journey in the freedom fight. Well, I guess I became.
Welcome, everybody. I am the president of the NCI. Welcome to the first day of Québec, the nation's capital of the National Citizen Inquiry into the management of COVID. This commission is the result of the commitment of several hundred peoples who have worked for months voluntarily without counting their time. I will not name any of them. Not that they don't deserve it, they all deserve it 1,000 times over. Unfortunately, I cannot name everyone, so to all of you, without exception, thank you. It's because of you that we are all here. What is this commission? From my point of view, it is the essence of the Citizens Act. During this crisis, which has affected everyone to varying degrees, governments at all levels and the mainstream media have given us one message, one view of the situation. Many citizens have tried to go to court. Unfortunately, the response has been essentially, we can't judge what's going on the merits, because on the form, we have to assume that the government is acting in good faith, that is doing what it thinks is the best for the citizen. So this is not a question of justice, but a question of politics. The response from the justice system was then prepare complete files, but when it came time to talk about the substance, they responded, the measures are no longer in place. It's now only theoretical, so we cannot longer deal with the files. However, for many, the irreparable damage is there. Side effects, broken families, children affected in their growth, companies sometimes several generations old in bankruptcy, broken dreams. For all these people, it is not possible to move on. They can't hear that is behind us. No one could have done it better anyway. Get over it and look to the future. All these citizens need their suffering to be recognized and the legitimate questions answered. It is said that there are 4 powers: the legislative, the executive, the judicial, and the famous 4th power, the media. But when all speak with one voice, when even the opposition parties join in, what is left to the citizens who are not satisfied? We are all, according to all levels of governments, in a democracy. What is a democracy? Is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. If that is the case, then this commission is the finest example of democracy we can dream of. Hundreds of women and men came together across the country, despite differences and political opinion, cultural, language, and peacefully and solely funded by citizen donation, put in place the tools they needed to answer their questions. From the beginning, Long before I was part of this adventure, I was decided to look at all angles of this crisis. Since we have no power of subpoena, we have invited, in addition to all those who have not had the floor during all these years, all the government actors who have taken part in the decisions. Unfortunately, none have come here to explain their point of view, as have all the experts who have already come to testified, and all those who will be able to hear here and next week in Ottawa. I find this deplorable. Our work will remain for posterity. 100 years from now, historians who want to understand how this crisis was built, how it was managed, what consequences there were for population, will have access to more than 150 hours of testimony from the eminent specialists as well as from ordinary citizens. Everything will be gathered in one place with all the evidence and documents that have been recorded. And they will be able to see the evidence that the government have preferred to ignore all this work. This work will also be useful to all lawyers who want to start procedures. They will have at their disposal an exceptional raw material to prepare their work. The mainstream media have also, for the moment, chosen to ignore us. So far, only the CBC, in a regional program in Manitoba, has done its job by reporting on the Winnipeg hearing. They noted the seriousness of our work without bias. Journalists that reminded us that it is still possible to do honest work. Fortunately, nature is like a vacuum. Independent journalists have taken over. Several are here, and I thank them warmly. It is thanks to them that many of you are here in this room, and that even more people are listening to us live or recorded throughout the world. It's also thanks to them that for the last 3 years we have been able to have different points of view. We must believe science. This sentence has been said to us ad nauseum for years. However, the sentence doesn't make any sense. We do not believe in science. We believe at most at the relevance of scientific method. Belief is a matter of spirituality. We were also told that there is a scientific consensus. You have already noticed by listening to the 6 previous hearings that is far from being the case. During the next 3 days, you will be able to listen in French to specialists of international renown explaining their point of view. You will see that, contrary to what has been repeated, the truth is not so simple. As a responsible citizen, you will be able to make an opinion by yourself. We invite you to do so. I would also like to warn you that it will not only be about science. We will also have testimonies of ordinary people who had to face difficulties that were, and for some are still far from ordinary. I imagine that you, like many of us, will be changed by this experience on many levels. Finally, from these testimonies, the 4 commissioners here present will generate a report. I have unlimited respect for the colossal work that they will have to produce to extract the substance to all that they have heard. I will introduce them to you. First, the spokesperson for the Quebec Commissioners, Dr. Bernard Massy. He graduated in microbiology and immunology from the University in Montreal in 1982 and completed a 3-year postdoctoral fellowship on DNA oncovirus at McGill University. He worked at NRC from 1985 to 2019 as a biotechnology researcher and held various leadership positions, including acting Director General of the Center of Human Health Therapeutics from 2016 to 2019. He has devoted a significant portion of his career to the development of integrated bioprocesses for the industrial production of therapeutic antibodies and adenovirus vaccine. He was also an associate professor in the Department of Microbiology and Immunology of the University of Montreal from 1998 to 2019. He is currently an independent consultant in biotechnology. Next, the spokesperson for the Commissioner of the Rest of Canada, Ken Drysdale. He is a professional engineer with over 40 years experience as a professional engineer, including 29 years in the development and management of national and regional engineering practices. He is currently retired from full-time practice as a consulting engineer, but continues to be active in the field of forensic engineering, investigation, preparation of expert report, and expert testimony in the context of trial, arbitration, and mediation. He has testified as an expert witness as trial in Manitoba and Ontario. He has also acted as an arbitrator and mediator. We will continue with Janice Kaikkonen. Her passion is community outreach. She works primarily with vulnerable population and youth. She holds degrees in Ireland studies, English and political science, and public administration. She has taught at the elementary, secondary, and post-secondary levels. Our research specialization is the intersection of public policy and the social fabric. And she pursued a doctorate in theology and discipleship. Professionally, she has served as a researcher on the PEI Task Force on Student Achievement, a coordinator for Canadian Blood Services, and a contributing member of the Supply Chain Management Sector Council. And she has owned a summer day camp for youth. In her spare time, she conducting workshop on effective communication and media. She's actually a school counselor, and she has 7 children and 17 grandchildren. She lives in Ontario. And last but not least, Heather DiGregorio. She is a senior partner in a regional law firm located in Alberta. She has 20 years of experience in the area of tax planning and dispute resolution, helping clients navigate the complex and ever-changing Canadian tax environment. She's an executive member of the Canadian Bar Association and the Canadian Petroleum Tax Society. She's a frequent speaker and presenter of these organizations, as well as the Canadian Tax Foundation and the Tax Executive Institute. She's recognized as the legal community and a leader expert and lawyer. Heather represents clients on all levels of court, including the Alberta Court of King's Bench, the Tax Court of Canada, the Federal Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court of Canada. In closing, I would like to say that the world is watching. All of you who have or will in some way be involved in this project, whether by funding it, working on it, sharing information, or honoring us with your presence, whether here, online, or on replay. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. We couldn't have done it without you. You make history. Without further ado, you will be able to listen to a man who has been admirable in his courage and who, without a shadow for doubt, his name will remain attached to this crisis throughout the Francophonie and beyond, a man for whom I have the greatest respect, Professor Raoult.
Activez votre micro.
Non, vous m'entendez, ça y est? Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, on vous entend.
Vous m'entendez? Oui, vous entendez. Ah, très bien, très bien. Je crois que vous aviez des questions à me poser, donc je vais répondre aux questions au fur et à mesure que vous me les poserez.
I think you have questions for me. I will answer the questions on its way. Just ask questions.
Alors bonjour, monsieur docteur Raoult. Mon nom est Jean Dury, je suis avocat de pratique privée.
Hello, Dr. Raoult. My name is Jean Dury. I'm a lawyer in the private sector, and I'm the one to ask you questions. To welcome you, I thank you. We're really honored that you're with us, and we honor all the work you've done that we've followed here in Quebec. So, as a beginning, we're going to talk about some subjects that you know well. So, first of all, you've said on some ways your work was to find some solutions to many diseases. So it is really important to underscore that. So that's really important. That's the way that we're going to walk together, because we were in front of a new disease. I'm not a scientific and a neophyte, so if I make mistake, you can correct me. I have no problem with that. So let's go back in 2020 in March, when we received the information that there were a pandemic. I would like to know if you're able to explain to the commissioners your notion about the fact that we call this a pandemic. Were we in the presence of a pandemic? First of all, forgive me, bear with me. It's maybe looking pretentious. I want to speak to you about what I've done in my life before. I am not far away from the scientific. I'm one of the more noticed in the world about all the report I've done. Well, described everywhere. I've been before that, been talking about the bioterrorism theory that I've done a report on that, and I've never thought that so important. I made that report to tell the people how to manage pandemic that are coming. So I have really precise view on that. So I created an institute to see about that, and we had a bigger contract to make research about the new pandemics. I'm not marginal. Maybe you look at my hair, but I'm not a marginal. I've been published in any journal, scientific journals and reviews. So that's false to see that the idea of what I've been putting on was managed as a consensus, but actually that's not true. The amphiologist, since 30 years, have been playing a role exclusive of testing the medication into chronic diseases, hepatitis, SIDA. So this link between the infectiologists and the pharmaceuticals became essential. So those researchers never been doing anything else than those working in those clinical diseases and provide provide results that have been analyzed to be published in the Lancet and other review. So the situation was at that point at that moment. So mainly, all the states have been looking at those researchers that didn't have that kind of experience into epidemic, but instead in chronic disease. That's all they've been done, like in the States. So the new disease and epidemiology are really out of situation. Really, something has to come in. So it became chronic infections. So there was all that set up with the pharmaceuticals. So the consensus that we've been talking about wasn't built on researchers that were working in that situation, but they were working into the chronic disease medication from the pharmaceutical. So those medication was bought by from startups to the big pharma, and the results was it's 3 on 4 those results that was written things about that particular situation. So that's how is pharmaceuticals are so heavy in that, so that the indirect buyers association with those specialists. So we're right now in a situation that wasn't a reflection on epidemiology, but was going to integrate that were working on those infectious diseases, and they were focused on the chronic instead of like SIDA, instead the picture of the epidemiology. So the definition of a pandemic is more likely like something that is new, that will look at all the planet at the beginning, and maybe we'll see more. It was looking like epidemic coming out from Chinese. There were secondary cases in Europe, Italy, Germany, before there were a generalization. So I think now that under our analysis that we're still on its way, there's a phenomenon that happened after that the virus came into France. The pandemic virus was built into a laboratory. So it would appear 2 mutations that would multiply by 100 the errors. So it will become really mutation. So the 2 epidemics of those twice before, so SRAS and mass corona, that wasn't, you haven't been lucky to have that in Canada, this SRAS, because this virus adaptation was really bad. That was really close to the SRAS. So we were looking at some result that was going to go away itself. But those 2 mutations that we had here and that you had in Canada too, and we've been talking about that, the spike. So that was giving a better virus adhesion. That was speediest way to mutation. That's why it gave great child. That was doing roll one after the other one. So that was starting from that moment that that virus could be really epidemic, and because it was moving, changing so fast. So there were first episode that was a normal epidemic, that was going to a typical epidemic with a bad infection, but then would appear a lot of episodes that I would be the first one to call variant, but people were not going to say that. But then in England they start to say that in England, so we have accepted variant. So I start to talk about that. So we're in face of multiplied virus. So your question is more deeper than you're thinking. We have been analyzing. We've been doing a lot of analysis about those variants. What is really interesting, some of those variants have become epidemic, alpha, delta, omicron, are pandemic. We find them everywhere in the world. So, but others have been really restricted to some area. So, the one who have killed the most, that's called the Vison. It always stayed in Europe. That's the Vison variant. It only stayed in France. Another one in Spain just stayed in Spain, and other, like in England, some variants stayed just where they were. They never became epidemic in the world, so they've done limited epidemic. So it's ununderstood so far. So we don't know why, but virus just implant somewhere. We start to have some data on that, but those viruses are getting tired, and if there is no fertile new mutation, they will die. Otherwise they bring the end of the epidemic. Before we keep going, I will have to ask you a commentation. So thank you for all you've said. So that's going to be the Solonel. I swear, I want to say, to interest conflict. I used to say that. I worked to Microsoft Electronic for Mitachi for many years. Since beginning of this year, I'm a scientific counselor for EURFA that we do diagnosis. They do biologic diagnosis. So I'm involved into those two projects. I will ask you questions that have been around the world. It found a therapeutical solution. Could you speak to us about that? This part of your life where you've been in front of your other doctors, your peers, other doctors in the world. You were saying that hydroxychloroquine was a solution. Could you speak about that to us? Hydroxychloroquine is in a group, molecular, that have been studied in the 80s for their role in the cell. Hydroxychloroquine is a base, weak, not acid, comme la benzene, all the basic products that are small, that come in the cell by diffusion, and they're gonna make concentration into a specific part of the cell where it's acid, and they're gonna change the acidity of the cell from a pH 4.7 pH 4.56, which less acid. So doing that changes the physiology of the cells to fight against the microbe. So I identified that with hydroxychloroquine, also with another equipment in the States. So I've been a specialist in that. So we were able to treat. So I analyzed that. I analyzed this medication. So it's about 30 years that we associate with an antibiotic, but it doesn't kill the bacteria. If we higher a bit the pH, then it kills the bacteria. That's a molecule that I know very well. I practice as a doctor. I prescribe it to my own customers. I save a lot of people with intracellular disease, and I had consult from everywhere in the world, even in Canada too. So if we use it and if we higher up the pH cell, the vacuum into the cell where the microbe is, we change the life of that microbe into the cell. So if bacteria, parasites, virus enter into the cell for the phagocyto or others, the lysosome would come stick to this part. They will get together. They will put enzymes, and it's gonna be active only into the acid pH. So it changed the nature of the process of what's going on. So we have done a Lancet paper on that. We have to evaluate the antiviral activity on sun virus. So, like one of the flu. So when the SRAS came in, we've been use that. So Fauci, I've been speaking about that. It would be the only one with SRAS that it's going to be it, and as well as Korean, Chinese have been testing that too. That was a phenomenon that was not enough unexplicable. That was an antiviral, classical, would be more working on enzymes instead of exchanges, instead of mutation to viruses. So we've been into a general phenomenon that was going on of the capacity of the virus to get out of vacuo that was in. So if you stop that, you provide the virus to multiply. So that's why we have been using the hydroxychloroquine, but it was a really known medication. There was billion and billion of prescription of that. I think it was 2006. There was 6 billion prescription of that because there was the reference medication for paludism. So that's why we've been using this for a year, 2 years, to have treatment for the people. So we never had cardiac, we never had any problem with it. Rheumatism will be used also to seal, but others like any antibody disease will be treated with it. That also we can see with SRAS. They could give cardiac disease, but any antibody, we know that medication really known. We've done it. We use it a lot. If we give 600 milligrams every day, per day, after a few days, they will give a really good help to neutralize the virus. So that's really basic science. It's really understood. There's nothing mysterious in there. That's only mysterious for those who have never seen. Look at the documentation about it. That's really easy science. So I really react from the first reaction of the Chinese, and they were the only one at the beginning of the pandemic. The way they've been taking care of the first episode in China, there will be only 2 medications, remdesivir and hydroxychloroquine, that they've tested. That's something that they've tested. So we're going to start with the chloroquine because we know that it's doing good. There is no problem, no danger. So that's something that's really there is no improvisation in that. So we've been fast using that. We have asked the authorization to do a test to try it on. So we've done a comparative test. So with some people that were diagnosis, we've done because we had a control group that at the moment there were no tests, so we have to test them ourselves. So we've been looking at with them with the test, and we've write down a paper on that, and from that it become like a war about it. So I didn't know that doing science we couldn't bring out so much passion on it. So we are saying that a lot of people against you didn't know nothing about science, and it really touched a lot of people. No, most of the people, they were coming from administration schools, not from the medicine. I would like that you speak to us about a subject that just to sell. Science is not what we explain into the administration schools. That's the reason why I never been into the scientific board of France. The politicians were doing political decisions that not based on science, but based on a strategical politic, and they were not validated scientifically. There was no elements to bring us to say that the mask in the streets was a good idea. There is no base. Like the lockdown, there was no reason to do that, no scientific that will be change your life. Nothing was science, but only politics. It's okay that people do politics, but I didn't want to be a tool of those because there were no scientific. So I was doing this. I didn't want to be linked to those who were talking political decisions, not based on science. I never want to do politics. So I'm not going to say any politics. It's not the other person to give my own appreciation of politics or what I think about it. So we're going into a subject that shake up the planet. That's about a vaccine. It's a really wide subject. I would like if you can give your thought about the efficiency of the vaccine, if you can. You're talking about a COVID vaccine. There too, I allow myself to say that I've been talking. I wrote a book about vaccine 6 years ago. And I wrote about that, and the question about a vaccine that we have to try with, we better not into the situation that we're in or in or not in a binary situation. It's good or not. We have to look at, because some vaccination have been really good. There's at least 10 vaccines that works really well, and they kill disease. So there's some vaccine that I've been involved of 2 of them in France for hepatitis B and others to help out because the ideology changed. So there were New Age people against the vaccine from left. So they're from left right now, so those provide a vaccine. So it changes a lot. And like in California, there's less vaccination because they've been taught not to be vaccinated because the political was direct by the pharmaceuticals. industry, and there was some strategy about that, about hepatic B, but that was a big error. So I've asked to look at the science. They accuse me to be an ally of the pharmaceutical, but it's really to simplify the question. So let's go back on the vaccination. So in some situation where we were really dramatized that everybody was going to die, and in most of the country, except the United States, there was really bad managing of it. So people who died, half of them had 85 and more, 90% were 70s and more. So we were in a disease, a known disease that will attack the aged people, so bring a lot of mortality, very important. So to those people, we need some protection as soon as possible to help them in those seniors' houses. We have to take care of them as fast as possible. We needed protocol to that we could bring 50% less deaths. So we would have to be able to target the point. So the dramatization would say the governments ask, we're not going to test. We don't need the validation that we ask for vaccination. So all this have been really pushed, in particular, but by Bill Gates for years. So it would say we need vaccine in 6 months. It's not possible. It's just impossible. We cannot make validation in 6 months. The activity of that never been tested. We never test the conjugate, but this vaccine have been sold into a crazy population that would be like magic, and that will be for everybody, and that's going to be the end of the disease. But if you look at it, it's terrible, because no one admit that there's John Hopkins COVID site would give the information that the vaccine didn't change the situation of the disease. So secondly, of efficiency, we saw rapidly, because we've been testing the people. We've done 2 million tests. Those who we have asked, have you been tested? When they came to a test, have you been vaccinated or no? So rapidly we saw that there were as much people that have been infected, vaccinated or no. So to eliminate the COVID, that we knew that rapidly that it wasn't true. Every time I hear about that we just have to look at England, what's going on in Israel, England. We can look at on John Hopkins that it changes nothing. So after vaccination, COVID would explode instead. So we know well. So we know well that it didn't protect of the disease. The second question is, if we come back to a proposition that arable, that where the first intention is to that we know for other infectious disease, viral infections, that we don't have any vaccine that could help to save for immunity for a long time. Like for this disease, there are people who've done 2, 3, 4 COVIDs. So we cannot imagine a protecting virus because the disease is not protectable. So we don't have an example disease that though we don't have example of that kind of disease disease that could be safe with a vaccine. We know well, like what's going on with the flu. So, like the flu, it comes back. We cannot save it. So you do a flu, you're going to do the next year or the year after. So there's flu every year, and we have vaccine for grippe. It just slow down a little bit for those who are more at risk. It's going to low down the disease. So those are the less good immunitary answer for that. So it's not really efficient. Again, like the flu vaccine, it has a protection for 2-3 months for the contagiousity. So that's why those who are in direct contact with the people, that's good to be to receive the virus. But this is knowledge. This is scientific. That's what we know. So this vaccine have been done in condition where we cannot evaluate. Going so fast, test on other people, the pregnant woman, the children. You don't have time to test it on the efficient against transmission. So that's really three major things. So the only thing you can test is there more symptomatic forms, more or less, on those who are vaccinated and regarding those who are injected. But still, we cannot make the evaluation, this evaluation, because it hasn't been tested for 6 months. We needed at least 6 months to be tested, and it haven't been tested. So we don't know the results. So we cannot see the results because it hasn't been tested. So we don't know if it works or not. So the efficient against the contagion, we cannot make eradication. We cannot eradicate this disease with the vaccination. But then if you want to see this and that, there will be someone paid to make a mathematical model to show you variation and this and that. But you're going to see that efficacy on transmission is not that good, and others. We just show up a study that on 30,000 people that we have done here in the institutes, and so we know more things about that. Then, okay, let's talk about the secondary effects about it. So I have a lot of young people working with me that has lost her eye because she's been injected, she's done a thrombosis. So there were some people that were reticent to receive the injections. So because they were talking, and someone of 25 years old lose an eye, so everybody knew it in the hospital. So they were mafians about it. So facts happen, and there was something with the AstraZeneca vaccine so fast. I've been looking at on my chain. I was asking that a woman below 50 years old wasn't going to be vaccinated with AstraZeneca. So some people were saying no. I've been touched. So that was being seen as a general position against the vaccination, but I was really specific against this one. See, I can. So after that, we saw myocarditis in Israel. The proportion of it that was subit that. So we don't know because we haven't been looking at it for young sporty people. But we don't know. We have to put it in a balance to see all the vaccine. I can answer directly to that question. I'm against or for. We have to look at every one of them to see the goods and the nouns about it. So in Sweden and Finland, they've done a really very good study about that. What's the mortality of people less than 45 years old dead with COVID? So, and now from there, what we can do? Do we have to heal those people, or what's going down? So if this problem, go to the imagery, or otherwise. So there was a really bad error, because we had to see what this is. We have to look at this is people to look at it. So first of it, there was like a less of oxygen into the body with no more carbon dioxide in the body. So less oxygen, and the dioxide was going up, makes you less of breathe. So you see it when you need air, that's a little bit too late. So you have to go to reanimation, and you lose energy, and then you cannot fight, and you stroke. So we have to be able to measure what's the concentration of oxygen, dioxide in the body. So we have received them 3 months after the beginning. That's science. That's what we have to measure about this. This is to know. So if you give them oxygen, you're going to save them really easy. For the youngest, it's going to take maybe 10 days. They won't die. They will be back. But we know that, because we've done that. So, like on somewhere there were 700 disease, there were 0 dead. As well in Sweden, they have made that evaluation. There was 1 dead on 10,000 of those people of less than 45 years old. If you multiply the risk, so with the frequency of the disease during that period, it was about 15%. So it means that 0 and 45 years old, 1 dead for 100,000 people that will go die. When vaccine that population, it's going to do nothing in the role to control the epidemic. It has to. You have to say it. That's 1 dead less on 100. You have to say it. There's something else where the people higher than 85 years old, they've been really bad situation. There were 1 or 10,000 with the risk of the COVID. The benefits will be higher with those people. When there is no benefits, no risk is tolerable. Is this clear what I'm saying? I just want to be sure to. I was not asking you if you're good or against vaccine. We were talking about efficiency. Thank you. So we're gonna talk about really personal subject. That's censorship. Just to be in context, Dr. Raoul, we have 400 professional, 400,000, and they have the order, they have the group. They've been watched to see if someone would say this and that and is going to think like the government or not. So they were professional to receive really bad from their own order. They will be receive letters. They also will be taking out It could be related to the health sector, but it could be also an engineer, could be other people that would be in there. So I've been talking that it's my work for a long time. So as I told you what's going on in Quebec, I would like to know what's going on around you. What is your situation? The good things, but it's the good thing against the censorship? Bon, I was surprised. I never think that there was going to be censorship like that. I saw some stuff coming in. I've done really studied in seminars. I already compare the information made by the traditional media, the newspaper particularly, New York Times, Guardian, Washington Post. It's already been analyzed compared to Google and other social media. So we can see that there's a focus on the traditional media on 2-3 topics, so that media social will be being more spread on different topics. So mortality like suicide and others. Before that, so the main media would report only 70% of those. And when you look at social media, they will be talking about 5% of that. So media social are 20-30%. So in the BS of the great media was really clear from this analysis. Same thing in France. What it was really interesting, that was the media social media censure. So the first one I've done about hydroxychloroquine in China has been fake news on Facebook. The one I've done in China. It was fake news in the health ministry, but I was reporting what is really in China. So are you telling Chinese are cheating? So everything what have been installed since a few years from fact checker has been, so we see it that in the social media, that we see it that videos are cancelled or shadow banned. So as I already know, that I would have to be really base myself on known texts. I didn't say any personal stuff. I was explaining what I was based on science, on publications. But it was big. We see it very good. We see now with Elon Musk, since about Twitter, to bring back everything that have been censored before. That's an evolution really interesting. I have seen that evolution in Hannah Arendt. I suggest you to read that on totalitarianism. She's explaining really well what's the difference before dictature against totalitarianism. It's more like you have to think the way we're saying you have to think of. We are really close to that totalitarianism right now. That's really been analyzed into the theory of communism. So if you read about the Nazi, that's the way it's done. It's propaganda. You have to think that way. You have to recognize when we say something wrong, you have to say that, do your autocritic, that it's not wrong, but we never doubt that this world are going to become what we've been in. So we needed really a really strong demonstratical strength to. So about 984, what is that book? We have the Minister of the Truth as well, like in that. So this Minister of Truth, of the scientific, we have everyone our own rule. That's name of citation, the H factor. So there was someone that visited me, organized visit in the institute. So there was people from the government mandated by ministers, the evaluation of FDA in the States. And all together, I took all how they've been published together. Altogether, I have published more than all of you altogether. So what you're coming, it's not from the naval descent that you come to see me. But there are stuff that I discovered. But be that aside, that's a deletions, online delation that analyze your studies, as well as anonymous people that will discredit you without any scientific expertise. You cheat, you didn't respect the rules. There's not only censorship, there's only a lot of aggressivity and cheating, a lot of cheating really, like the Lancet Gate, it's cheating, nothing else. Unknown people would have 80,000 files treated with hydroxychloroquine and 10% died. That's something that I can write it down, that it's not possible. I'm not in March. I'm the only one French person to write in the Lancet, and I sent this 8,000 study paper to them, and they send me back from the rheumatologue, the Mondial Association. They report 1 million of treatment with hydroxychloroquine on many years, and there is no cardiac accident. So at the same time, they refused both of those papers, and they published its 800 study that showed 10% died. So this is extraordinary. This is really big checking. They've refused my 2 studies, and they put a unknown study from that. So that brought a lot of scientific pressure that's unknown. That's the first time we see that. So we needed to have a political reflection. How is this possible? What are we going to do with this? You are jurists. Our dramas that we've seen in the last years into the pharmaceuticals industry, maybe it's going to change. In the States, there's 100,000 people die in the United States that it's controlled by the pharmaceutical council. But maybe some people will go, but we go in jail. But like for Vioxx, no one been in prison against them. We have to think about it. So the only penalty that there is, it's only billions. It's only money. But they don't penalize. I don't know in France, in States. I don't know if they do it in Canada. It's there. It's not paranoia. It's the reality. We have to. There's many sites that shows that how many in fines they've paid, like Pfizer, billions, illegal financement of doctors. It's documented. Now, society has to look at it, take measure to it's anti-recomicides. We have to look at it, and it's not look at that like it's not treated like anti-homicide. There's naivety that let know that the pharmaceutical industry is different than others, but actually it's the same than automobile or tobacco. It's the same thing. The industrial, their goal is to earn money or not doing bank routes. Otherwise, they will bring people. We have to do regulations because the pharmaceutical industry is not different than others. There's no completism there, no paranoia. It's that number business Pfizer. It's 22 billion benefits. In 2022, they've done 86. We have to take care of that. It's a lot. Like in Europe, we don't know how they negotiate from UE that about 46 billion. There is no visible trace of it. We don't know what happened exactly. So there's a really deep problem that is for the good of the humanity. So we get out of the rules. I have another rule that I'm really attached with in my institutes from the beginning. That was to create our own ethic and deontology committee. I think that it's really important. That's something that I've been turned over, and it's only moral, but we need ethic. So, and something only rules and administrative. But here, we don't accept to test of non-inferiority, something that would test molecule that would bring no good for the diseased person. It's so like just to say that the new molecular, okay, but would say it's not too bad. But it is the tester is not informed that he's taking a risk just to test a new molecule when the old molecule is doing a good job and there is no risk. So we've decided never do that, except if we write it down on the text that we provide to the tester on something that we don't know. Secondly, we're really concerned on those elements. So what it is in the Helsinki Declaration say, if the doctor earn money, if he prescribe a new medication, like if he earn money from that, like the vaccine, without the clear awareing of the person, we have to tell the person, no, we have to tell you for experimentation, no one says, I'm paid. I'm going to earn more money. If you say yes, you take it. It's not clear. We don't say it to the patient. And there's something really terrible. I don't know how it happened in Canada, but here there's some works where vaccination were obligatory, mandatory, so it collapsed. That we were asking the clear, but we were in experimental period, so it's known in the Helsinki Declaration that we cannot ask to a person its consentment. There's a penalty between saying yes and no. So when we do experimental therapeutic, we were unable to say it. With the vaccine, it's a really exception in any experimentation. We will not have any problem if you say no. So it was mandatory instead of be consentment without risk. So it becomes an obligation. So it cannot be theoretically in experimentation phase. So there's a real problem with it that's been generalized and worldwide. So in evaluation product that has been in general prescription. So the states protect the state protect the pharmaceutical industry if they were going to be sued, but they were protected by the states. So the study wasn't finished. So they found voluntary people. There were so many people who would be interested. So we were in Marseille, the first center to give the vax. They were crying to be injected. They wanted to be. We start with the most aged people, but the younger wanted to be. They were crying to be vaccinated. They were wanted, but other that they didn't want it, but other wanted it. So we didn't know yet what the benefits are going to be. It was all virtual. You spoke about a subject, about a completist. Personally, in Quebec, where we've been what I've been, I always object myself. There is no definition of that. It's a journalistic word. Completist comes from, and it's not bringing in the judicial system the judge. We're talking like the work minister as well. So in our justice system, it's not something that could be bring there because no one will recognize it. So you've been talking about consent. It touched a lot us. We have had to do that in Canada. We've done abstraction of that concept with the vaccine, badly. I want to end with talking about what I heard of on the social media, and about a meeting at the worldwide OMS. They're going to meet in May. That they will meet to say that next time they meet, they're going to see further roads for the next pandemic. No, I don't know. I don't follow that. I'm really aware for the powerful of financial powerful in the 20th centuries of an interest conflict between Bill Gates and the two foundations there. Yes. So the first financial involvement in the OSM, and there's first more influence to that. It's a big interest conflict. There's a real question that we have to talk. We need to see clear on that. So maybe when this 20 years from now, they're going to look at that. We can have. They will look at a billionaire that thing is God and is putting money into the health system. So they will see that there were a problem, unbelievable problem. But there's something I want to tell you that look for me really interesting and astonishing. The power of finally is not turning back. You maybe know about it. You're the neighbor of the States. That's where that has the lowest experience of life, lower down, never ever since the beginning of the COVID episode. But it started about 10 years ago. Actually, now in the States, it's lower than the Cuba, the than China or Maghreb. But actually, there's the one who's putting the more money, who put more money in the health and the pharmaceutical. But what is interesting, that countries who use only generics are those who are the life experience go up, and those who are the one who are using disease and where the pharmaceutical are more powerful is slowing down the life experience. So, and in the States, and I don't want to bet on them. So it's so multiple. I don't want to bet. Everything is possible. They have to to manage Rockefeller law, and they have to look at the GAFA. They are too powerful and against democracy. They have to change. They have to look at that. Conflict interest. They have to look at it. I learned about that when I was doing my postdoc. So the one who became the journal, American journal, have been the one who became the director. It's impossible how he is in interest conflict with the pharmaceutical. So there's a lot of base information into the liberal democracy that have been turned out to adopt. But I don't believe that. I also think there is no free meal. That's only American economists to say that. We have to come back to control liberal democracy with anti-power, with transparency, for example, which just meant a work. We have hard time to put it in newspaper. It's a really good, great. We've put 100% of all the patients that we have, with all the data that we have, therapeutical data that we have. Now, where those data come out of our institutes, and we study the mortality, that's not something from us. And we compare what's the mortality with the treatment they had. So it's already available, 100. This analysis is there. And we do our own analysis, but the data is available, but there's no one to look at it. There's no one to say, this isn't not working. We don't have it from the pharmaceutical. We don't have the result of Pfizer's. We don't have that information from Texas. They have asked, the court in Texas, they have asked that, but they don't have it. That's industrial secrets. So results of this expertise are not bringing out, except FDA during 10 years. Other researcher cannot look at what's in out, been taking off. So again, like this is story of Vioxx, never been known if there would be no transparency. That's something really immature. We cannot leave. We cannot do. We cannot believe only the words of the pharmaceutical words. It's not one of your commissioners doing theology. It's not a question of God. We have to know what is in control, who's controlling who, and that no one buys another one. Where's the money is coming? How do we control that? We have to look at it's the same thing than this and that. It's always the same thing. We have to learn from those lessons. That's all the questions I had for you today, Doctor. Thank you so much to be present with us, to be interrogated from us. Is there some questions from the commissars?
la peine de venir nous faire ces explications absolument détaillées et qui nous permettent de comprendre vraiment dans quelle situation on se trouve. Je vous suis personnellement depuis février 2020 et je vous remercie personnellement d'avoir été la voix de la raison et de la sérénité dans cette folie. Et ça nous a permis, à travers la science rigoureuse, de vraiment cheminer.
I thank you so much for all those words. I follow you for years now. I have some questions, precise question. I follow your conference regularly. You're talking about John Hopkins' status. I always had a little bit of, we follow that as we're thinking it's really good, but I'm reserved because of those works that you've done with Bernard Escola about the presence of a viral charge. It depends on a cycle that we use to look at it to be able to detect if there's an active or non-active virus. I know that in Quebec and other places in the world, cycles or replication of PCR have been exaggerated. So I've always been a bit questioning myself about those epidemiological curves that we see in those graphics, and we can doubt about the precisions of those results. How do you see it? How do you analyze? Because those are the data that we have access of. Maybe it gives you better pictures, more precise pictures of what happened into the epidemic. So, how do you use it? I agree with you. I can tell you something. It's a reflection element. When we start at the beginning, we were the most equipped institute. The equipments were just the most of the world. We would do 300,000 tests, PCR, a year. So we've been able to do up to 5,000 per day. So when the French politic was based on something that people don't know what a PCR is. So we don't make tests. We are trying to reach out of the patient who have good chance to have those without tests at large. It is a really magical expression of that crisis. Listen to that. It looks like a movie. The minister said, as there's no test too much, we cannot do tests. So, and us, we could do 200, 300, 400. So in France, the minister said we can. In Paris, we couldn't. So, but here we can. Before it starts up. So public health said the only that we can test, it's only Chinese that come from Wuhan, and they have fever. Others, no, we don't test them. If someone were coming into the hospital in Paris, 83, they would have fever, they he's been sick, but it wasn't coming from Wuhan. So he bring back, and so he came back in the hospital. But because he wasn't exactly from Wuhan, he was not in the criteria. So he came back home, and he came back again in the hospital. And the story is that so being treated by the one who've done the management of the crisis in France, he gave them a remdesivir, so he died in the hospital. So this case has been published in three different newspapers. This case, Lancet, International Journal. It gives out of incapacity, ignorance, and cynicism of publishing this. I would be ashamed to make that publication about that person that we brought back home twice because the criteria was he has to come from Wuhan. So that's true. It's I would have to I convince the president to say we have to make tests. That's something I've done in France. It's to make tests. So we have to look at the two great studies that we've done. Discovery made from the France in the Health Center. Maybe it's not business to do that, but that's my business in those two studies, like in other studies done. So there's a lot of people who never have been confirmed of their test of that diagnosis. There were no confirmation without a test. I would never do that. So that was only on criteria. So the doctor didn't know about it, didn't know what to say about it. So olfact, the loss of taste, the loss of smell was criteria. So they would put all the people together as COVID people. So that was the two big studies that everything have been based, but that's not methodology. That's a big error that we've done. So we didn't have the diagnosis at the beginning, especially in the big cities. So there were too many cases where we cannot react to it. So it has been diffused. So we've done millions of tests, and people were coming at our place to make them tests confirm. So 25% were false tests. So there is contamination in PCR. You can have, with distilled water, you can have a positive test of COVID just with water. So those PCRs are not trustable. I agree with that. The only thing is trustable, it's the scientific. It's always like that when we do a scientific study that with the tools we have is not good. So what we can look at, it's the movements. The movement we see. So if tests are bad, but augmentation will say, in the movement will say augmentation of cases. I have another question about a definition of pandemia. I have said that it's a question of words, and I was aware, I was concerned about what you've said about the coronavirus infectious will not necessarily evaluate in the different environment that it will be. It could be different if there's animals, it could be the climate that change, it could be different population that will bring different outcome of the risk. So how can we manage that kind of thing if we don't take care of those particularities who are probably really important on the evolution of the pandemic? That will bring a management of a more localized management of so epidemic versus epidemic. Is there confusion that we lose in there? Yes, that's true. So OMS is using pandemic to jump the flags, agitated the flag. I'm with you where the major problem that we had, especially in France, we neglige the question about our specificity, especially with the Vison. So I don't believe too much or not at all about the UN. So globally, the emergent disease, when there's a great concentration of targets possible, could be animals, could be artificially, like those who are owned by mans, or otherwise bats, or every also rats. So there's, let's say, 1 million of bats who are shaking their heads together. So that's been combined. That's gonna change. It's gonna emerge out of it. So it's what happened. That's what we saw. Le Vison. So that's what we see with the selection of many of them specifically. So we neglect to look at that. And OMS was saying that in May, June, they were right on it. But something that came out that kind of so they kill 70 millions of that. They kill them. So to control, they are aware of that. So I have asked to have the information about that as soon as possible, from to have what happened with that. Well, it took 6 months to have it. So without, so that was the sequence that I needed to do, but I have it, just a sequence, not the stuff to do my own research on it, but that was really the root of the disease in France. So we know that those animals would bring it, and we know that, like, we think that Omicron will have that. It's more like rats. So it took at least 1 year to emerge to the human. So during 1 year, without anybody to be able to seeing it. So now there's something that we can see. It's from Africa, which is possible. We're still studying it. So that's true, that all those story that was coming out after the new variant, because we didn't know what's going on. Different animals will bring some different disease or variation of the disease. So the furet is an animal like the vison who is sensitive to that. So that's not a surprise. So when the many millions of those animals, it's going really fast. So it brings a biodiversity really extraordinary. So when you at the beginning that the others, those who were walking there will be infected and they will bring it to their own family. So when you it from the beginning, and but the political never wanted to say it, so that was not manageable, so they put it off. So we knew that afterwards we knew that the violence would be sensible as well. So it was impossible to eradicate the disease. So accepting that there was a multi-factor question linked to the animals wasn't something that we could manage. So that's why they stated on one case. but it was, and then they had to show it. And what about the dogs? Some dogs had got it, so that was a sole topic. Malik, I would ask a last question. I know you don't like to make predictions. Where are we now into the stage of the pandemic? Where are we at this moment? But one bunch say that there's a variation, more transmissible, more pathogenous. Where are we now? The hypothesis is that there is a really selective pressure that does the vaccine right now. It brings a really specific pressure. So that brings something harder to aware, to put aside. So Omicron is very transmissible, and there's a different variants. It could be balanced. We don't see that it's going higher, so that it would be more like, I don't know, predictions, but I'm looking at, I observe, so with the reflection that we can have analogic observation. So there works probably in my great friend, which I work with, my first teacher. So it's not for 40 years, Michel Lancourt. We're still working. So we worked together for 40 years. That's my first student. So together we invited paleo epidemiology. So that's the infection of the past. So we've been the first one to doing that the others who have been talking about where came from those diseases in the past. So we have received some money. So the fever of the Moyen Age was coming from ignorance. I'm really happy to see that it's done of ignorance. I'm really happy to see it in the French country, because those who have done those studies were only francophone, and they publish it in French. So English people don't know them because they can read the French. So Mollare, Balthazar have been written only in French. So this literature is not known. Just known in the French people. So that's meant a lot of conflicts. So it started with the dental pulp. There's a lot of vasculation, and we can look into the teeth because it's conserved with the time. We can do genetic. It has been criticized. But because theoretically, ADN cannot be saved as long as that. But Michel is still doing his work. So he's doing a lot of work. So the first evidence that he had from the beta, but the first reference that's from the 16th century. He just signed a paper about that, a new study. So in Napoleon army, it would find some stuff. So we have to say something. An epidemic will stop alone. It stops alone. So when megaloman with a scientific power that says that only if we decide that it stops. But what we know from the beginning, we just start to understand that mutation and all this and that in organism, they become tired. And mutation are not without utility. They kill. They don't kill. Whereas, like for SARS, in average, they will keep one mutation every 15 days. When there's 7 mutation, the clone of the source will disappear. It lost all its energy. So this is explaining why all the epidemic will last 3 to 6 months, because they take mutation, but then it lasts. As if you study the history of science, Wikipedia, it's censure, it's all tricky. Wikipedia, it's propaganda. That's it. That's all. That's Wikipedia. That's all it is. It's all bought by industrials. But myxomatoes have been imported in Australia to kill the rabbits. It would have, because there were too many rabbits, but it killed a lot of others them. So the myxomatoes became more and move, and there's inverse selection that called Puffenia selection that makes virus less aggressive are the one who take place after a while. We have the impression that the alternance between the priorities for the more aggressive at the beginning, and then the priority goes to the less aggressive for the installation of what's going on. That's what we see with the flu, like a Spanish flu that will kill young, ravage a lot of people, really catastrophic. Yes, but since then, flu does not do that anymore. But this little form would be like this Espanol flu. So the natural evolution of a viral cycle is to disappear. So we've been studying a lot the pest, the black. That's not exactly the same variation that came on. So in our wherever the variation, it will disappear. So I disagree with the immunologists that would say that we need something that will stop the epidemic. So as long as there's cases, there will cases. But I do believe it's not related to humanity, the end of, but it's the viral cycle that end. It's gonna be die by itself. So there's a new mutation, or it will create another variation, but it's going to be another epidemic, or it just get out of energy and disappear. Or it become like the rhinovirus, the future coronavirus, or more frequent. They have a lot of magnification, or most of them don't give manifestation. Like in Africa, 8% of the people have coronavirus, but they're not sick. But those coronavirus we can think the origin of epidemic. We see it in the 3rd and 16th century, but slowly they became bigger viruses to respiratory. So they're supposed to, but now if you take a rhinovirus at 85, you have 33% chance to die. It's not that much, but it's on with all those people that could still have some effect. But for most of the people, it doesn't kill. So that's the natural evolution. More and more with the time, we can test the pathology, and we can speak about it another time. I thank you so much. I would ask my colleagues if they want to ask you some questions.
Au Québec, je sais que c'est mal vu de parler anglais. Enfin, je fais un effort.
I will ask. I know that in Quebec it's not good to speak French, but I'll do an effort.
Good morning, Bonjour. I'm going to speak in English because my French is really lax, but I'm going to pass my question on to Bernard, Dr. Massey, who might be able to translate it for me if you don't understand what I'm trying to say. So you mentioned the financially powerful in the context of transparency and who is controlling who, kind of like the old cliche, follow the money. But as we know, it's very difficult for people to make good decisions about their health and well-being when authorities are pressing the populace to lockdowns and mandates. So how do we prepare now should governments try these same measures again in the future?
Well, I don't know. One more time, you're trying to ask me to make prediction. I would not. What I'm seeing here is that people don't believe now. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They have been really, many people have been really, really disappointed by the fact that there was a lot of decisions that were not supported by anything. For example, because you speak in English, you may have been aware of this, because it is really probably one of the most important documents in this story is the Johnson leaks. So we have now the conversation between the Ministry of Health, so the equivalent of Ministry of Health in the UK, and Boris Johnson on the political decisions they took for confinement, for restriction, and they discussed together. And I wonder if you have read that, but this is really fascinating. The reason why they decide this is finally Boris Johnson say, well, the Prime Minister of Scotland have done that. I don't want to hurt her, so we're going to do that in England as well. So this was the rational and the scientific. So these people are clowns. This is not serious. This is not science. They're clowns. And they follow, the head clown is followed by all the clowns. So the main thing is that people are following one another. And one of the reasons is because if they got finally 2 years after, everybody understand, then it was not a good decision. They can always say, but everybody was doing this. So they don't need to think. I don't know if they can think, but they don't want to think, because they don't want. Only Sweden in Europe have had a different position. I don't know why they're so good, but they get their own decision based on their own analysis. All the other just follow the first clown that starts to work. And the first clown was mainly in UK, because UK gets a reputation to be the very best in medical research.
Thank you, Mercy.
Good morning, sir. You have commented about a wide variety of topics, from medical to censorship to government action. So I want to talk to you overall about that. So first, can you explain to me in layman's terms, in short, because we're short for time, what is the definition of a pandemic?
Well, there is no definition of a pandemic. Theoretically, pan will say, well, everywhere, and an everywhere epidemic. So this is the definition. So as I told you, it's kind of a red signal to say, well, it's terrible. This is how WHO use that. But if there is a definition, pandemic is a disease that is epidemic everywhere. This would be a definition.
Professor, can I ask you to answer in French for the audience, and they will have the translation? I know it's complicated, but...
La première question concernait...
First question was about the public, how they're going to react next time. the manifestation of government and medias. I cannot predict it, but people are getting aware. They are not than they were 3 years ago. There's something really important. I wish it's going to be part of your analysis and commentary. This question of Boris Johnson, the leak about it, in the way they've been taking care of the questions, and because they've done exactly what I've said, the Prime Minister of Scotland, they say they're going to do that, so we're going to do it, even though there is no scientific reason. So that's why they do that. So they just follow each another. So when this one starts, the others have to say, as we follow, we've done like the others. So we didn't decide that, we just followed. So the decision is really hard to do. It will ask you to think about it. If you just follow, it's easier. So the leader of the researcher was the British and USA, so they've done the decision. We're going to follow them. So except Sweden. So second question, there's no real definition. It's just a signal that is saying it's bad. It's like a red flag. So it just means that it's everywhere in the world.
Follow along and continue on that. Again, you discussed many things in your presentation. And you talked about the COVID-19 pandemic, and Dr. Massey and yourself talked about PCR testing, you know, the variability or the unreliability of the PCR test. You talked about that the average age of death of a victim of COVID is actually, that age is higher than the life expectation age. You talked about that often COVID-19 was called the cause of a death, and it wasn't sure whether that was a cause of the death. We heard testimony of as a matter of fact, we heard testimony in Toronto from a paramedic who said someone jumped off of an 8-story building and they swabbed the remains and said it was a COVID death. So when I think about COVID-19 and I think about the pandemic, the definition of a pandemic, and I think about the variability across the world, you know, Sweden you mentioned, France you mentioned, United States, etc. So there's a lot of variability. There's a lot of questions about it. You know, there's a lot of questioning about how they diagnosed it. And I want you to compare that to something else you talked to, and I want you to talk a little bit about the pandemic. The other thing you talked about is government response. You talked about censorship, and that's universal around the world, as I understand it. That happened in Paris or France, it happened in England, it happened in the United States, it happened all over the world. We have heard significant testimony from across Canada about how our institutions failed. You know, basic fundamental beliefs in our institutions, you know, informed consent failed. You talked about that yourself. You talked about the courts failing us. You talked about a number of things, and it seems to me, and this is the question, with all of that, here comes the question. Was the real pandemic COVID-19, or was it the effect that it had in ripping apart the fabric of our society? Because that was universal across the world.
Je ne sais pas, ce que je peux vous répondre, c'est comment ça nous est arrivé.
I agree with you. Some of the best I think to do. The
patients that died with COVID-19 in the patients that we followed died of overdose. But
Professeur, je vais vous demander de le faire en français. On m'a demandé de traduire la question de mon collègue pour l'auditoire ici. Donc, je vais résumer le long préambule de Ken, qui parle apparemment plus que moi, pour poser la question, est-ce que avec ce qu'on a vu dans ce qui a été déployé à travers le monde pour la gestion de cette pandémie, est-ce qu'on considère vraiment qu'il s'agit d'une pandémie en termes de maladies infectieuses qui se manifestent partout en même temps, ou bien si ce à quoi on a assisté, c'est pas une réponse de nos institutions qui a provoqué un dérangement majeur au niveau de l'organisation de la société?
That's the resume of the question. There's two things that we can say, because we have examples of countries like Scandinavia, some of Africa. There was no change of experience of life, never went back, because they managed really efficiently. And also other countries like Bulgaria, there's two phenomena very important. So the way that has been managed the pandemic, so with calm and be focused on those who have been at risk and been learning on its way how to treat it using anticoagulation, ventilation. So we have to detect that those could have thrombose. So we had to do medicine. So that's the real question. That's the general question. So more administrative, like ENA, here in us, I don't know the name where you are. So they think that we don't need doctors. The practice is not so good, so we stop that. We don't have more doctor, and the state could do it. And it could come worse, and they think that IA could replace doctors. So the states, they think, in France, it's really clear. So the director would speak directly how to take care of themselves, what to do. Don't go see the doctor. So where there's still left medicine, I do have a link with Africa. I have links there. We have to take care of the people who has a problem. In Africa, that's the way it is. They've been listening to me. We're still link. We need someone to take care of someone who is sick. We have to take care of that. That's the first time I was hearing that we don't have to take care of the disease. A minister to say that, it's really new. It's really a witness of degradation of the medicine that we have here. That's one thing. So the other thing is what's going on in America. I don't know about your numbers in Canada. I'm sorry about it. But there's obesity. That's the most important causes of fatality, mortality for all the respiratory. It's really easy to see. If you look at the obesity on the back, you're going to understand that it cannot tolerate an pulmonary inflammation. So they go down because drug and obesity. That's why states slow down. So they bring back. So the government of states. Are you happy to be Solange? So they give you a PSC, so they bring out the pain, but they addict you to drugs, and then you die. That's really important. That's both. So it's a really deep problem. That's a really deep society problem. And no, it's not everyone who is equal against the disease. So in here and Sweden, it's not too bad. But in United States, it's really different. So we know that obesity comes from sugar, Coca-Cola, and those. So there is no one to take them off those pups. There is no counter power against that. So answer our questions. We thank you so much for all the information that you brought to us that will help out. And we're going to prepare a memory and some recommendation. And that's the goal of this commission. So we thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Alors bonjour, madame, est-ce que vous m'entendez bien? Oui. Alors madame, sans façon, je vais commencer par procéder à votre identification. Donc je vous demanderai d'énoncer, s'il vous plaît, votre nom et votre prénom.
Please give me your name and your last name, Melissa Sans Façon.
Très bien. Et autre formalité pour commencer, je vais vous demander de prêter serment. Donc,
Please solemnly swear that you're going to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please say yes. Yes. So today, you've been invited by the NCI to come and testify about the consequences you have lived during your vaccination. So today I would like to thank you for your availability and your bravery. So to begin, I would like to ask you to tell us what you do for a living. I'm an advisor on the information. I work in an office for the electric company in the province of Quebec. So you have received the vaccines and you've had consequences because of them. What are the consequences that you have lived through during the vaccination that brought you here? So I went because my son, since the beginning of his life, we were afraid that my son was going to get the COVID. And so we had to go a lot to the hospital, and that's why back then they were demanding everyone to be vaccinated in order to get into the hospital, and we didn't want to leave our son alone at the hospital. So let's just say that we were pressured to get vaccinated so we can accompany our son to the hospital. So now we're going to talk about before you received your vaccination, COVID vaccination, what was the status of your health? Relatively well. I only had an irritated colon in the year 2000, but otherwise than that, I was very healthy. So today we're going to talk about right now we're going to talk about your first injection. Can you please tell us how were you feeling before receiving your first injection and what happened? During and after your first injection? So I was resigned. I didn't feel it necessary to get it. I was comparing it to the influenza vaccine. If ever my son needs to get hospitalized, at least I will be able to accompany him because he had a fragile health. So the first 15 minutes after getting my first injection, I had my symptoms. So I had a very heavy arm and a swollen arm the first 15 minutes, and that lasted for 4 days. Do you remember the date you got your first 23rd of May 2021? Do you remember what brand you got? It was Pfizer. And then after that, I understand that you felt some different sensations or symptoms after your first vaccination. I don't necessarily understand what you're asking me. So I understand you also got a second dose. Yes, I received the second dose. My second dose I got 25th of July 2021. And when I arrived, the nurse asked me what were the side effects of the first vaccine. And I told the nurse that I had my heavy arm and a swollen arm for 4 days after the first dose. And then the nurse said, well, you can expect that this one's going to be much more difficult than the first one. So after my second injection and 15-minute waiting room, my arm began to get heavy and swollen the second time again. So and it became numb. So then I left after the 15 minutes because I didn't expect any other symptoms. Okay. After that, can you please explain to me what other symptoms you got after the second dose? And what did you do afterwards, after you saw the symptoms? I really had a lot of symptoms. So today, what I have is I am numb in my right arm and my right leg as well. It's different intensity. Sometimes it's like needles, very painful in my arm and my leg, and my leg, my neck, and my face. Sometimes on my left side as well, but it's mostly concentrated on the right side. And you can add to that sensations of burning. How can I explain it better? Is like if I had a sunburn all over my body. And then you feel like you want to scratch yourself. It hurts, but you don't want to touch yourself because it hurts, even on my scalp. The numbness and the burning. I'm sorry, my medication makes me very thirsty. So the burning sensations have also brought on hypersensitivity on my right side, the whole right side. To heat, I'm very sensitive to heat. And then it has transformed also to the cold, humidity, heat. So anything that's wet, like a hot shower or cold, I gotta manage. I have to organize. So I have to take tempered water showers because it hurts me. And the sun, even the sun. So I have to be careful with the sun. It really reacts. It flares up. The sun is like burning me directly when I'm in the sun. The consequence is direct. After the second injection was numbness, feeling of burning up, hypersensitivity, and needles. Okay, and have you received any formal diagnosis from the health institution or medical? No, I haven't. I have spent so many times testing 3 visits at the emergency room in 1 month. Within 10 days, I went to the emergency room. They passed so many tests, blood tests, scan of the brain, of my column, for the nervous system central, and lastly, lately, 2 biopsies. 1 biopsy in last October, that was like null, and also of my skin, a biopsy of my skin. So I had to do a second time because the first biopsy was not properly done. And I'm still waiting for the results of the dermatologist regarding the skin biopsy. But it might seem that it's the same result that in my file. So the conservation of my skin has not been properly done. So I have to do another skin biopsy because 2 times they haven't been able to conserve my skin. I can't explain to you how I'm so discouraged. The first biopsy. So the first biopsy has caused even more symptoms to show up. I'm sorry. I am very incapacitated. I'm always in search of trying to improve my day-to-day. I'm hypersensitive, so I can't even hug my daughter because she's too warm. Her body's too warm. I can't even give a hug to my spouse. Even if I wear clothes, I still have to be careful because it's burning me. It's very uncomfortable. The biggest impact is the clothing. Even the clothing is burning me. So I have to change my clothes all the time or buy new clothes because the variation of how it bothers me. My clothes bother me. It's always about I have to think about every step ahead of me. What am I doing? The sun, the heat, the variation of the temperature outside. I had to teach my daughter, 7 years old. I had to tell her that she has to put up all of the protection in the windows in the car so I can go, because if I get into a car and there's no protection in the window, I can't get in. It's too painful. So it's so difficult because every day I have to think about all of the tasks that I need to do in order to help myself. So my grandparents have died, and they died very suddenly. And the biopsies have added another stress, physical stress and an emotional stress with the biopsy because I was going through the pain. And my body overreacted because I was going through all that pain of loss of my grandparents and the biopsy. And I couldn't even put my leg down anywhere because that's where they took the skin off of my leg, where my socks are. I had to be careful on how I put my socks on because that's where they took off my skin. Constantly, I had to keep a plaster on it so that no tissue or clothing would go on my skin. And after that, I had to go past my second biopsy. And the second biopsy, my body reacted a little bit less than the first time, but it's still another variety of symptoms that added themselves. So today I have 2 scars from the 2 biopsies, but they're scarred, but they're so inflamed I can't even touch them. I can't sit down or cross my legs because it hurts all the time. I can't put my socks on. Also, both of my feet, I have all kinds of shoes, and the only shoes I can wear is Converse. Even if the Converse arrives under where the scar is, when I drive, I feel like the shoe is on the scar. I'm so hypersensitive. The fact that I have constant pain all the time, that my head is exploding. Also, that I have to constantly think about solutions to help my day-to-day tasks. That also adds to the stress because I don't know what's going on with me. It's been 2 years now. And to tell myself that I'm going to be like this until I die, I can't accept it. I find it really hard to accept it. Please tell me, Madame Sanfazor, how did you perceive the reception of your condition when you went to the doctors? And how did they react to your symptoms? I consider I'm very lucky because I've also talked to other people that had other symptoms and they were told that it was all in their head. So I'm lucky. The first time I went to the emergency room, the urgent medical officer, he said to go back home and wait until it passes. And he said, go back home, it's going to spill. And she said, what? I said, what if it doesn't go away? And then I went back again. The 2 last times I went to the emergency, they really relieved me and they really took a lot of tests. Even if I didn't have really visible symptoms, they did take a lot of tests. And the last time they sent me to a neurologist, and she also. So whatever they do, I've seen so many people, specialists, a psychologist, so I can manage my pain management therapy. I'm also followed by medical cannabis, and neurologist. I don't want to point fingers, but normally what they say. So they say that I might have something lurking, sleeping inside of me before getting the vaccination, and the vaccination sparked it. And others are saying, no, it's really the vaccine. No, because your symptoms started right away 50 minutes after your vaccine, so it's quite obvious. It was the vaccine. It's very rare, the people that are saying that it is the vaccine. Mostly, especially trying to say that I had this before the vaccination and that it woke up after the vaccination. I had never had these symptoms ever, so it's hard to say that I had it dormant. Whether it was sleeping or not, it started after the vaccine, so I know that that's the link. It's the vaccine. So it is the vaccine. So how do you explain to them when you go to the emergency room? How do you explain to them? Do you suggest that there is a link with the vaccine? How do you tell them? To the medical personnel. I have never hidden that it always started after the vaccine and that it just got worse. So the first 3 times that I went at the emergency room, so the first 3 times I went during the first 6 weeks after the vaccine, it was always after the vaccine, I told them. I always told them that it was getting worse. It got worse. Every 2 weeks I had a new symptoms. That was intermittent. And then after the symptom got permanent. So after 2 years now, the development, it's a little bit slower. I don't have new symptoms every 2 weeks. So it's just adding on top of everything else that's installing, another symptom that's installing. No one knows what it is. No one is capable of telling me what it is. It's very difficult with a disease like me to have a precise diagnosis. They go by elimination. I understand. So today, I have 2 diagnoses, probable diagnosis. One, neuropathic. So the deregulation of the neuropathic the centered nervous system. So if ever I get a good biopsy, it will confirm. And then I'm going to do another test for another diagnosis, algodystrophy reflex, which is going to add also to so what I understand is the sensation. It's not supposed to be painful. It's not supposed to be painful on my skin. I'm hypersensitive of the skin. The delays are so long. I've been told 2 times. My specimen of skin have been poorly conserved, so that's why every time the biopsy I get, they worsen my symptom, and then they tell you we have to do it a 3rd time because the first 2 ones didn't work. I don't feel like getting a 3rd time because every time the symptoms are worse after each biopsy. Can you please tell us in a few words what were the professional consequences after your vaccination? In fact, I'm sorry. The first time I went to the emergency room that I went to see a doctor, it was my colleagues from the office that told me, please go to the office, to the doctor. So the arm that I got vaccinated in, the right arm, the dominating arm, the reason why I chose this arm is because of my son. My son was very young, and I always took them with my left arm, and I wanted to be sure that if I got uncomfortable with the vaccination arm, the right arm, I could still take my son in my left arm. So the reason why my colleagues pushed me to go see a doctor, they saw me go take the mouse on the right side with a left hand. And then I said, well, my arm is numb and I can't really use it, so I'm going to use my left arm. And I really didn't make anything out of it at first. It's going to pass. No, my colleagues were like, no, you got to go see someone. So I went to see a doctor. And after the 3rd time that I went to the emergency, the next week, I saw my GP. So she's like the maestro of the orchestra. She was trying to tell me to go to the emergency room, have less waiting time for me. For the papers, she was centralizing all the medical procedures. So after that week, my last visit to the emergency room, and the last appointment that I had with my GP, I had burning sensations in my arm. So she said, okay, we're going to stop you for 2-3 weeks from work. So you go see a neurologist, we pass your tests, and then we'll reevaluate. So in the end, after the evaluation, after different papers, so I got a long-term disability, undetermined timing for my disability. So I have stopped working for a year and a half now, stopped working. Mostly because my burning sensations are very strong on the right side, from the exterior of my arm all the way to my right hand. And I can't take my mouse, and I can't even keep my position in a long time, my arm position in a long time. If I'm standing up or if I'm sitting down, my right leg will become very numb and tingly if I'm standing up too long. My biopsy scars, they throb. They hurt me. So often I kid around and say, I need to act like a pink flamingo and put up my leg, one leg up, one leg down. For all of these reasons, my stop from working is going to be indeterminate until I can't find a medication that can help me. And that also is a failure because I have not found any medication that has worked for me. So I see that, Madame Sanfasson, that you are wearing something on your right arm. Can you please tell us what it is? Yes, it's so since Christmas time, this past Christmas time, my symptoms have worsened so much that hypersensitivity. I always have to wear a bandage on my forearm, my right forearm, where the hypersensitivity sensations are the most acute. It's not very tight on my arm. I can't. It's just there, loosely. It's really to create like a support between the elements. Because, like I said, just a sweater could be okay one day, and the next day, the sweater. On the right side, I'm always overreacting. So to put that on the bandage on my right hand, on right arm, I don't write. It's just to help me pass through the day-to-day tasks. So if you break your leg, they're going to give you something to help you walk. Well, this is my support to be able to pass the day. So on my desk, I have an ice pack, homemade ice pack, because ice is the only thing that permits me to diminish the sensations of burning. So I constantly have ice packs with me. So I had to food grade ice packs because those were the only ones that really worked on me. The pharmacy ones didn't work on me, and they last longer, more than an hour. I don't need them constantly, but when my hand is burning too much, at least I can put my hand on it helps me to continue. So now we arrive at the end of your testimony, Ms. Sansfaçon. The Commission has asked me to ask you how things could have been different so that things would have been better for you. I know that it's been very difficult with your severe symptoms. What could have been done so that you could have been better? So is it about the vaccination or what I'm going through now? So in general, it could be for vaccination or what you're going through now. Generally, how could things have been better for you? It's sure that the vaccination, even if the term they didn't force us to go get it. I'm not going to hide it. The reason why I went is for my son. I wanted to be there with him. If he was going to the hospital, I wanted to be there with him in the hospital. If it wasn't mandated to accompany someone to the hospitals, I would have followed everything else. I wore my mask, the Purell. I would have done everything else, but I wouldn't have gotten vaccinated. That's for sure. When I think about it, why did I go? Why did I do this? It's always for my son. What's draining me is the fact that the medical personnel in general don't want to make the link between the vaccine. As soon as you talk about the vaccine, and I told you before, I've never hidden the fact that it's always been the vaccine, but they're always trying to divert me that it's not the vaccine. And I always tell them, no, it started between 15 minutes after, so it's very clear after the vaccination that it's that. But they don't want to recognize the personnel, medical personnel do not want to recognize at different levels. And that's also that I've heard from other people that have had the vaccination issues. We are not supported because we don't feel understood. Since they don't want to even look at it, at the link between the vaccine, they're kind of telling us it's in our head, but it's false. I don't have a physical. You can't see it when you look at my body. That's what I tell people. It's like they consider that there is an emergency because I'm not bleeding to death, but my quality of life is suffering enormously and more every day. Even with the biopsies, that has worsened my symptoms. The delays are so long, and I understand that there's missing personnel, and there's a lot of people sick, and I don't want to pass in front of everyone. It's just that I really have the impression that because I'm not bleeding to death, there's no emergency. They treat me like there's no emergency, but I feel the emergency. My daughter has compared me to a vampire. Truthfully, it's kind of like I can't go out because it's painful. I have to be in the shade. We go to the park with the kids. I have to go under the shade. And the other parents they find me weird. Unless they know me, they know. If not, they're wondering what is she doing under the playground installations. And it's draining mentally, physically, minimally. We can't change anything because I've already got the injection. We have to look forward. But I want to be recognized, but to be told, I know it's the vaccine. Don't worry, we're going to do the proper steps because we know that's what it is. Just that would be worth gold. but it's difficult. I thank you for your testimony, Mrs. Saint-Fasson. Maybe the commissioners have any questions for you. Do you understand English?
Votre témoignage. Excusez-moi, je vais poser mon question en anglais, mais si tu peux répondre en français. Your injury been reported to a vaccine adverse injury reporting system such as CAFIS in Quebec or in Canada?
C'est une bonne question. Je sais que j'ai un médecin qui a... traduire d'abord la question en français pour pouvoir ici. Donc, la question de ma collègue, c'est de savoir si votre blessure vaccinale a été proprement remontée dans les autorités de santé. J'ai un médecin qui a reporté au niveau de la santé publique. Là, si on parle de janvier l'année passée, donc janvier 2022, c'était la première personne
Oh, sorry.
à qui je parlais qui me parlait de ça.
So yes, there was a report done to the public health, to tell them that my general practitioner did tell them in January of 2020. So she did the proper steps to report at Public Health of Quebec, and the nurses at the Public Health also followed me for 1 year after the vaccination, which they normally do. But my file stays open at the Public Health in Quebec. But it's not closed because I'm still progressing with the symptoms are getting worsened. They're not doing any follow-ups, but if something goes wrong or if I need to add to my file, I have a number where I call, and there's someone that's going to call me back that talks to me. If not, the same doctor, the general practitioner, is also doing some steps to fill out to the indemnization of the Québécois program, the Quebec program for indemnization. But we can't because we have to wait for the biopsy results, which we don't have. So I don't know when it's going to be ready.
Merci. Merci.
So that'll be all. Thank you, Madame Saint-Fasson, to come here today to the NCI. I permit myself to congratulate you for your courage and your availability. Thank you, and have a good day.
Hello. We will first identify yourself. My name is Pierre Chaillot. We get to assessment your testimony. Do you pledge to say all the truth? I agree. Mr. Chaillot, I will provide introduction to you, and if I make a mistake, just let me know. you're a statistician at a university, and you do statistical collection of data every week for several websites from the government in France. Your background in engineering, in statistical and economical institute. You've participated through more than 20 studies. And as a citizen, you've been interested in the COVID crisis, and you have a YouTube channel anonymously posting your findings. And the citizen activity is not rewarded or paid off. There is no publicity, neither for the publication or research that has been done. He has published a book about COVID, what reveals the test, vaccine, and hospitals findings. And the loyalties are given away to a charity. Mr. Chaillot will provide information on his research as well as a PowerPoint for his findings. Study of statistical misused.
Oui, mon propos, ce que j'aimerais que vous expliquiez aujourd'hui.
What I would like to tell you today is about the statistical information has no meaning. It's only a numbering. And to understand a statistic, you have to understand what you're counting. What's important is what and how. So the final data will depend upon the intention of the person who's counting. And to my opinion, every statistic that was provided for COVID is not based on real information. Nothing has been done properly, and the book says about a fraudulent data collection. I will start with the death because it's the most important part. Nothing happened about the death. Before talking about that, it was necessary to take into account the age of the population. So the age of the population is a meaningful information. This is the number of deaths in France. So we can see here the amount of death since 1962. In 2020, there was a record of death. There is more and more elderly people in France, and it's explain why there's more death. So this is a chart about the amount of the population age by age. Men on the left, women on the right. In 2000, there's a big break based on the Second World War, where there were less births during that period. And the baby boomers are below 50 years old. It was a baby boom after the war. In France in 2000, 9,430,000 French people that are 65 years old and above. In 2020, there is more death of people that are 75 years old and below. There is an exponential chart. Taking into account the evolution of the age pyramid to calculate the death rate, taking into account the death standardized by age, it says that 2020 is the less has less record of death compared to previous. It's impossible to find any data across the world that proves that the amount of death is above in 2020 compared to the other years below. People below 75 years old compose 80% of the population, and there's no proof that there are more deaths in this age gap. To his opinion, that level of death is lower in 2020 than any other years before. So there's no possible connection to be made with the current situation. He did it through all the European countries, and the amount of death per country in 2020. So for Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, it's the least. There's the least record of death among these countries. And so the chart shows the amount of death, the least killer year for every country. He says that it's wrong to say that there has been more and more death, which is not proven by the statistical recorded through all across the world. There has not been a huge amount of death in 2020. You are confirming that there were not a huge amount of death for in 2020. What about hospitalization? In France, like in a lot of other countries, there was a big propaganda on the TV to expose after the first wave. There was talking about saturation of hospitalization. So this is a chart for the amount of COVID patient who represent 2% of the amount of hospitalization altogether in 2020. He says that it's ridiculous and impossible to come to the conclusion that COVID is responsible for all the hospitalization. It was insignificant. It's even worse on this chart. This is the number of days in hospital. And you see the previous years in blue and green, and in red is 2020. And we see that there's less hospitalization in 2020 compared to other years. So the French government decided to put away all the patients already in the hospital to keep beds for COVID patients, thinking that there would be a a huge amount of people coming in, and finally nothing really happened. The beds were halfly occupied, and there were no COVID reported in hospitals. We would like to talk about the different sickness. Is there any epidemic? This is the third level in France and everywhere in the world. There's a network called Sentinel, and they record all the different sickness and epidemic event across the globe. So on this chart, you have the amount of sickness for 100,000 people. So during the winter 2014 and 15 as a steep is steep in on the chart, and everything in red on the right is the people sick reported from COVID-19 and people that were consulting doctors for and we never reach more than 200,000 people for 100,000 living person. So the doctor never saw anything specific to come to the conclusion that there were actually an epidemic of COVID. Everybody was afraid, and finally, there were no real cases. There were not enough people to be able to conclude to an epidemic. So this is the three main topic to be discussing to find out what were they counting in statistical since the beginning. There is a question about the test and also the possible sickness, the identified sickness. So that's a good question. Since there was no possible link between the sickness and the vaccine and the test, they had to change the definition, and the OMF created a panic in China in 2009. Before starting to call a situation a pandemic, you had to find real sickness for. So 2009 was considered as a psychose because it has not only to count the sick people, but the case. So instead of having a sickness epidemic, we have an epidemic based on tests. This chart is about a record. These are new case of confirmed cases in COVID-19. There is a synchronization of data collecting across the world at the same time. For the tests, they're not all provided everywhere, but there's a start of data collecting at the same time across the world. What people must know, the way that people are recorded within hospitalization, so the record has to be done upon the International Classification of Disease to standardize the cases. And there is a new case from the OMS in 2020. So the WHO requested that everybody use the same terminology to identify sickness across the world. So there was two codes to be used, that U07.2 and U07.1 for confirm, non-confirm for number 2, and confirm for number 1. So this statistical chart for France, available on Scan Santé in France. So since 2019, the COVID code. So this is a chart for the financial reimbursement for the hospital according to different sickness. So infection and respiratory inflammation for people above 17 years old. There was an explosion of the coding since 2020, 400% higher and 500% higher in 2019, 2020. So all these coding were done against all other codes. So was identified to bronchitis, asthma, pulmonary edema, and everything related to the lungs. Every other respiratory sickness disappeared to the profit of COVID-19. This is just a coding transfer. Everything that is called COVID-19 now is the sum of every other respiratory sickness that were existing previous COVID. So to him, it's a transferring coding information. And everything that is coded with COVID is better financed than classical cold. So it's financially beneficial to code COVID. He says that there's no new sickness. It's just a transfer of coding. Before talking to you about the tests that are the key to all the situation, it would be important to the cause. We're going to talk to you, Mr. Chaillot, about the efficiency of the vaccine, and I'd like to talk about also the death cause. There was no real hécatombe. There was no hospitalization or visible pandemic. There was a high level of death. This is two different neighbor countries, France and Germany. And this is every death, every week since 2013. So every winter, there's a rise of death in the northern hemisphere. In 2020, this is a peak of death during the confinement in 2020 in yellow. And the neighbor in Germany during 2020, nothing happened in Germany. There is no confinement, and there are strict rules, but nobody is confined, such as in France. And in France, confinement and a lot of death. And in Germany, no confinement, nothing happens over there. It makes no sense between countries that are neighbors. So this is everything in red is a high level of debt with Eurostat data, which is official. 9 on 33 countries are touched by an excessive amount of debt. So in France specifically, this is a neighborhood in France. Only 14 on 100 different boroughs that are touched by the amount of death. It's not even they are not even connected within themselves. It's basically the rows in the middle is Paris and the borough around. There's no correlation that can be made according to this data. So once again, I'm telling you that these information are done simultaneously across the globe. And the peak of death between all countries, all these countries that are spread across the globe, and there are several days between the peak. It's hardly possible to notice a possible epidemic through this data that was collected on different time frames in a very short period. So what I've shown for France, we know where people die from when there is a death reported. So it's either from home, from the hospital, or from elderly people home. So people found at home, people were never recorded as COVID cases, so they die from home. So the over mortality in March and April 2020. So the institutions pledged that it was based on COVID, but there were no autopsy to prove that the information. There is an official report from public health from France that there was a huge lack of ER meeting. So people weren't getting proper treatment for their situation, for not going to the hospital altogether. So between 4,800 and 6,000 people that die from heart disease that were not well taken care of. Nothing to do with the virus, but only with the lack of treatment. Same thing for the elderly homes. This is the amount of death every day in blue, and in orange it's what has been reported as COVID cases. So once COVID is on, everything else disappears. There is about 5,000 deaths during this period. So the government has decided, with the help of consultants, that elderly people wouldn't be accepted in hospitals and because of their situation. So the only solution was to provide a helping to die program. So the Rivotril was authorized to actually end the life of elderly people that wouldn't be taken care of in hospitals. So this palliative treatment was about 5,000 people, which represent exactly the amount of death, the excess of death that is shown here on the chart. And you can see the second wave in 2020, because we don't treat elderly people anymore. We just want to lead them to end-of-life treatment instead. For this chart, you have the data from England as well. So this is from the World Organization, the Britain World Organization. So the midazolam that was not in France anymore was sent in Britain instead, and this is where they had the same protocol. So the last place people die is in the hospital. Well, it's usually the first place where people die in France. It's about 1,000 persons every day. you can see that the deaths are reported lower as soon as we record COVID patients. And there's still a rise in 2020, in March and April 2020. And there was a report published about a specific chart for this at the same time. On the orange line, this is the time that is spent between the time people enter to the hospital, and it's a steep amount of death for the first 2-3 days at the hospital. And so people die at the day of this of entering to the hospital instead of dying after a few weeks. So he believes that this is explained by people who don't go to the hospital and try to self-medicate. And once the patient or the person cannot breathe anymore, they come in distress at the hospital, and sometimes there's nothing else to do and they die right away. He has no idea of how many people had palliative treatment at the hospital compared to the one in elderly home with the Rivotril. Believing that people should be put in artificial coma and respiratory system, and being put under a respiratory system that will lead to death. The palliative instead of treatment, and the waiting too long to get proper treatment would explain the amount of death across Canada, France. We're not going to talk about the tests that are the base of the fraudulent statistical data collection. The test is not the reality. It takes into example a pregnancy test, and there's an indication of whether or not she's pregnant. But it's not the reality. It's either yes or no. And they are very reliable for more than 90%. He believes that if boys do pregnancy test, they might have a positive test as well. The reality is about being pregnant or not. It's not about the efficacy or the result of the test. So somebody that has no symptom could be considered sick because of the test. And they would consider that person contagious even without symptom because of a test. And after 15 days, she would be considered, the same person would be considered healed and away from danger. So they put all the emphasis on the test instead of the sickness. And these tests, so to find the efficacy of a test, we have to try several tests and see how sensitive is the test compared to a population of pregnant women. So testing the test is a way to evaluate the efficiency. So for COVID-19 test, there is no standardization of the test because there's no specific information about the sickness. They say headache, heartburn, stomach ache. There are several symptoms that is attached to the COVID situation. And for this case, this is why it's hard to say that the test is very reliable when it's time to evaluate the efficacy and the reliability. So they're saying, they're saying So nothing is concrete or standardized for COVID tests. So with this French data, this is proving that the tests are not reliable. So if saying that the test would be a reliable 95%, and if the virus I'm looking for doesn't exist, we'll still find 5% of information for this virus that doesn't exist. So there was less than 5% of tests that were positive in 2021, in average. So whether the person was has symptoms or no symptoms, it was less than 5% of the people that were doing tests that really had a proof of a real sickness. So we were keeping people home under the pretense that there would be a real sickness, but there weren't. So if the test is reliable, taking into account that the test could be reliable, are the positive tests indicate a possible sickness? In 2001, there is more asymptomatic people than people who have symptoms. So the test is not coherent with the sickness. So when you have symptoms, therefore you're not really sick. Comparing the people who are positive and negative with symptoms, most of the tests, the 3/4 of the tests are negative compared to the positive symptomatic people. So the test was never to identify a sickness. It's a nonsense, scientifically speaking, and it's not a statistical data reliable. It's more a case epidemic without real sickness. In 2022, the rate of positive has raised, but it has nothing to do with the virus, even though they all vaccinated people. Every time a laboratory couldn't find a virus or found something else, they call that a variant. So they augmented the sensitivity of the test to find more and more variant. At the end of 2021 and beginning of 2022 with the Omicron variant. And the sensitivity of the test brought 30% of a positive test afterwards. So changing the protocol, we do whatever. It doesn't make sense. We change the protocol, it's in winter, people are sick, either for the people who are negative or positive, everybody is sick and has symptoms. There's a correlation with the amount of sickness and the symptoms, but there's no coherence with the test itself. There was no real guidelines across the tests. Speaking about vaccines, because the tests are not really bringing any real data, so the tests are used to promote vaccine, but do vaccine protect the population? There's very little people that really know if the vaccines are really efficient. Nobody, no big pharma ever promised that the protection would be total, so to be protected against real sickness. So Pfizer, Moderna, no one has promised that it would be efficient. So the vaccination plays on the tests, the positivity of the test itself, but not the protection of the population. So we're supposed to say that COVID-19 is dangerous for people that are above 60 years old. But these studies used mainly people 65 years old and below. So these reports were not to be taken into account altogether. So COVID-19, what is COVID-19? Is basically symptoms that are displayed here. As soon as you have one of these, you got to have the test. In this protocol, a Pfizer protocol, they don't mention that every people has to be tested the same amount of time. If we have tested more times the people who received the placebo instead of a real vaccine, then we'll find that the vaccine is efficient. There is nothing in this study that shows that the placebo and the real vaccination has been tested the same way. So they pretend that the efficacy of vaccination is 95%. Within 6 months, on the 40,000 people that were tested, they only took 8 people positive in the vaccinated people and 162 people for the placebo. So 8 against 162 for 40,000 people for 6 months doesn't prove that there's a real pandemic. So 8 on 162 provide 95% of efficacy, which is ridiculous. In the BMG, there's a testimony of a researcher that says that there were so many misdeeds and the secret has to be kept along the way. If people knows that who is placebo, who is vaccinated, then we have to make the data speak positively for the vaccinated. We have to take more information on the placebo people. For all the people that were vaccinated here in yellow, there's more case of fever, chills, and muscle pain than the people who were in the placebo population in blue. So the Pfizer study shows that the vaccine make people sick. That's the only thing that we can be sure about. So people have no choice to take medication to reduce the symptom. And that will mask the symptom. So the vaccinated people are the people who use more meds to hide the symptoms that they experience from the vaccination. Looking at the study, for the same type of symptoms, it's the same for COVID as for vaccination. For vaccination, it's the side effects, but for the placebo, it's COVID-19 that provided these effects. In the 7 first days, doesn't count in the study, so it's another bias. If we're really sick during the 7 first days and we take medication to reduce the symptoms, then we're not going to do a test. But if the placebo doesn't make you sick, then there's less chances to take a test altogether. Looking at the amount of people that were taken away from the study, on the 40,000 people, 1,800 were taken away from the people who were vaccinated and 1,600 from the placebo. It's a huge amount of people that were taken away from the study. 8 against 162 for the efficiency, and they put away 3,000 people away from the test. So it's a question of asking ourselves if there was any manipulation with the data to try to prove the fake efficacy of the vaccine. So Pfizer doesn't show that you're going to be less sick after a vaccination. It's the opposite. You're going to be more sick. And to show the efficacy against the test, there's a lot of reserve to have for this study showing all the misdeeds that were done during the study. Everything is based on the test, and the tests are fake, so not testing the non-vaccinated, testing only the non-vaccinated people against the vaccinated. So this is an example. This chart is for France, which is available online, who receive a Légion d'honneur, which is a high prize. This is showing the fake information and all the manipulation done. So with a Vax Pass, a vaccination passport, the positive case in France, according to the vaccinal status. So in orange, it's non-vaccinated people. In blue, dark blue are the vaccinated people. In black is for the second call, and in pale blue are partially vaccinated. People were testing themselves during the holidays, during the vacation to go to restaurants, and so there's a big wave of positive tests in summer because people were obligated to do the test because of the pass. So the non-vaccinated were the ones who were mostly using the tests to show that they were not dangerous. So once people go back from the holidays and they go back to work and school, there is a stop of positive cases because they don't go anywhere, they just go to work. In November, there's a new rise of positive case of COVID in November because the state has decided that every student has to do a test every day before going to school to push the vaccination among this population. So the non-vaccinated people are more positive than other people. Everybody that has 2 doses of vaccination has to do a 3rd dose of vaccination if their Vax Pass expires. So people decide to test themselves instead of having a 3rd shot. And that shows in winter how many people were tested positive among the whole group. They prefer to do a test instead of getting a new vaccination because it's free and it's less trouble. By modifying the rules, we change the data, and not having a vaccination will be less dangerous for your health than getting vaccinated. It would be safer. And the most interesting part is in March. It's the end of the fake news. So it's the end of the Vax Pass. And from the moment people stop using the Vax Pass, there is a huge different amount of positive case go with the vaccinated people instead of non-vaccinated. More you're vaccinated, more you're scared, and more you test yourself. This chart exposes every wrongdoing with it's very clear, Mr. Chaillot. Would you like to talk about the death post the vaccination? You're claiming that there was no hecatomb after the COVID 2020, but do you have any data to show statistical death and hospitalization after vaccination. I uploaded all that in 2021 or 2022, so there is no possible trace proving, but there are some signal showing. This charts from July 2022. Numbers has risen since, but this is all the side effects that has been reported following vaccination. In July 2022, there was 28,000 deaths reported. So the industry are showing that there is no proof that these sickness are related directly to the vaccination, and the big pharma are saying that there's no possible link to be made because sickness happened before any vaccination altogether. The big pharma also say there are side effects to medication, and they know they exist, but nobody reports them. So these numbers are to be multiplied by 10 to know what's really going on. It only represents 10% of the cases that are reported. Other organizations can say that it can be multiplied by 50 or 100% more. What I did is I looked at the evolution of death weekly in France and also in Europe. For this example, this is for the Portugal. There's a red line every time there's a over mortality, and in green under mortality, and in blue it's the average. So in the bottom right, this is the amount of dosage received. There's a huge mortality case for the vaccination. In Australia, there is a rise of mortality for every dose that was given in synchronicity. I've written in my book every example for every age gap. Everything is in his book. So he was trying to find correlation between the vaccination and the death. These are real data for real death during vaccination campaign. There are also in Denmark the monthly birth. Since the vaccination of women capable of having babies, there is a lower amount of babies that are reported since 2022. Everything, it goes below and doesn't go up again. In France, this is a chart from Christine McCoy on the amount of dead children that had died that are aged between 0 and 6 days. The vaccination of pregnant women started in May 2021, and there was a peak in June 2020 as well, and there's a high rate of death of birth death of babies, which is on possible that all these deaths are natural. For everything that I have showed today, there is a big misuse of information according to the death, the test, the hospitalization. And the VaxPass has allowed a artificial collection of data and wrong conclusions. And everything that was provided by the media and the institution, there are too many signals not to be enter. There's one last question, Mr. Chaillot. Looking through all these statistical information with all the detailed research you've done, what could have been done differently or not done during the COVID crisis? There is a Senate report about the China's wrongdoings for 2009. When people were sick during winter, they went to see their doctors, and every doctor treated their patients the way they think it's appropriate. And it worked. Nothing happened because there were treatment accordingly. There was a report showing that when there's a crisis, we must not panic. We see our doctors and we get the proper treatment. And then if we are very sick, we go to the hospital. But this is what we should have done. But the new report of 2019 broke the rules. So in case of a pandemic, now the rules is do not see a doctor, don't go to the hospital. A lot of hospitals were saturated because they were receiving a huge amount of patients that had the proper symptom to be identified as COVID, and only 38 hospitals on 3,000 hospitals were capable of receiving this type of patients, so they were oversaturated. What would define a person that is sick is no more the symptoms, but the tests. So when the World Health Organization decided to stop everything based on a result, so there was a big psychosis. What is a person that is sick? It's not somebody that you identify with a test. It's somebody who has symptoms, who needs treatment, and that's it. There are doctors that are capable of healing people that are sick, but by changing the rules, my questions are concluded. I will leave a moment for the commissaire to ask a question. Thank you for your collaboration for this citizen consultation.
Bonjour, M. Chaillot, merci infiniment pour votre présentation très exhaustive qui éclaire vraiment beaucoup de choses. J'avais pas énormément de questions, mais il y en a.
I don't have a lot of questions.
Vous avez présenté des comparaisons entre les différentes.
You compared different countries' rules that had different ways to handle the COVID situation for the same period of time. If there's a virus circulating, there's no barrier, physical barrier that can stop it. So it should have the same effect across the board. In France, you've mentioned that looking through the borough, there would be a high concentration in certain boroughs compared to others for the effect of the pandemic situation. What would be your explication for this? Would the administrative procedure would be different for this borough, or Is it because the population is different in this specific borough that would have a different impact on the population? The two principal cause for the high level of mortality, it would be the elderly people in elderly home wouldn't be treated. They would just be treated for palliative. For the Paris hospital, there would be a group of intervention, and doctors would inject people quickly with the palliative treatment. So the elderly people were condemned, was done principally in France, in Île-de-France, Paris. And that's why there's a high level of death in this specific region. Secondly, the hospital that panicked with the situation and started to put people on ventilation and artificial coma. In Marseille, they didn't want to do it because it would create more harms for the patient than good. So the hospital that took this protocol for ventilation and artificial coma tend to show that there's a high level of mortality. To be able to have a clear view, he would need the data to find out. So the level of panic, the order that are given, and the way it is handled, nothing has to do with the virus. It's the administrative situation that correlates the result. My other question is about there would be a virus circulating that would lead to hospitalization, sickness, and death. Are you denying that the virus could cause sickness in big amount, or are you questioning the effect on a huge amount of people? Does it exist among the population? Is there a real virus circulating in the population and targeting people that are fragile or has a health situation that would lead them to have sickness? I am not a doctor, not a virologist, not a biologist. I cannot tell you if there's something really happening based on fact, but there is no statistical trace showing that there is a real virus anywhere. So the charts are proving that there's no really case that can lead us to believe that the COVID led to this huge amount of death. So it's not possible. There's too many incoherence. He wants proof, scientific proof, that we do have a virus that would lead to this mortality. And I maintain my opinion that statistically speaking, it is not real and has no real proof according to statistical data. The only thing that he can bring to the table is that the way of coding has changed and the way of dealing with the information has changed. So there's nothing that can be we shouldn't pay attention to this information. It has no real effect with what we lived. In which term the deployed of the vaccine brought more hospitalization based on the side effects. It doesn't look like there is a real signal that vaccination brought more sickness. When there's a a huge campaign of vaccination among the population. And the administration of dosage, we should get data on that, on the vaccination status of the people that are dying. So the data probably exist. How come we cannot extract the information properly for that case? It exists in France and in every country in the world, but they don't publish any information. They started in Scotland, but in England, Norman Fenton does exceptional work showing that the efficacy of the vaccination shows that the people who are vaccinated and die are not put into the vaccinated pile because there's a gap delay of days before they're considered vaccinated after receiving a shot. So to his opinion, we have to complain and request information, and even if we have number, we cannot believe the quality or the efficacy or the reliability of the number that are provided. We have to double check everything that is provided to make sure that it's reliable. I'm so sorry, I have to go because I have another meeting. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your time. I know you have other meeting. It is very appreciated. Your suggestions are going to be taken into account. Thank you.
Nous allons nous arrêter pour le lunch. Ça va être moins long qu'on avait prévu. Malheureusement, comme vous avez vu, les témoignages sont passionnants, mais ils durent des fois plus longtemps que prévu. Donc, le plus tôt possible, 30-40 minutes maximum pour un lunch, et on recommence pour une après-midi.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims, and we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jefffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
Well, then you're an older fellow, too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming
that's not
process.
necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of course, yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so one a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on Earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them, so they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Like each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children, so that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah.
And
average people. Yeah. I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20, And then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out what would not preserve a body long term, so that we can present a person that is reasonable to them, their appearance that they should be, right? So when I was seeing the return, I started to notice anomalies in what the return was. So that went on for about 3-4 months. And the return was more viscous. And it's not like I hadn't seen that before, but you didn't see it consistently every single person, right? Now I'm seeing it every single person.
Now, you have to explain to us what more viscous is.
Viscous, thicker, darker, sticky. And that return, I call return, it's return blood, right? So that return blood was stickier, thicker, darker. And then I started seeing that return blood would have a little tiny pieces of clot in it, and the clot would be like a currant jelly clot, but it's tiny pieces, like pinhead sized. But it was almost like polka dot coming out, right? So polka dot pattern, sticky viscous, more thicker blood, darker, and then these little pieces of clot that kind of looked like a polka dot pattern sticking to the embalming table, and of course that goes down the drain, right? But it was just different. There was something different. I would call it maybe dirty blood, if you want to make a sort of a basic example, right? So the blood was dirtier. And at first, I'm really conscientious, right? So I notice things, and I'm known for that. So at first, I was sort of like, this is weird, right? But you can't, like, I'm an embalmer. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor, right? I'm an embalmer. But I notice things. And a lot of people do, and a lot of people don't. But in retrospect, there's an awful lot of people in my profession that are also saying the same thing. So they won't tell you that in person. They certainly wouldn't go public like this, but that's what they're telling me.
Did you see changes in persons that were dying after the vaccines were introduced?
Yes. So it was kind of horrifying. Well, it is horrifying. So there was an escalation of middle-aged people's deaths, like just average Canadian, came home from work, had dinner with the family, and died suddenly at home. So that was that went on for maybe a good month and a half, and usually an evening call, so what we call a night call, okay? You would send a removal team out, 2 people, because they're going into someone's home, right? So usually a night call or a night removal would be in the middle of the night. Like it might start at 1 o'clock in the morning, you might get one, you might not, right? And then there was a lengthy period of time, like many weeks, where these middle-aged people were dying kind of like right after dinner at their house with their families present. And they weren't being investigated. They were coming to the funeral home. And I was looking at this and I'm like, this should be investigated because it's an unusual death. It's an unexpected death. But no, it wasn't investigated. It was almost like they dialed it in and brought the person into our care at the funeral home, right? And then didn't worry about them.
So there's a couple of things there. So you were telling us that, excuse me, typically a call is around 1 a.m. or after 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, like middle of the night is when if you're going to have a night call happen, for some reason it always seems to be that 1 o'clock in the morning kind of time frame.
And prior to the vaccines, roughly how many calls would you guys have on a night?
You could get one in an evening, you could get two, you could get none. And then for a while there it was every night, 1, 2, even maybe 3. Always completed before 11 o'clock at night. So my removal staff were loving that because they weren't getting called out of bed, right? Yeah, they thought that was marvelous. And I was saying, why can't you see the pattern? Like, so everything's a pattern, right? Like, we're not really all that different. None of us are. We think we are, but we're not. So when we die or when we breathe or when we're born, there's patterns. And as soon as you see an anomaly and a pattern, you should be going, why is there an anomaly? But nobody was asking, why is there an anomaly? And then I'm a funeral director, and it's not my job to ask, why is there an anomaly? But I was asking, right? Like, why is there an anomaly in my mind? And so I started asking my coworkers, like, what did you see? Where were you? What was it like, right? Family there, after dinner, average people, average home. It was an anomaly, a big one, obvious one, but it was like everybody had blinders on, right? So I don't know why nobody noticed, but I noticed. I was rather concerned.
Now, my understanding is early on you had an experience with a 47-year-old man that it seemed unusual. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so, okay, so you have someone that's so healthy, like you can't miss it, like healthy. Like if that gentleman walked in the room right now, we would all turn our heads and say, my goodness, what a good-looking man, right? Healthy, strong, fit, tall, like huge, healthy person. Gone, right away, just, and his family told us that now he was his death was investigated, and his family told us point blank he died from clots. That's what they were told.
And had you ever seen a person that age and that fitness that had died of blood clots?
Had I ever seen that before?
Yes.
Heavens, no. No, too healthy. No, not healthy people.
Okay, so that's why that sticks out in your mind, is it was so unusual.
It sticks out in a lot of people's minds, I'm sure.
Now, did you start seeing any basically scarring or anything like that on shoulders?
Yeah, so for a long time, people were coming in with that, like a little Band-Aid, right? And I'd kind of go, okay, Laura, it's just a Band-Aid, like ignore it, even though, like it was just unusual deaths with a Band-Aid, right? That's how I'm supposed to look at it, because I'm not a doctor, I'm an embalmer. But the reality is I'm looking at this and I'm going, yeah, there's a little tiny Band-Aid on everybody's shoulder. So that tells me, I mean, Band-Aids, they last, 2-3 days if you're lucky, right? So that tells me there is a problem.
And what were the ages of these people coming in?
Oh, full range. Full range. Yeah. Actually, at that point, to be kind of clear, more clear, at that point, people were, I would say it was that retirement age at that point, because I was seeing people that were like maybe 60-something older with the Band-Aid.
Now, earlier you were telling us changes that you saw in the blood.
Yes.
You were seeing little clots.
Mm-hmm.
You were seeing color changes.
Yes.
Was there also something else happening that you were starting to observe?
Yeah, and that's what everybody wants to hear about, right? So first, like you said, the viscosity changed, which means the color is going to be deeper, right? There's a stickiness. It's been termed dirty blood. There's small microclots in the return. And the odd time, there was like a rainbow slick, right? Remember the 80s? They had those rainbow slick dresses, or oil slick dresses, I think they called them. You would see that on the odd occasion, which is really weird. And then, and nobody can put their finger on it. That's the weird thing. So in the spring of 2021, so we're talking April, May, so 4 or 5 months after the rollouts of the gene therapy, right? So you would, the first time I saw it, I thought it was a parasite. So we have something called drainage forceps. I use a pair, generally speaking, that are about this long and then have a handled port, and you can squeeze them like tweezers, right? So curved tweezers, think of them that way. So I use that to pull anything out of the way on the venous side of the body, so where you're draining the return blood, okay? And all of a sudden, I was having trouble. I couldn't understand, right? And then I pulled it out, and I went, and I kind of, you know, you can turn the drainage forceps and you can see what's in it, right? And I'm sort of like this, and I see something that I thought was a tapeworm, which was weird because tapeworms shouldn't be in a circulatory system, right? And then I'm seeing, like, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, is this a parasite? Because a tapeworm's a parasite, that looked like a parasite. And it was at that point maybe, you know, like 3-4 inches long, right? That's a small one. But at that point, that was a huge one for me because I'd never seen this before. This was a whole new anomaly.
So I just want to make sure. So, I mean, at that point, you had been embalming for a quarter of a century, 25 years.
Yeah, with
and
a heavy focus on it, yeah.
You had never seen anything like that in your career.
Absolutely not. So blood clots are sort of in a few categories. There's current jelly blood clots, there's chicken fat blood clots, there's just sludging, which is thicker blood in general, and then there was this anomaly, which I thought was a parasite, but it's not.
In what percentage? So this starts in April, May of 2021.
Yes.
So once you saw your first one, how common was it?
It just happened. It just kept happening. It was everybody. So there was that.
And how much of this would you find?
Over time, it got bigger. So when I first started seeing it, it would be small, right? And then when I started seeing it near the end of my time frame there, if you were to take a small side plate, like a bread plate, and put spaghetti on it and kind of heap it, that could happen, yeah. Yeah, and they're longer and longer. And then the integrated jelly clots at the end, of course, adds to the confusion. Like if you were thinking it was a parasite, right? The integrated jelly clots were always at the end.
So can you explain what you're talking about when you say integrated jelly?
Okay, so if you think of a white, have you ever seen those erasers that you push out and they're like a pen, but they're a circle, right? Like they're round, cylindrical. So you think of one of those, right? But then it maybe has a couple little tentacles of eraser coming out the end. And then there's a blood clot that is integrated into the end of those tentacles. It felt like it was a parasite that was feeding off a blood clot that it created in the body. So when you think of a parasite, you think because it feeds off of something, right? So then you see the jelly clots at the end of this parasite, right? You see those and you think, are they feeding off of us as humans, right? Out of our circulatory system. Because they always had the current jelly integrated at the ends. It's something to see, let's put it to you that way. It's horrific.
I'm going to show some photos now. Just so that nobody believes that you took these photos. These are photos you basically had an embalmer from elsewhere share with you so that for the purposes of this presentation you would be able to show us what you're talking about. So, David, could you pull up this computer screen, please?
Yeah, that's it.
So am I correct that this is basically what you would be pulling out of bodies? I appreciate this isn't an embalming that you did, but this is typical of what you would see.
Yeah, so that would be, if you were thinking that I started seeing this anomaly in the spring of 2021, then I would have been seeing that closer to the end of the year because that's a fairly large amount. And you can see, like, it's unfortunate it's not stretched out, but you can see where the current jelly cots are the darker pieces that are integrated into the white fiber mass. That's what I call them. I call them white fiber masses because they are fibrous. They are stretchy, kind of, and they're you can't break them easily. You need to cut them. The white fiber branches, so it's like an exact duplicate or a cast of the inside of an arterial system.
So just so I'm clear,
yes,
and it's clear for everyone else, where are these coming out of?
Everywhere.
No, but what part of the body?
Everywhere. Everywhere. But I had to change how I embalm because of these. I have a routine now. Well, I did. I don't have it anymore. I don't have to do it anymore. But I had a routine, right? So I would go into the carotid artery where we always start embalming on an average case, right? I would go into the carotid artery and I wouldn't even try to put the cannula in, which is what comes from the pump, right? The vat. There's a hose and there's a cannula. It's a little crooked piece. It goes into the carotid artery. I wouldn't even try to put it in. Why would I bother? It's plugged anyway. So I would open the carotid artery like normal. I would take a small pair of forceps and go in and pull. And I would find what I call the fish. I named everything because that's, I guess, how I function. But yeah, I would pull what I call the fish. And the fish would be an exact cast of the inside of that person's artery. So it usually was approximately this long, and it sits here. So if we go in here, right, it would be half the fish would be towards the head, and half the fish would be towards the heart. So then once you pulled the fish out, you could put the cannula in, you would start the embalming. And what I quit doing, quite often we like to back pressure the human circulatory system to allow more fluid to go into the body and go everywhere, like right to the toes, right to the fingers, right? So I would instead not back pressure. I would open the venous system fairly quickly after starting injection and start pulling return, because I would see what that picture was, right? That's what I would start to see fairly quickly into the embalming. And I would be looking for it because I knew it was coming, right? So when you know something's coming, you have to change how you care for somebody, and you have to change your approach and your perspective, right? So embalmings that normally would take a couple hours were now taking like 3 or 4 hours because there was a lot more work involved.
And I just wanted to clarify, like when I say where are these coming from, it's from the circulatory system.
Yes.
So, okay. So we're looking at this one. I'm just going to pull up another one.
Yeah. That's small compared to some of them. But you can see there that those have been washed off. So you're seeing what I call the white fiber mass, because I didn't really have a name for it. And if you were to cut those, there's no hole in the middle. They're solid. So they're not, like a lot of people were thinking that they were the lining of the circulatory system. Somehow it was lining. No. It's plugging. A technical term would be the clot, right? But I hesitate to use that because people assume it's a blood clot. This is not a blood clot. This is something else. This is something new.
And I'm just going to go to the next photo.
Yep. Right. Okay, so those are some skinnier ones because you can see that they were branchy and they were down into smaller parts of the circulatory system, so they were closer to the capillary beds. And you can see that the fellow that took these pictures and was doing the work, right? He has been keeping samples. I didn't do that, but he has. So you can see that the color has changed a little bit in those ones, because if you look, the fluid that they're in may be a bit of it's type of embalming fluid, but it's to maintain, like you can keep them long term, like samples, right?
Right.
So I think that's maybe what he was doing there. But if you look, like if you look closely, you'll see that the ends of those fiber masses are quite small, very tiny. And that's because they're branches going into very tiny vessels in the human body. So they're really small. They're everywhere.
Now, before COVID, I expect that there would be a certain number of autopsies done.
Yes.
And after COVID, that I'm asking if there was a change
Yeah.
in the number of autopsies, and can you please tell us about that?
So the concept was autopsies are too dangerous because there's a virus that's going to kill everybody, right? So we have to not worry about these things. We'll do them if we absolutely have to, but they just didn't do them. So I guess it would set the concept in people's minds not to do them, right? So, oh, well, it's pretty obvious why this person passed away. We'll just write that on the paper.
So just so that I understand, because you're describing types of deaths that you hadn't seen before, such as, middle-aged people just dying after supper in front of their family, so at a different hour.
Right.
And so these are unusual deaths, and is it your evidence that there were not autopsies being done to explain this change in pattern?
Yes, I felt that they were kind of dialed in, right? We'll just sign this piece of paper and dial it in. But again, it goes back to, it has nothing to do with each individual, right? It does, but I mean, each individual is very important, but there's a broader spectrum, right? It's like, if you see an anomaly in a pattern, whose job is it to call that out? Because it's not my job. It's someone that's got a much higher pay grade and much more power than I would. I'm just an embalmer. Why am I here? There should be other people here.
But you do know if a body's been autopsied or not. So
Oh, very clearly, yes.
Yeah. Right. So you're able to tell us about. So actually, were there fewer autopsies done?
Way less, yes. Well, but you have to put that in perspective too, right? So if I'm talking about a change in the pattern, and that change means that I'm seeing deaths that should have been investigated, and they're not being investigated, then really there would have been an escalation in autopsies, not a decrease. So I'm seeing a decrease from the norm, but then we're not in the normal zone because there's more deaths that should have been investigated. So now there should have been more autopsies than previous to COVID. That's the difference.
Right. So basically, we were doing the exact opposite of what we should have been doing.
Yes.
Now, I'm wondering if you can also tell us, you saw a change concerning deaths of babies.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, I was used to caring for maybe 3 to 5 babies in various stages of gestation, so like the whole pregnancy. I was used to seeing 3 to 5, maybe a month, maybe 2, but quite often 3 to 5. And then that just stopped. There weren't any babies anymore.
When did that stop?
I would say February of 2021. It was winter time.
Now, you did get one that caught your attention coming
Yes.
in after the vaccination started. Can you
Yes.
tell us about that?
I don't think I can tell you about that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So,
that's,
no,
that's
and that's
over
fair
the
enough.
line. Yeah.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that it was something, you had not seen anything like that before?
No, I had not.
Okay, so you're telling us basically you're having the normal course of events pre-vaccine, 3 to 5 babies a month.
Yes. And then none.
And then none. For how long were there nuns?
Up until recently.
Okay,
So like 2 years, almost.
So for 2 years, all of a sudden you're not receiving a single baby.
Keeping in mind I worked in a very large community, right? And then I have a friend who works in a very large community, and he hasn't seen any babies until recently. But then you have to remember, I have a friend who works in a very small community, and he saw an escalation, a dramatic escalation. So it's like the small communities got a different memo than the big ones, how to care for babies during COVID.
Right. Can you expand on that? I don't understand. Like, so there's been a change. Where do you think?
So
the
a social
change is?
worker at the hospital would help a family that lost a baby. It wouldn't matter how old the baby, like how far in gestation the baby was. If someone went to the hospital and a woman was having a baby and the baby didn't live, right, then a social worker in larger hospitals, they have a social worker to assist that family. And the social worker would spend time with the family, time with the baby, give them pictures, give them footprints, and then ask them, would you like us as the hospital to care for the baby? Or do you have a funeral home that you would like to care for the baby? And then the social worker would liaison between the family and the funeral home so that we would care for the baby. And then that didn't happen anymore for almost 2 years. But then in a smaller town where they don't have a social worker that liaisons between the family and the funeral home, right? There was an escalation of small babies going through that funeral home for a period of time.
I have a friend that works in healthcare.
Yes.
Who has reported to me in Alberta that when an expecting mother's child has died in utero, that rather than the hospital taking the child out, that they're being now sent to abortion clinics. Have you heard of anything similar happening in Ontario?
I'm an embalmer, not an abortionist.
Okay. Now, my understanding is you also saw a change in your clientele that would speak perhaps to fatigue, and I'm wondering if you can share that.
Okay, so I think I've told you that I'm well known for being very conscientious and very visual, right? Like I do a visual interpretation, and you can learn a lot from looking at a person's body. They can't talk anymore, but their body does. So fingernails, hands, scars, haircut, sometimes clothing would give an indication of who a person was, right? And what I started to notice was over time, people that I was caring for and embalming, because I can only speak to the ones that I embalmed, right? But over time, you would see that fingernails that normally had been manicured were splayed, split, broken, and dirty, right? Toenails, same thing. The pedicure would still be there. Like the nail polish would still be there, but grown out probably about 3 months and not trimmed, right? You could see that the clothing was loose fitting, unkept, maybe had some food spilled on it and not kept tidy. Hair was growing out. You could see maybe they had highlights or something and they had not maintained those. And that was during a time frame that we were open for business, so to speak, in Ontario, right? And this was sort of a consistent thing. You would see that. I think people just got tired. Like when you're not feeling well, you get tired. So I was used to seeing, unkept hair or personal care at a lower standard with people who were maybe suffering with cancer, a long-term illness, because they couldn't do it for themselves, right? And now I was seeing it for people that were at home, not ill, no illness, right? Not an expected death, but you were just seeing that people were just unkept. They just weren't quite maybe what they should have been.
And then the last area I wanted to ask you about
yes.
is, do you have any thoughts on how we could have managed this situation better? But in relation to your area, I think an obvious one would be there should be more autopsies when there's a pattern change. But are there any other thoughts that you might have?
Well, yeah, so on a professional and personal level, because, I pay taxes too, like everybody else, right? We rely on, our system relies on medical care and medical personnel, right? So if those personnel are restricted in what they can look at, what they can say, what they can surmise, what they can investigate, then we're not being cared for. Our community isn't being cared for, our province isn't being cared for, because you're taking the opportunity for people who are forward-thinking to do their job, right? So when you take the opportunity for forward-thinking people to do their job away, and we're just like monochromatic people, I guess, there's no intellectual thought process or investigation. If you take that away, then people die, right? Or did it happen because the people that should have been doing that job were afraid? Did it happen because they felt that they were duped as well? I don't know what was going on with coroners, but I would say that they should have noted the anomaly, right? And maybe they did inside themselves, but I haven't seen any reports where they're saying, oh dear, we have a problem, right? And then, you know, the pathologists, right? Where were they? Well, autopsies were less, but they weren't that much less. And if that's the case, then if the funeral director can see, right, then why weren't they seeing it? Because, I mean, I was seeing these fiber masses left, for lack of a better word, left dangling out of arteries that the pathology department had cut. That's their job. But I would have to take that out in order to embalm that person. And, you know, like, they were long, right? It's horrific. It was absolutely horrific. I'm at the point where I don't think I can do what I did for a year anymore, because it has affected me. So I can do my work, but not at that level ever again. Never. Because I don't need the aggravation that it causes me. It's not nice.
Thank you. Now, those are my questions. We'll open it up if the commissioners have any questions for you.
Yes. Oh.
For your testimony. Of course, I mean, the structure you were seeing there, and it's very difficult to know exactly what it is and how it came about. I've seen video on that, and I'm wondering myself what it could be. You're not aware of any people that would have tried to investigate?
Oh, people have investigated it already. Yes, of course.
And what is it that they typically found? Because when you mention parasite, for example, to me, it means that this is not human material. It's foreign.
I'm not a scientist. I can't investigate that, but I can send you in the right direction to look. My profession, there's a few people that have been quite dedicated to finding out, like, what is this, right? And of course, that's the first thing that went through my mind too. What is this? Because this is new. So if you're extremely curious, which you should be, then you maybe want to review what Dr. Ryan Cole, who's a very dedicated pathologist in the US, has to say about that. But it's not for me to tell you what that is, because I don't know. I'm an embalmer, right? So I won't tell you what he thinks it is. Look it up.
My other question is about the timing of having these people in terms of the COVID unfolding and the vaccine rollout and so on. So have you seen a sort of coincidence of having more of these events when the vaccination rollout was more intense, or is it totally unrelated?
They go hand in hand. It goes hand in hand.
And do you see now that the vaccine has been reduced? A lot of people are no longer taking.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen a difference in your daily work?
I can't actually speak to that because I don't embalm regularly anymore. So for the past, I think we're at 9 months now, I haven't been in that environment. So I can't tell you. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming today and sharing your testimony. Bernard asked a few of my questions, but just to make sure I was listening correctly, these white fibrous masses, you had never seen them before 2021?
They don't exist before.
Okay.
2021, spring of 2021.
2021, yeah.
What's really weird is the embalmers that I have talked to, none of us can nail down a date because we didn't log it, right? We just went, that's weird, and then carried on. And then we started to go, that's weird, like all the time. So none of us sort of logged it. I've had many talk to me, and they've said, hey, Laura, like, when did you start seeing that? And I said, the best I can tell you is spring of 2021. And they say, yeah, me too, right? So there's within the profession, specifically embalmers, there's kind of like this curiosity of the timing of events, right? But when it comes to the timing of events, I've now spoken with Canadian directors across the country. I anticipate to be speaking to more, specifically those that embalm. But more and more are saying, and see, they won't say it in public. Like, I'm the only one that'll stand up and say this in public, right? Which is terrifying, to be honest. So they're telling me that they saw exactly what I've discussed today, right? Like, okay, we started seeing middle-aged people that just died suddenly that particular anomaly. We saw babies, we had different stories about the babies depending on the size of the community they lived in, but they saw that as well, right? Yes, we saw these fiber masses show up in the spring of 2021, but not every single embalmer will tell you that, and then there's funeral directors that don't embalm me too, right? They're not in the prep room every day. So that put me in an unusual position, right, within the industry. And then there's also funeral directors that have very small funeral homes, and they do all parts of funeral service for a funeral. So those people would be more likely to express it, but they live in a smaller community. So they are more likely to see an escalation, because not only do they live in that community, but they know those people and they love them, right? So they take it more to heart as well. So they're more conscious. So it's kind of an interesting industry that way.
Thank you. And so when you do an embalming, do you prepare a report or anything like that?
Yeah, so an embalming report I don't think is mandatory per se, but a lot of funeral directors do an embalming report. It's well suggested.
Okay.
Freeman Authority might come at me now. But anyway, yes, I prepared reports, and I don't have access to those anymore, right? So
what is the purpose of the report? Is it for...
It's a long-term report, so if there was an issue where someone was disappointed in the effect that we created on their loved one, then the report could be looked at, and there would be like, just an example, a woman had an unusual arm positioning. Well, that was her arm positioning, not what we did, right? So I marked on the report. And then when there was, hey, we weren't really happy with how Mom's arm was, well, we opened the report. There it is. There was an issue because of something that happened to her prior to our caring for her, right? So that's just an example. It's very rare for me to ever go back and look at a report, like very rare. Never, pretty much. They just get filed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just to change gears a little bit, early in your testimony you talked about an unusual 9-week period in which you saw a lot of middle-aged women who had ended their own lives.
Yes,
and
it was awful.
I wasn't sure what 9-week period that was. Is there...
Second lockdown.
Second lockdown, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe those are the questions of the commissioners. Ms. Jeffrey, the National Citizens Inquiry, thanks you so much for coming and attending and sharing this very important information with us.
Okay. Can I just make a quick statement? Short. It's like short.
Sure.
Okay. So if you're a funeral director or an embalmer and you've been concerned about this for the last 2 years or so, if you would like to reach out, I've set up a Gmail account, and you're welcome to reach out there. I don't know who would respond, but it's concernedfds@gmail.com. So it's concernedfds@gmail.com. And, maybe we can talk about this. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims. And we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jeffeffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
So you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
yes.
persons a year?
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of course, yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing
Okay.
changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're
Yes.
treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay. So, so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're
Yes.
obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly
Okay.
what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so one a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them. So they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Like each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children. So that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah.
And
average people. Yeah. I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20. And then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were
Yes.
introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out what would not preserve a body long term, so that we can present a person that is reasonable to them, their appearance that they should be, right? So when I was seeing the return, I started to notice anomalies in what the return was. So that went on for about 3-4 months. And the return was more viscous. And it's not like I hadn't seen that before, but you didn't see it consistently every single person, right? Now I'm seeing it every single person.
Now, you have to explain to us what more viscous is.
Viscous, thicker, darker, sticky. And that return, I call return, it's return blood, right? So that return blood was stickier, thicker, darker, and then I started seeing that return blood would have little tiny pieces of clot in it, and the clot would be like a currant jelly clot, but it's tiny pieces, like pinhead sized. But it was almost like polka dot coming out, right? So polka dot pattern, sticky viscous, more thicker blood, darker, and then these little pieces of clot that kind of look like a polka dot pattern sticking to the embalming table, and of course that goes down the drain, right? But it was just different. There was something different. I would call it maybe dirty blood, if you want to make a sort of a basic example, right? So the blood was dirtier. And at first, I'm really conscientious, right? So I notice things, and I'm known for that. So at first, I was sort of like, this is weird, right? But you can't, like, I'm an embalmer. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor, right? I'm an embalmer. But I notice things, and a lot of people do, and a lot of people don't. But in retrospect, there's an awful lot of people in my profession that are also saying the same thing. So they won't tell you that in person. They certainly wouldn't go public like this, but that's what they're telling me. Did you see
changes in persons that were dying after the vaccines were introduced?
Yes. So it was kind of horrifying. Well, it is horrifying. So there was an escalation of middle-aged people's deaths, like just average Canadian, came home from work, had dinner with the family, and died suddenly at home. So that was that went on for maybe a good month and a half, and usually an evening call, so what we call a night call, okay? You would send a removal team out, 2 people, because they're going into someone's home, right? So usually a night call or a night removal would be in the middle of the night. Like it might start at 1 o'clock in the morning, you might get one, you might not, right? And then there was a lengthy period of time, like many weeks, where these middle-aged people were dying kind of like right after dinner at their house with their families present. And they weren't being investigated. They were coming to the funeral home. And I was looking at this and I'm like, this should be investigated because it's an unusual death. It's an unexpected death. But no, it wasn't investigated. It was almost like they dialed it in and brought the person into our care at the funeral home, right? And then didn't worry about them.
So there's a couple of things there. So you were telling us that, excuse me, typically a call is around 1 a.m. or after 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, like middle of the night is when if you're going to have a night call happen for some reason, it always seems to be that 1 o'clock in the morning kind of time frame.
And prior to the vaccines, roughly how many calls would you guys have on it?
Hi, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. Our next witness is here, but I will present myself first. My name is Constantinos Gerakos. I'm a Canadian legal lawyer. In 2020, our cabinet represented public services against the government, federal, for breaking the rights and freedoms. The Auditor General fired individuals for respecting their own bodily anatomy. It is crucial in a free society to have a forum like this one. Thank you. And we shall start. The next witness is Mr. Sabatier. You hear us? It's going well, yes, I'm going well. I will be beginning by having you take an oath. Do you promise to say the truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. I swear. Your full name? Jean-Marc Sabatier. And where are you right now? I am in Rousset, south of France. Are you alone in the room? Yes, I'm alone. We will first speak of you and your CV and the message you sent us. You will be speaking with this committee. I'd like to... Your expertise, could you describe your expertise? I'm a research director at the CNRS. I'm a doctor in cell biology and microbiology. I work in a research lab since 1985. I've worked in a variety of fields. My specialty is germs and vaccines. I've been with the Central National Research Center since 99 or 89. I've also worked with Professor Montagnier.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Et présentement, vous travaillez encore dans le domaine?
Do you still work right now in that field? Yes. I work in the Institute of Neuropathology on COVID. I'm also the chief editor of an infectious magazine. Our magazine is focused on germs and diseases. Both are international magazines.
Et en quelques mots, je vois ici votre curriculum vitae qui est très extraordinaire.
I see you have an extraordinary CV. Can you say something about the patents that are listed? Are these patents you participated in creating? Please mention one or two that would be considered important for today. I'm co-authored 55 patents. Some are with the Pasteur Institute, some on AIDS, some are on germs, some on molecules that I had built or created chemically against AIDS. I've worked much on germs. I'm also chief editor in regards to molecules against germs, therefore antibiotics. It's possible that we will speak about the mode of action of the SARS virus and the injection. Hello, I'm Bernard Mercier. I'm also a researcher, but I finished my career a few years. I was in biotechnology, so I understand the story about patents. I know that during this pandemic, much work has been done regarding SARS-CoV-2, which has an important function, and you looked into that. Could you please try to explain the pathology that you can find with the infection, but also of the adverse events or the problems with the proteins, the spike protein? What are the problems associated with vaccine injuries? How can we see that you have an actual infection, or you have an infection that comes from the injection? He is going to be describing the system that triggers the mechanisms of COVID-19 disease caused by the overactivation of the hormone regulating various systems induced by spike protein. when they become overloaded and triggered by either the vaccine or high infection.
Que notre organisme fonctionne. Alors, il est responsable notamment des fonctions rénales, pulmonaires, cardiovasculaires.
It has an impact on the brain, the liver, the gastrointestinal tract, the lungs, skin, heart. It's very important systems. All these systems are affected by the spike protein and the vaccine.
Et puis, vous avez aussi le rein qui va produire une enzyme qui s'appelle l'arénine. Et en fait, cette rénine va venir...
He's explaining the system that are affected, the cascade of events on the organs.
Et donc, lorsque cette molécule donc, va être dégradée, elle va produire l'angiotensine 2 qui est une autre hormone.
So the degradation of certain molecules have a domino effect from one organ to another.
Or, ce récepteur ECA2, c'est la cible de la protéine spike, soit du virus lors d'une infection naturelle, soit dans certains cas de la protéine spike vaccinale, c'est-à-dire celle qui va être...
So either due to the high infection of COVID or the vaccine. The mRNA vaccines. He's explaining composition of the vaccine. So either one, vaccine or high infection, will recognize the receptor. So by fixing itself on the receptor, they create another hormone.
Dans certains cas, en tout cas, vous pouvez donc générer la dégradation d'angiotensine 2 qui va se retrouver en excès et qui va suractiver son propre récepteur. Et son propre récepteur s'appelle AT1R et c'est un récepteur qui est...
Again, this is all about the hormone regulating various systems that are induced by spike protein overload triggered by either the vaccine or high infection.
Mais par contre, quand il est suractivé, et c'est le cas justement quand il y a une infection au virus SARS-CoV-2,
so the infection is always triggered by the COVID or the vaccine.
À ce moment-là, ce récepteur peut être suractivé. Et donc, il peut être très délétère parce qu'il est capable de lancer des pathways de signalisation cellulaire, puisque c'est un récepteur extrêmement complexe. Ça fait partie des récepteurs.
It's a very complex receptor.
Ce sont des récepteurs à 7 segments transmembranaires protégés. Et il peut faire des tas de choses.
It can do very many things. And there's a cascade of effects. He's naming different receptors. The system has an impact in every human organ in the body. Yeah, even from the heart to the pancreas, the lungs, the liver, and the reproductive organs. When the protein overload is triggered, it will be pro-inflammatory with an impact on very many small particles of something. It's also pro-oxidative for the cells. That is very detrimental. It can create them to or make them die.
Alors, le récepteur ATR, lui, comment justement il a cet effet pro-oxydant, c'est qu'il active une enzyme qui s'appelle une NADPH oxydase, dont le petit nom est NOx. Et donc,
He's talking about the effects of enzymes and their impact on oxygen for the cells.
centrale énergétique de la cellule. Et donc, quand elle tue une mitochondrie, ben, elle tue également les cellules. Donc,
And how it goes about killing cells.
il est également pro-angiogénique, c'est-à-dire qu'il va favoriser la croissance
It will have an impact on increasing blood circulation systems, as well as have an impact on cancers. It can also send blood clots, thrombosis. It will also diminish the oxygen carried by red blood cells, which are usually carried to our cells and our organs. So it diminishes the oxygen. It has an impact on the hemoglobin and the iron content.
Étant polytoxémique en chuter la saturation du sang, du coup, il provoque un déficit d'alimentation en dioxygène de nos tissus, de nos organes.
So the organs and the tissues no longer get the amount of nutrition they're supposed to be getting.
Vous avez un récepteur aussi qui va être profibrosant, c'est-à-dire qui va être capable d'induire une fibrose d'organes.
Also has an impact on creating fibrosis on a variety of organs, the heart or the lungs. Also, this receptor has an impact on inflammation of different organs. Can increase the size of the organs and pro-cancerous. Yeah.
Ce récepteur ATR peut également faire chuter la production de monoxyde d'azote, qui est une substance très importante parce qu'elle est impliquée dans tous ces phénomènes inflammatoires.
Will decrease something in the blood. Which has an impact on cognition.
Donc vous voyez que ce récepteur ATR suractivé, soit par la protéine spike virale, soit par la protéine spike vaccinale, va être très délétère en étant donc
this receptor is induced by spike protein overload triggered by vaccine or high infection and has an impact on all kinds of organs. And the problem with the vaccines right now, especially mRNA, he describes the nanoparticles in which the lipid particles that they're wrapped in. These particles, he's talking about the components, and some of them are natural and some of them are synthetic. And when captured by different organs, they can cross over the barriers for the placenta and blood-brain barrier. It creates spike protein. It was ill-chosen. It was modified, this protein. It's like a pearl necklace with 1,293 pearls, and they're all different. Those who conceive this they modified two pearls.
En fait, ils ont substitué par deux résidus de proline. Or, les prolines sont des immunoacides, ce sont des acides aminés un petit peu particuliers parce que ce sont des immunoacides et notamment ils
He's
peuvent faire en
describing what
amont
they
une
replaced those
liaison
two
avec
pearls
l'action
with.
aminée qui est en amont qui est soit en cis ou en trans. En fait, ça veut dire que
I think they're
dans
amino
ces deux
acids.
prolines qui ont été modifiées donc, dans ces vaccins ARN messagers, on peut avoir plusieurs types de configurations. Donc une configuration trans-trans, cis-cis, cis-trans ou
There are
trans-cis. Alors, qu'est-ce que
different
ça veut dire
configurations
concrètement pour les
possible.
auditeurs? Ça veut dire qu'au niveau de ces modifications des perles, on peut
The
avoir
modification
quatre
of these
orientations différentes
pearls,
de l'action mutative. C'est-à-dire,
there could
à
be
ce
4
niveau-là, on
different
peut avoir quatre orientations
orientations
de la protéine spike, du collier
of the
protéomique.
spike
Et en fait,
protein.
ces quatre orientations, ça favorise, ça augmente la probabilité pour que la protéine S, c'est-à-dire la protéine spike qui est produite justement par la traduction de ces ARN messagers vaccinaux, des vaccins ARN, et ben ça veut dire qu'en fait, elle peut adopter différentes formes dans l'espace et ça favorise la possibilité que ces protéines S, ces protéines spike, s'associent en trimère. Et lorsqu'elles s'associent
He's describing how they can, this reconfiguration has an impact on what they can do in their new configuration.
Lorsqu'elles ressemblent à la spicule, eh ben, ces protéines vaccinales qui sont donc sous forme numérique ont la capacité de reconnaître le récepteur ECA2 et en se fixant sur le récepteur ECA2, elles font quoi? Elles font exactement ce que fait le virus. C'est-à-dire qu'elles gênent la dégradation d'angiotensine 2. Cette angiotensine 2 va être en excès.
They sometimes go and do what the disease itself would do. So these detrimental effects, of which I spoke a few minutes ago, will begin and will create severe diseases and damage different organs. And since it is linked to every organ, all the cells, all the nervous cells are affected. He's naming different types of cells. They all have AC2 receptors, even the reproductive organs. He's naming all the sexual organs and all the blood, the circulatory system as well. And it is the circulatory system is in all the veins.
Il y a aussi un système d'angiotensine qui est intracrine et qui pilote en fait tout le fonctionnement de la cellule.
He's describing all the systems involved in the cellular level.
On les retrouve au niveau des membranes des organes cellulaires, réticulum plasmique, réticulum sarcoplasmique, la membrane.
And he's naming all the diseases tied to the cellular level. And they can be present everywhere. This can be very damaging because it is everywhere. And all vaccines right now are based on this spike protein, and they all work by attacking that same receptor and make it dysfunction. So the spike protein does the same thing as the virus. It overloads the trigger and triggers spike protein. Allow me to summarize what you're just talking about. The spike protein that we find on the coronavirus engages with the system and can have the domino effect of having an impact on all the organs. Can I ask you? In the case of infections, the coronavirus infection, based on the epidemic, we can think that a majority of people have been exposed to this virus. But a great number of these people had no symptoms, at least none that could be easily seen. Is it because the immune system of these people stopped the virus from spreading all over the body to provoke these dysfunctions? Are some of them? Do you think some people had a better chance or naturally could better deal with this attack? Some people have COVID who have, when they have a serious impact from COVID, these people are usually lacking vitamin D.
Et la rénine, c'est l'enzyme qui transforme l'angiotensinogène en angiotensine 1. Et cette angiotensine 1, c'est
He's explaining the impact of the vitamin D on the system.
La présence de la protéine spike virale ou vaccinale qui suractive le récepteur ATR. Donc il faut savoir que effectivement les personnes carencées ou insuffisantes,
The people who are lacking vitamin D, and he's stating the level. So then there is a very damaging effect. The spike protein will trigger all the negative cascading events possible.
Il y a un polymorphisme génétique, si vous voulez, du système rénine-angiotensine. On n'a pas tous le même système rénine-angiotensine.
We don't all have the same system or the levels of hormones regulating the various systems.
C'est-à-dire qu'on a globalement les mêmes éléments du système rénine-angiotensine, mais on a une biodistribution des récepteurs qui n'est pas la même, et puis il y a des variants.
He's speaking about the details of this different system of rénine-angiotensine and how it varies from one person to another. And those differences can help explain the variety of effects that are seen in people. And it can change over the course of a lifetime in the same individual. It is different when you are a child, teenager, an adult, or an older person. It evolves and changes over the course of over the lifetime. And a woman doesn't have the same system as the men. He's talking about why, based on chromosome examples. We are more likely to be impacted seriously when our system, our renin-angiotensin system, is unregulated or dysfunctional or weakened. Those with the weaker systems will have more severe symptoms because these individuals are sensitive. There's a gene who, those who have that gene are more likely to have a severe case of COVID. For those who have that particular gene, if they're exposed to AIDS, they would be protected. But so there's a positive side to having that gene. So the genes have an impact on how one will respond. some individuals who are sick with a specific disease.
Des vers dans l'os, par exemple, qui ont un problème de la fabrication du collagène, puisqu'ils sont un gène déficient en collagène, ben, ces personnes-là, lorsqu'elles sont infectées par le virus ou reçoivent une injection vaccinale, ben, elles font des formes plus sévères, justement, parce qu'elles ont un problème. Est-ce que, par exemple, elles ont un problème populaire dans l'os, par exemple?
Again, different individuals react differently.
Centrer un peu la discussion qui est autour du fait que, bon, cette protéine spike, d'après les connaissances que vous avez dans les coronavirus et sa cible de prédilection, le récepteur ACE2, est-ce que c'est
based on your knowledge of COVID and vaccine, is this a common? Is this coronavirus unique? And he's responding, no, it's not. It's a beta coronavirus. He's describing the composition of the coronavirus. The interaction of the virus with the receptor, is this unusual? In 2002, there was also an epidemic, but it was SARS-CoV-1 in 2012, and it aimed or attacked, or it was attracted to a different receptor. And he's naming different receptors and different reactions.
Si vous voulez, vous avez aussi, par exemple, le virus de la tige du chat, qui dérègle également le système rénangiotensique.
He's naming a different kind of virus. It provokes diseases in cats, like COVID, but he recognizes the spike protein for the cats. It attacks a different receptor. He's naming different receptors. So the same thing can happen for cats and different kinds of coronavirus. There's a whole family of receptors. There are other ones that are
On en revient au traitement de la COVID avec cette baguette magique à l'aiguille qui fait l'injection.
The COVID treatment with the magic wand of the vaccine. You don't think it was a wise move to choose of that substance? Since when do we have sufficient knowledge to conclude? When we chose to use that protein, we should have known that problems were going to be expected by choosing that particular. In 2002, SARS-CoV was aiming for the same receptor, and we knew it was dysfunctional. And there was work that was done since 2002 on SARS-CoV, and there were sites from the spike protein that would stimulate the immune system and antibodies, which will not neutralize the virus, but actually increase the virus. So those who conceived those vaccines should have already known that we're dysfunctional with a vaccine, mRNA. And there are other problems in SARS-CoV-2. He's explaining the difference between SARS-CoV-1 and 2, and he's speaking about amino acids and
Notamment, il a été montré que la protéine spike du SARS-CoV-2 est capable de reconnaître des intégrines membranaires, c'est-à-dire de déclencher une activité dans la cellule.
he's describing the behavior of the spike protein on amino acids.
Qui s'appelle alpha V bêta 3 et alpha 5 bêta 1. Et c'est grave parce que
he says this is serious.
ces intégrines peuvent être reconnues aussi par le collagène.
This may also be recognized by collagen.
Au sein du collagène, justement, qui a aussi ces motifs RGD, mais qui sont cachés. Ce sont des motifs fétiches. C'est que, en fait, quand la protéine spike, si vous voulez, se fixe justement sur ces intégrines membranaires,
He's again speaking about the behavior of the COVID spike protein and saying how dangerous and it is. And the impact on human cells.
La capacité infectieuse, justement, du SARS-CoV-2 et les effets délétères de cette protéine spike. Et en plus, quand vous parlez de la plateforme vaccinale, elle est mauvaise parce que, vous savez aussi, au niveau de cet ARN messager, il a été complètement modifié.
He's talking about the vaccine platform that was used, and this vaccine was completely modified. And he's explaining how it was modified.
Comme base ATGC, ils ont modifié en fait le racine, c'est-à-dire que en fait c'est l'uridine.
He's naming everything that was modified, but they substituted what with what.
Parce que cette pseudo-uridine, on a qu'une décennie de recul dessus et surtout on ne sait pas trop ce qu'elle fait.
And how some of them are unknown, and we don't know what they do. The enzymes are involved, and we don't know exactly what they do. And when you replace one thing by another,
quand on les remplace, il n'y a pas de contostop. Ça veut dire qu'en fait, si vous voulez, le système n'est pas capable de bien reconnaître
makes your system cannot recognize what it used to be able to recognize. He's going into great detail as to what goes wrong in amino acids and spike protein. It's been seen in experiments. There are systems that seem to be used for experimentation. That can create DNA from RNA. Something about genomes and spike protein to be explored.
Monsieur Sabatier, est-ce que je peux vous interrompre ici parce que les explications que vous donnez sont excellentes pour un scientifique comme moi, c'est fantastique, mais je présume que beaucoup de gens dans la salle pour lesquels ces explications sont peut-être un peu trop sophistiquées. J'aimerais vous ramener peut-être à 2 points concernant la stratégie vaccinale. Vous
I'd like you to explain the strategy for vaccines, this approach to vaccinate with mRNA, which has a spike, is ill-advised for a long list of reasons that you've named. I will go one level lower. What we know of coronaviruses, should we even dream of developing a vaccine? And if this is possible, what would you propose as a strategic as a vaccine?
Pouvez-vous juste parler un peu plus lentement pour le traducteur? Ils m'ont fait valoir que juste parler un peu plus lentement, c'est tout. OK, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. To slow down if you can for the interpreter. It is possible to create a vaccine for SARS-CoV-2. A vaccine should have two essential criteria. It should be efficient and some protection. Well, the vaccines that are available right now, they do neither. They're not safe or effective. They don't stop the individual from getting infected. And it doesn't stop the transmission of the vaccinated person. So in case of infection, to the person who is not vaccinated. So it's not efficient and it's not safe, especially since the spike protein can activate a cytokine storm. So when they produce this spike protein, they modified it and they moved their positions, and they did that with a very specific reason in mind. And he's explaining how the receptors how they work and how they like to attract or repel each other and their impact on the immune system and how so the spike protein, for it to be not damaging, we would have to create one we would need to make sure that the structure cannot not recognize the ACE2 receptor that way. That way, we're not sure. It wouldn't be as toxic as it is now. It shouldn't be able to find and bind with the receptors. And then it wouldn't have the cascade effect on all the organs. It would be very important. They should have already removed the parts of the spike protein that contain a certain thing. These are the regions that stimulate the immune system. That create antibodies. We will have the opposite effect that we want. He's very precise about what happens. There's a lot of details as to what happens.
main d'œuvre qu'on aurait dû développer. Potentiellement, on aurait pu choisir une meilleure cible en la modifiant. Et la deuxième étape, c'est la plateforme de livraison. Est-ce que
So the answer is we should not have used that platform to create that vaccine. We should have used a more traditional road to create a vaccine. Do you think it would have been more safe and effective than gene therapy?
Bon, c'était logique quelque part au départ, hein, sans avoir beaucoup de données. C'était normal de choisir la glycoprotéine d'enveloppe d'un micro.
It may have been a logical decision at first, but when they started seeing all the problems with the spike protein, they should have chosen a different antigen. The N protein. Since this is the protein of a very specific thing that produces a lot of antibodies, neutralizing antibodies, and that should have been targeted. The mRNA vaccines that are available right now are not ready at all. They shouldn't be used for another 10 years. These vaccine platforms, the ones used with all the studies that have been done since the 1980s with RNA vaccines are not conclusive. We know very little. They're not stable. We don't know anything much about their distribution, how they will be translated, how they... And now he's explaining nanoparticles and the experiments that have been done, and they're not ready. They're still being studied. They're not reliable yet. So many things can go wrong. It can have impact on. So what you're saying right now, we have prototypes that are not efficient, that are dangerous, and potentially possibility that we can create something better than that. And he said we should have been inspired from the vaccines that have been created for the cats. For instance, the coronavirus for the cats. There have been studies done, and they were not fruitful. We know the coronaviruses are not very easy targets. And the mRNA vaccines, we have no long-term data, and it was a kind of insanity to vaccine millions of people with an experimental vaccine. The other vaccines, anti-COVID, with dead virus. He's naming different brands, the Chinese, the Russian, and Novavax. They all have a problem because they all have a spike protein, and that in itself is dangerous. It should have been changed not to be damaging. That would be the first thing to study before launching these studies, especially for a disease that is not life-threatening. So right now, where we are right now, you do not recommend vaccines with the mRNA vaccines we have right now. And yes, because they're dangerous by themselves, and he goes even further. There are also a bunch of boosters that are scheduled, and we push and we remind people. This spike protein, it affects immunity, our innate immunity. This system has an impact on all of our organs. Maybe even natural killer cells. This natural immunity is explaining how it is affected by the spike protein, even up to 4 days later. This natural immunity is affected, and it can induce even HIV. It's immunodepressive or diseases. When you inject too many spike protein, either with mRNA or directly spike protein, then you have an immune system that becomes deficient. And then you get autoimmune diseases. And explains how can launch autoimmune diseases. Est-ce que vous avez des questions? Il demande si les commissaires ont des questions. I'm sorry, I did that backwards.
What you've been talking about so far has to do with a properly manufactured theoretical vaccine. Can you comment? We had a lot of testimony about manufacturing issues with the vaccine. Can you comment on what additional effects manufacturing errors or manufacturing defects might have?
Donc, la question, c'est on a eu énormément de témoins à date qui ont présenté toutes sortes d'enjeux avec la qualité des vaccins tels que manufacturés en ce moment. Et la question de Ken, c'est de savoir est-ce que ces enjeux de qualité du produit, en plus des autres problèmes que ces vaccins présentent, peuvent exacerber la problématique qu'on a avec le déploiement de ces vaccins?
I'm sorry, I missed that whole sentence. I may need to ask another interpreter to come in. Sorry about that.
This can be a problem because if the spike protein has problems, and then it can bring problem because some fragments of this protein spike, the spike protein have other receptors, many numbers of receptors that are targeted by this spike protein vaccinal and can infect the functionment of cells and it's a problem. And some lots of vaccines. Thank you very much, Mr. Sabatier, for this to help us with this vaccinal problems, and this commission is going to try in the future. Our lawyer is going to conclude this witnessing. Mr. Sabatier, thank you very much for all this information. And NCI is saying thank you because especially it's not the same time where you are. And good night. Thank you.
Hello to everyone. I will introduce myself for those that were not here for the previous presentation. My name is Olivier Fontaine. I'm a lawyer, and I'm here as a commissioner for the National Citizen Inquiry that is hosted in Quebec City. Hi, Professor Perron. Do you hear us well? Yes. Thank you. So to begin with, I will ask you to identify yourself personally and tell your name. Christian Perron. Other formality. I was a professor of infectious and tropical diseases since 1994, and I was the head of the tropical and infectious diseases at the hospital in suburb of Paris. It was a university hospital that depends on a great group of university hospitals. Sorry, Professor, so you went ahead of me. I'm just asking you for the next formality is to take the oath. So could you please solemnly declare that you will tell the truth, only the truth, and all but the truth? Please say, I declare. Okay, I take the oath. Sorry for interrupting you. It's only the formalities. So I was to introduce you in a quick way. So please correct me if I forget something. So you're a professor and hospital practitioner, specialist in infectious diseases and tropical diseases, and also doctor in medicine. You hold a doctorate in human biology and author since the pandemic with a book on Lyme's disease. You have a book published on Albin Michel. Is there an error that they haven't committed? And in 2021, in the same editor, decisively, they have not understood anything. And another one, the 33 question that they haven't yet answered. So is it a good presentation? Yes, it's perfect. Are there any other qualifications that you will see important to mention as introduction? Just to say that during 26 years, I was the chief of a university director, but part-time, I was having roles in the highest direction of the government, so to counsel for the Ministry of Health and president of the political committee for vaccination, and for the WHO I was in the group of experts that was called Stages for all the vaccines in the region of Europe that's larger than the European Union. So for 26 years I was the president of that committee. So I have a national and international experience on the management of crisis and vaccinations. That's important for what happened with this crisis. So there was the Professor Perron before the pandemic, and if I understood correctly, who was invited on the TV shows in France and other countries, and then the crisis happened, and then the first subject I would like to speak about with you is the subject of the censorship. Could you explain in front of the Commission all the different maneuvers that were to censor you and not let you talk? So the epidemic happened in March 2020, and I got right away invited on all the TV shows, on all the different channels, and the journalists knew me from a long time before, and I was always invited when there was an epidemic, infection problem, and they were very used to me, and they would invite me all the time so I could express myself. And from the beginning in March 2020, I expressed my surprise, and with a divergent opinion compared to the recommendations of the government, but they still continued to invite me. But then it started to disrupt the higher levels of the government. And in October 2020, the controllers of the audiovisual content, it sent a message to all the media to not invite me anymore because I was having a different message from what they wanted. So having a free debate, so people were not having, Yeah, so people that got invited should not contradict the narrative. So I was invited, and overnight I stopped getting invited except few exceptions. So I lived through that very personally. It surprised me, but not really, in a way, looking at everything that happened. Are there any other steps that were taken versus your status of professional, as a professional or a doctor? So, shortly after, in 2020, the director of Paris hospitals asked me to be taken in front of the council, to be taken out of my medical order. So I was asked to be in the office of the general director, and gave me a letter that I was taken out of my functions. So everybody had been very happy of my services, and suddenly and then they were telling me I was not worthy of my functions, and I was deviating into the media. And what I found very difficult to accept is there was a young doctor at the time, in the summer 2020, launched a petition so I would be summoned, and he dared saying that I was responsible of death threats towards him, which was not true. So I didn't know him, didn't even know him. So when I was attacked, he had received threats, but it wasn't from me, because that was even before I knew him. So when I got attacked, the director of the largest group of hospitals in Paris, he said I was accused of that, and I was not worthy of managing students. But then, happily, I could prove that it was false. And when I was summoned at the disciplinary committee, they recognized that it was false, and the young doctor received a caution note, but he never really had to present excuses. So that demotion from being the chief of my department was more symbolic, because I was going to retire from my function. So I was telling my successor, then I would leave it to you, because it was a lot of trouble to renew this. So it was independent from any attacks towards me. And I was getting along very well with him. So that the direction of the service, they perfectly knew that I was about to. So it was more like a publicity stunt. Oh, we let Professor Perrin go, and I'm recognized by the Council of Medicine. So it's an attack that I never found very nice, but then they never had any serious arguments against me. Yes, I understand. So the procedure in front of the order of doctors. So the official procedure was the disciplinary chamber of the Paris Region Order. That was in September 2022, and the verdict was pronounced in October. You can find that on the internet. And finally, I was one of the rare persons that was able to understand the stakes of the situation and he was allowed and had even the obligation to have a different opinion. So they removed all the charges in the end. So there was an appeal launched, but it was just for form, not really serious. What is annoying them very much is that everything that I said is proven. The media were saying he would be attacked in defamation, but it was not true. I never did that. And there's dozens of pages in scientific publications, and there is proof of that. There was some lawyer cabinets that tried to prove otherwise, but I'm very confident. So no suit in justice for everything that you did that were successful. There is one person that attacked me for defamation, but it never went through. So that person was offended because on the scientific basis I said things that were contrary to what she was saying. So she felt defamed, but really there would be no consequence because we never defamed that person. There were many attacks like this, but for me it doesn't really matter because everything that I said was based on scientific evidence, on my own experience and official figures of epidemiology. Still on your first book, could you please elaborate on the errors that were committed by the authorities, whether French or international? So already I had big experience on the chronic Lyme disease, and the Chamber of the U.S. It's a disease that should not have existed, so I'm trying to not talk about it too much, but now I see that I have to. Even if I was in the institution and really well seen in the ministry, I was counseling many ministers. I was already opposed to them on the case of the Lyme disease and seeing how public health data could be manipulated. So when the epidemic happened in March 2020, I could see right away that all the decisions were taken against the logic. So the minister, Agnès Buzyn, the health minister, before the virus came to France, the hydroxychloroquine before that was freely sold over the counter and had never caused any problem. Nobody had reported any significant side effects. And overnight, before the pandemic was declared, hydroxychloroquine got banned from free sale over the counter. So at the beginning in France, there were no masks. So when I was a young assistant at the beginning of AIDS, there was tuberculosis that were transmitted between the immunodepleted people. And I fought so that the people with tuberculosis would be isolated and masks should be worn. And when signs of respiratory issues, I would defend the wearing of masks. But when I saw that mask would be useful. Then there were no masks in France in the month of, and they closed the last plant that fabricated mask was closed just before the pandemic, and they had burned the last batches of masks, saying that they were out of date. So they were saying change the mask every 4 hours, but it was not possible because there were no masks available. So all the different levels of ministers and the spokespersons, they publicly stated there's no proof that masks are useful, that they should be worn. So during months and months they repeated that on TV, and the day masks came from China, overnight they became compulsory, mandatory. So which makes no sense. To be worn on the street or on a beach with very severe fines. So this is not public health or medicine. And when they declared the lockdowns, like I would have never done that. When you have respiratory issues, you isolate the patients, not the persons. You have to put forward the basic medicine, like all the general medicine practitioners. They were all ready, and suddenly they were told, no, you are not competent, and don't go see your doctor, just take analgesic and or phone up the emergency number where if you went to the hospital, they had orders not to treat you. So how can you manage an epidemic like that when you knew that hydroxychloroquine before that was working well? And there was a study with placebo versus hydroxychloroquine, and it demonstrated that hydroxychloroquine was working very well, and studies from Didier Raoult. So that fraudulent articles in the Lancet publication, that's a study that there was no doctor, nobody that had any credibility. And so that when there is a very small proportion of sick people that accept getting into a study, then it doesn't make any sense. So it was the doctors could not prescribe hydroxychloroquine, and when it was shown that the study in the Lancet was fraudulent and they didn't change the recommendation about hydroxychloroquine, then I was very upset. So, and there were even deaths. So those people were all mostly elderly, above 80 or 85 years old, and they could have been treated. But that's because the treatments were forbidden. So the epidemic was pretty much not there at the summer of 2020. But then to scare off people, they created the second, third, fourth, and up to the 12th wave with PCR tests that were giving false positives. So the PCR tests should have never been used for healthy people. So this person, Mullin, that was, as always said that the PCR test should never been used for as it generates a lot of false positives. So it created so many positives, and it created artificially waves of epidemics of positive tests for people that were in very good health. We will speak about the vaccine later, but already this made me understand that all the decisions were going completely against the good logic.
Je comprends. Et j'aurais envie de vous poser la question, vous dites, y a-t-il une erreur qu'ils n'ont pas commise? J'aurais envie de vous demander...
Is there a mistake that they have not committed? I will ask you, is there something that you would say they have done correctly? Honestly, I don't think so. Isolating the patients, PCR, treatments, everything has been done upside down compared to what should have been done. I was friends with many of these actors, and what upset me a lot is we had no possibility for a public scientific debate, in all honesty, and the president of the councils, he recognized in leaving his position, he recognized that when he left his position, the results were not good, so they should have never constrained the population in lockdowns, and we should have understood, listened to the population. Maybe he said that just to protect himself. But Jean-François Delfrécy, that I've known since 1978, I called him many times, and we had worked together several times. I asked him, please accept a debate even if we don't agree on everything, and he refused. Same thing with journalists who attacked me, experts that attacked me. I would be more than happy to make a contradictory debate, and they always refused. So I got attacked by the media. Perron is saying anything, but that's a big thing to say when you have no argument. So in the scientific articles, there was never any scientific elements and data. So I'm always ready to listen to contradictory data and ideas, but this is part of science, and that was rejected. I would like to get back to your experience within the WHO, and that you described briefly what was your role in the OMS, the WHO. I was a member of the group of experts in the Euro region, which is much greater than the European Union. It includes Russia, entire Russia, the Central Asia republics, Turkey, Israel, so it's a very great Europe. I was member for 9 years and vice president for 6 years, a very big responsibility with people from all countries. So it was a consulting group for the vaccine policies, so I could really say what's happened in WHO over time. So what is your opinion of WHO at this time? What I could tell is there were doctors and scientists of many countries that were of excellent level, who were probably not that well paid, but what upset me, the OMS even told me that they were on the brink of bankruptcy because the member states were not always paying their share, and with many administrators and So they accepted with benevolence the financing from the pharmaceutical industry. So the icing on the cake is the Gavi Foundation from Bill and Melinda Gates on the vaccines, which is the biggest financier of the WHO. So they can influence in a major way the politics of the WHO, which is really not a normal thing. So there was always, in the beginning, 2 or 3 representatives, and later on there were maybe 10 or 15. So in Copenhagen, less so, but if I would go to Geneva, then all the representatives of the pharmaceutical industry were present. They were lobbying and influencing all the members. And then I was really shocked because I would hear what they say and they were influencing decisions, and that was really bad. So already, because I was well seen by Gavi, I was invited, and I discovered, because I was assisting to their program and how they were financing vaccines. And I realized that Bill Gates was never spending any money. He was always taking money, mostly from the governments with whom he was always financed. So when Laurent Fabius was foreign minister in Paris, I was part of that group in the ministry. There was the red carpet, and I was with the Pasteur Institute, and in front of me, Laurent Fabius, minister, gave to Bill Gates a big check in the name of France. And then France was not financing WHO, but they were still financing Gavi. So I found that was really awkward. And the WHO was a fantastic institution, and I'm afraid it was infiltrated. And I have a new project. There is a new project of a treaty that the WHO would be above all state regulations. And in that case, the WHO could impose on everyone, on the states, without any word to say from the states, to impose all lockdowns and stuff. So it makes me sad to realize that WHO has changed like that. I would like to discuss another topic that we discussed in the preparation, which is one of the most important right now. It's the side effects and the deaths following the COVID injections. So could you please discuss that? So end of 2021, I had published a letter that was diffused in France and was even translated in English that went around the world. I'm telling you that the development of a vaccine takes 10 years, and for pregnant women, 20 years. And then some products were released, but there was no data. So the studies from the producers were tricked. And there was an article in a journal, so they skipped the animal testing phase because they found some anomalies and deaths in some rodent tests, so they abandoned those tests. So an obligation of an experimental product is contrary to all the international, like the Nuremberg Code and all that. So it's not me that invents that. So I had written, be careful, this is not a vaccine. The mRNA could be against the DNA. And at the time in the Pasteur Institute, our chromosomes are made of DNA that comes from retrovirus. So in our genetic code, we have something that can go from the mRNA to the DNA. So if you inject mRNA that contains the spike protein, then it doesn't mean that the mRNA will not go into the DNA. So after that, the National Academy of Science, they recognize that the mRNA could go into the DNA. So I was worried. Now all the countries that vaccinated massively have excess deaths, because if we look at the COVID itself, there was hardly any excess mortality, except for persons at risk. But now it can go up to 20 to 40% excess deaths. So Portugal last summer, and then the United States and the Great Britain, and in France, 20% of increase of excess death. But the argument is always the same. We don't know the cause. So it's the climate change. So every time we have made some big vaccination campaigns, there is a boom on the epidemic and on deaths, and when they stop vaccination, then it goes down again. So we've seen that in Vietnam. So there's no, if we look at the databases in North America and Europe, and we look at the side effects, in less than 2 years, we see a huge peak of side effects, which has nothing to do with the background noise that we see from the vaccines from the last 20 years. And now if we look at the deaths, then we have that confirmed from France and many countries, that after the launch of all the campaigns, we have a drop in births. And I was in the Parliament, the European Parliament, and there was some scientific specialists that were published in the main journals with very solid data that shows the impact of that spike protein on the ovaries, the testicles, the male and female fertility, and it's really dramatic. I'm not even talking of the cancers, turbo cancers, people that were healed from cancers that were nearly that nearly become inactive, that became very active. So now it's not being told on the mainstream media, but one day this is going to explode in the public domain because you can't hide that. Thank you. And I would like to keep some time for questions for commissioners. So in conclusion, maybe, so how do you think things could have been done? So what could have been done? For me, it's very simple. If they would have given me the manager, it would have been finished in 3 months. Keep the basic treatments, even if some grouchy people were saying, oh, we don't have proof, blah, 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 then in crisis situation, it's not time to have long-term studies whether this or that medicine is efficient. No. If we have arguments that some medicine could work, for example, hydroxychloroquine, the Chinese said that it was working. Even Anthony Fauci, who was the NIH director, wrote in an international journal. He said that hydroxychloroquine was the best treatment. We had arguments, even without having full certainty that there was a study coming from China. Without a randomized study, we could have used it and see how it goes along the way. So after 1 or 2 months, we would have the answer that it works without looking at any complex solutions. So we would have isolated rapidly and gave responsibility to the doctors to treat at home and not launch a vaccine for an epidemic that the death rate was that low. It was 0.00%, which is extremely low. So we scared people to impose the vaccination of the people with experimental drugs. So if we had treated people early, but in the published studies, they were waiting until people were suffocating before we would give them hydroxychloroquine. And that was not the right way. There was a Tamiflu medicine that worked very well, but if we gave it early, so if we waited 3-4 days or a week, then it wouldn't work anymore. So we were in the same situation. So I would have asked the first-line doctors to recommended the industrials to fournies to supply these medicines, exactly what the Indian government did, except a few Indian states that got into vaccination. It would have been sorted quite easily. It was not a very dangerous epidemic. But I think it was manipulated to create fear. I will ask the commissioners to ask you questions now. Good evening to you, Professor Perron. Thank you for your testimony. I have a few questions for you. Given the experience that you have in the management of crisis, sanitary crisis, nationally and internationally, when this happened, you could have noticed before others, then things were not normal? And were you surprised to see to what extent all institutions in France and other industrialized countries followed a narrative that was very much different from what was done in previous pandemics that had been codified and that we completely forgot at the time of this new pandemic? Were you not surprised how the institutions and the governments followed through in that same procedure? I was not really surprised because in the time I worked on the Lyme's disease, the Lancet, the New England Journal of Medicine, I think that there was a major corruption from the leaders of opinion, the key opinion leaders, KOL. I have doctors in my service with whom I kept some good relations that went to the higher levels in the United States. So what they were declaring on the main databases, that was before COVID. They were telling me they were getting hundreds of millions of dollars, but I won't be citing any names, but I knew from a long time they are opinion leaders that will influence everybody, because the great majority of doctors are not corrupt. They are under pressure. So there is like a big worldwide manipulation and private cabinets like McKinsey. And it's not me who says that. There was an official report from the French Senate that analyzed all that and said it's not normal. The French government gave more than $1 billion to this consulting cabinet since the beginning of the crisis. And I wrote it in my book. There is a chapter on this, and I have the proof of it, so I was never attacked for all my books. There are employees from McKinsey or other consulting cabinets that are in the ministries with even some important positions, that, and it must be true in other ministries as well. They have email addresses as they are part of the ministry itself, but they are not ministry employees. They are private employees from those consulting firms. So we could see that this was all coordinated worldwide, and in the same week it would be the same thing happening in Canada and Belgium, and that really shocked me, this worldwide coordination and this corruption that is really an epidemic of corruption. I'm not afraid to say it. So I share what you say, basically. My next question is, given that there are many studies and revelations, namely the Twitter files in England, the revelations of the emails between Boris Johnson and his minister, and these are all coming out publicly, mostly in the alternative media. Do you think that these revelations will make the general public realize that changes need to be made in the governments. I hope so, and I said it publicly, and it's Emmanuel Macron who said it publicly. He gave 3 envelopes he gave 3 billion euros in a year and a half, and he gave another amount. With that kind of money, we could build hospitals, and so you can see what pressure that was imposed on the media, the general media. So that's why French people that watch TV every day, they just gobbled up the public speech. And what is worrying the government now is all the social media. In October, I was invited to give a conference in the European Parliament in Strasbourg. And I was invited for a reunion on public liberties. So the theme was, it's very dangerous right now, and there's so much false information, and we need to reinforce censorship in all the media. So their argument made me laugh, that it was to protect our liberties and our democracy, because it made me smile, because they have a project to censor, and all this Strasbourg Macron has forbidden Rumble, because they started to be a competitor of YouTube. Then we can see that these alternative media are scaring them very much. So I recognize that there is a lot of false information on social media, and I got cut a couple times. You need to be careful, but there is a lot of real things. But unfortunately, it comes out only in these alternative media. So in a democracy, the media and justice should be the firewall to guarantee the liberty of expression. And the media doesn't work, and justice doesn't work either. So the vice president of an association of militants, we deposited more than 60 complaints in justice in front of the court, and every one of them has been rejected, and we had all the proofs in the court case. So when the media and the court are not doing what they should do, then it worries me for my little children. So I will ask the other commissioners if they have questions for you. Do you have any questions? So in conclusion, we thank you so much for your generosity, and it was a great pleasure to have this conversation with you today. Thank you very much.
il me déclare qu'on va prendre un petit break de 10 minutes, un petit repos de 10 minutes pour tout le monde.
So we're going a 10-minute break. Well, I'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims, and we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion, to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jefffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
Well, then you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
yes.
persons a year?
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of course, yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so one a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, you know, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on Earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them, so they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Like each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children, so that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah.
And
average people. Yeah. I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20, and then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out what would not preserve a body long term, so that we can present a person that is reasonable to them, their appearance that they should be, right? So when I was seeing the return, I started to notice anomalies in what the return was. So that went on for about 3-4 months. And the return was more viscous. And it's not like I hadn't seen that before, but you didn't see it consistently every single person, right? Now I'm seeing it every single person.
Now, you have to explain to us what more viscous is.
Viscous, thicker, darker, sticky. And that return, I call return, it's return blood, right? So that return blood was stickier, thicker, darker, and then I started seeing that return blood would have little tiny pieces of clot in it, and the clot would be like a currant jelly clot, but it's tiny pieces, like pinhead sized. But it was almost like polka dot coming out, right? So polka dot pattern, sticky, viscous, more more thicker blood, darker, and then these little pieces of clot that kind of look like a polka dot pattern sticking to the embalming table, and of course that goes down the drain, right? But it was just different. There was something different. I would call it maybe dirty blood if you want to make a sort of a basic example, right? So the blood was dirtier. And at first, I'm really conscientious, right? So I notice things, and I'm known for that. So at first, I was sort of like, this is weird, right? But you can't, like, I'm an embalmer. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor, right? I'm an embalmer. But I know
Hi everyone, we're back from a little break, so we keep going. We have here Caroline Foucault. Hello. Hi.
Est-ce que vous jurez ou affirmez solennellement de dire la vérité, toute la vérité et rien que la vérité? Je le jure.
I swear.
Madame Foucault, alors on va commencer brièvement dans savoir un peu plus sur vous qui vous êtes.
So we're going to start, just tell us who you are, what you're working in, where did you live? I work in a hotellerie. I live in a Montreal area. We start with the general question. Why are you here today? Why do you want to witness in front of us today? We can talk about the situation after the vaccine situation, when it happened. What, do you have a shock? I come from our generation where we used to trust the government, when we trust our media. So when the government asked me to go get jobs, I trust the government. He told me, so if we go get vaccine, you're going to take back your liberty and you're going to protect others. So I listened and I went get the job. And 2021, September 9, I have had my second jabs of the Pfizer, and immediately I noticed my moon circle to be completely destabilized. I used to be, I'm a woman of a certain age, and I would have the menstruation of a few days per month, and suddenly it came like an emergency. I would be 7 days having blood out of my body with a lot of pain. And so I associated to the vaccine because the only different thing that happened to me. And so following that, have you been talking to the professional or your doctor to ask an opinion if it could be linked to the vaccine? Yes, I met my family doctor, and he was already getting ready to retire. He was going in a few months out to his retirement. So I've been talking to him about that, and I say, I think the vaccine really badly infect me. I do have menstruation really bad with a lot of blood. He says, don't worry about that. That's good. You're getting back to like a young of 30 years old. So what happened to your daily life? Has it been difficult? Could you describe what happened in your daily basic every day? What happened? Have you been to the hospital? Do you have to stay home or out of work? Yes, as working in the hostel, I had opening, closing. So I went to Ottawa. That's where my great deception happened, because I've been to Ottawa in person to see what's going on. And when I was back, I was looking at the media, and I noticed that that wasn't the truth I was saying in the media. I was going there with the media, with my husband. He's been in shock for 2 weeks because he saw the real difference, and he saw in the media all the bad information. So there were a big difference between Ottawa and what was saying in the media. So if they were able to lie about that. So we've been talking about the trust about government and media. What is the situation now in front of you that make you don't trust the institution anymore? As I've been telling you, I'm just a normal citizen. I'm working, I have children. I always trust my governments and the media. I always trust them. I never have asked myself any question about that. And I think most of Canadians are not asking any question about that, about their liberty. But since everything that happened since beginning of COVID, I learned normally before we receive a treatment, we're supposed to be explain what is it in, does it consist, and they never gave me that option. I never have any information about that in the injection. So because I trust it, I've been injected without any risk, any gain of the injections. I never have any information about it. So when I understood that I've been cheated out like that, I lost confidence into the government. Is your family doctor gave you the risk about the vaccination? No, never. So clearly, we have lack of confidence. We see that never been informed. So in the future, if there's another situation like that, are you going to be receiving jabs again? Laughing. It's right now, it's for sure that I'm not going. I don't trust it. I don't feel it. I feel like I've been abused. No. Okay. I would like to speak about your family, even then they're not him, your husband, your children. So can we speak about your husband? Yes, my husband. I and my husband, we already trust what we were hearing in television. So himself being jabbed as well at the same time of me in fall time 2021. And then in April 2022, 8 months after, he would have some sick stomach ache and breast ache. He wasn't feeling good. So during the night, in beginning of April 2022, he woke up. He said, "I'm really sick. I have a big head, breast ache." So I said, "Let's go to hospital." So I brought him to hospital, and the doctor said, "That's a good thing that the woman, your woman brought you to the hospital because you weren't going to pass through the nude. So the diagnosis myocardic, really bad myocarditis. So that was 4,000 instead of 50. So they brought him in the emergency of Sacré-Cœur. He called me from the ambulance. Was saying goodbye. I didn't know if I was going to see him again. That was really hard. So he's been in the hospital for a week about pericardic and myocardie. So it took months before he would be back. That was a bit known. That was the after effects of the vaccine at that moment. The information was out. So that wasn't the government to tell us the information or the media. So I started to be in touch with specialists in Sweden that have made a research. I can send you that research about that. There were a lot of myocardic in the young man, healthy young man, and that's it. So now we're both disillusioned about those risks. We haven't been informed of that. That's really bad thing, the myocardic. He almost passed away. So he still can die like a day to another because he can recidive to the myocarditis. So if I can, to say age of you and your husband. My husband is 46 and I'm 48. So keep going with your son. I've been passed through the same situation or other problems, doing classes at home. Now my son never wanted to be injected. He was starting after high school, university, pre-university in September 2020. So that was virtual. That was really hard to start his studies virtually at home alone. So when I've asked for the QR code, so all his friends were vaccinated, and except him, he didn't want it. So he's been isolated for months and months. So he went to a depression. He didn't want to study. He didn't want to live anymore. So he says to me, what is it to live? I don't want to live anymore. I want to suicide myself. So I've been telling him I didn't know what to do. So then afterwards, the QR code fell away. They stopped it. But then, excuse me, have you done an intervention, suicide prevention with them? Yes. I had friends to come, but I invite them to come visit him because the rules won't allow us to have friends to visit him, but I allow him to see his friend because he was so dark in his depression that seeing his friend was good for him. I would like to know. He's not here today. He refused the jabs. It's between him and his doctor, his family doctor, or it's a personal choice. My son, I've done a personal choice. So I would like to know about a financial situation. Was it hard? Take care of each other? Lack of days of work? Was it a financial problem? No, that wasn't that much a problem. So we have received a PCRQ, the government help. So it wasn't that bad at that point. The financial was okay. So today, coming back to your personal health, do you still leave those problems? I do have still those same symptoms, but they are less now, but it's still higher than it used to be before the jabs. But they tell me to go make a kind of test. I don't know exactly the name. So is there, during the preparation, you've been talking about fear of repercussion. Is this regarding the work? So certainly you all know about a strategy of intimidation, segregation, the medias and government have done against the non-vaccinated. I am vaccinated, but I do speak against the vaccination and the measures that have been implemented by the government. So it's again vaccination and the measures, because now you know that it's not working, but now you're saying it's not the best solution for you, and it created an hesitation. Oh, sorry, not an hesitation, but a fear. But now you don't trust our institutions. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. But listen, now if you watch all the videos of this commission today, that we have the proofs. If you watch all the videos, the people of my age wasn't at risk of the COVID. The proofs say that we've never been. So I don't understand that we've been injected products that are more dangerous than the COVID. So that's why we're looking at leaving the country for that reason. So before I ask you what are the consequences, the judgment, not only the media and government treatment, but also people around you. You have listened to discrimination words, thoughts about that from vaccinated or not people. There's been a social disconnection, and between you and the people you know, or have you lived that kind of thing around you, like bad talks? No, I didn't have that. I just had indifference. When you say to people that your husband almost died of a heart attack, and you say that was probably against the vaccine, there is no reaction. It's like nothing happened, no empathy. When you say vaccine, they look at you like you're an alien. So I lost friends, but I've made new friends. Perfect. Before we go to the consequences, you have to go. So, from you, as a human, do you have any suggestion that we can do better in that society to prevent that situation where families have been separated? One or two suggestions to do better next time. I would start to take investment, the money that the government gave to the media first. Secondly, I don't know where someone dropped the ball. There's someone who didn't make his work to inform, well informed, the direction to protect the population. Someone didn't protect the population. Because now I know that vaccine and measures have been badder than the virus itself. But I don't know where to ask for help. That's kind of the last chance I gave the Canada to the last chance this commission to help out the Canada to bring out truth and justice in my own country. So I will end with the consequences, because now you want to get out of Quebec, you want to leave the Quebec, and you provide to this society, but now we see that you may leave. Why do you want to leave? So in a few words, what can tell us why you want to leave? So, other words, why would you stay? See, if I leave, I will leave Canada. What will make me to leave Canada? Because there are laws to censure information, censure the truth. Just those laws just passed. That's fear me, because if we don't access the truth, the information, like we didn't during the pandemic time, I don't want to stay in a country like that. So now, presently, there are people who are suffering of their injuries, and there's no one to care about it. There's no one to call for his suffering. I don't recognize myself here, and I'm afraid of what my testimony here. There are people who have their bank account closed because they talk against the government. We don't see it in the media, but it happens. So there is direct and indirect consequences. So just saying about that, we cannot have this dialogue. So if we speak against the government, it's risky now in Canada. Second part of my question, is there something that will bring you back or let you stay in Quebec? About transparency, laws, communication, better communication of the media. Would you? Yes, as I told you later on, this communication NCI commission, it's for me my last swear, my last. After all those testimonies, all the proof that if there's nobody in our institutions that bring back justice and truth in our own institutions, I don't stay. If yes, if the truth goes out and the media talks about it, and they can say that they made errors, and the government too, if they say yes, we have done some errors. So first of all, just admit that you've made errors. That would be a great step. So kind of reconciliation, kind of between people and media and the government. Perfect. Thank you. So before we stop, I would ask commissioners if you do have any question. Hi, Mrs. Foucault. Thank you for your courageous testimony. I was asking myself a lot of questions about the injury of your husband and the delay between the first and the last injection and the beginning of the injury. We're talking about 7 to 8 months. Yes. So when you see a doctor, that was particularly bad situation. So did you suggest you or your husband following the injections? If so, what the doctor would say about it? So we've said some little words to the cardiologist. She said, so we think that's the vaccine. She said, no, it's not possible. Everything that happens after 6, it's not. So after 5 or 6 weeks, it cannot be. So she says it's not possible. So do you know, he received REN messenger, AstraZeneca, what kind of it? He received twice the Pfizer's. My other question is about your son. You mentioned that he decided by himself not to be vaccinated. even though there's social pressure, even though his friends who have received a jab, is your son have been aware of the problem that you had following your own jab, and it could change his decision? No, I didn't spoke about menstruation with my son. Women don't do that much with their sons. So my husband had it 8 months after. So, but my son already have made his decision just before. So we're free of choice here at home. So I was the first. Against the segregation of the non-vaccinated people. I'm for the freedom of and the consentment. So, how is your son right now at this moment in this situation right now? Now he's back to a normal life. He's following the studies. He's in university, but we're still talking with him. And we had this discussion where if it's come back, we told him that we're going. I don't want to leave that again. We're leaving the country. So no, is the husband have been affected of your husband injury? So it took a lot of months. So yes, he's aware. He saw everything. There was a heart attack. So my son said, told he knew about it. Thank you so much. What else? Colleagues, do you have any question? Thank you. I have finished. Thank you, ma'am. Foucault, I would like to hear you for the last words you have to say. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yes. I would like to invite everybody that are listening, to those who will listen to it. So please listen, take time at least one day of audience to learn about the truth and share it. It's really important. If you love your children, if you love your stepchildren, it is really important that you know the truth and that you ask the justice, for justice. Ma'am Foucault, thank you. Thank you for your courage. It's really hard to speak about our own, and while it's online, on the internet, I thank you for your words. I thank you. I wish you a very good night, and I thank you. Thank you.
Your resume for the commission to have the information necessary to make its recommendation. I did back in biochimie, and license. I have the equivalent of a doctorate and 2 back. And I did the MIT in Boston to do molecular biology for the plants. And after that, I came back to Québec, and I did a doctorate in mécanique biochimie in Saint-Luc Hospital. In Trois-Rivières, I had an opportunity to work there at the University of Québec in Trois-Rivières. I will make the assermentation as a doctor, not as a medical doctor, but as a doctor and PhD as a doctorate. We will do the assermentation. Do you swear to say all the truth? I affirm that I will say all the truth. Can you tell us, as an expert, of the quality of the NRA? Very quickly, I got interested of 3 different information. Very important. The first thing I will tell about NRA because of molecular biology. I will tell you. I will tell you right now if I have access to. The first thing I want to see, I did this specialization. I wanted to know what was the structure of NRA, and then to see the product what would come out of our cells through the NRA. I did a drawing quickly of the SARS-CoV-2 to vaccinate the people. We did encoded in the NRA the spike proteins. This is very important to know that. I want you to see that some proteins that are around, it's called nucleopeptide, and it's very important to know for what I'm going to say later. The principle of this kind of vaccination, we take the coded information by the virus and we're going to transform it. We're going to stabilize it from the virus, and we're going to make it artificial one, and we're going to put it inside a nanoparticle. And once we're going to inject it, this nanoparticle that has our NRA inside it is going to be absorbed by our cells. And once absorbed and into the cytoplasm of the cell, this is going to liberate itself, and all the cells and the system of it is going to work, are going to make some proteins, and they're going to make the spike protein. And this protein can stay inside the cell And it can also be found between the cells or really outside the cell. What we hope for, that the spike protein, and we hope that the system is going to produce antibodies for the viral spike protein, but also the one that was produced by our body. But there's already a problem. If the protein spike or some piece of it stay outside of the cell, it can produce autoimmune illness. This is the structure of the protein spike. It can look like a mushroom. The foot of it, it's called S2, and on top of it, it's called S1. It's like the hat. Some piece of it, they are called The first thing that interests me, because I'm interested in quality control, is the RNA from the vaccine. Is it 100% of the good distance? Because there's a distance to it. There's 1,000 nucleotide. It's very small, like a pearl necklace. Usually when we make it, and as a human, when we make it, we should always have 100% of this length. But very quickly, when we look at the scientific literature, it's not that. We could tolerate 5% of NRA, but it's already too much. Because we know that small NRA can have very important traduction that can be problematic. But while looking further into it, but it's not only 100%, but in many cases, but there was only 55% that is already a big problem. And I looked because it is said that this NRA is in the biology. We have the DNA that can produce that NRA. This traduction is going to get out of the seed and it's going to be produced as a protein. I wanted to make sure, while looking at scientific paper, that what we can have in the NRA, the one from the vaccine, it can get inside of the cytoplasm of the cell, but really in the seed of it. And this is a problem. If we look at the NIH, they say that it cannot go to the seed, and there are authority on that matter. There are scientific authority on that matter, and that really worried me. And what I wanted to see, the protein spike, what does it do? We talk about the vaccine one. we see
En haut, ça va être l'expression,
on
on va
top
regarder l'expression de la protéine spike. En
what the
bas, on
protein
va
spike
regarder la
does,
production d'anticorps, et notamment
how many antibodies does it do,
le RBD que je vous ai montré
the
tout à l'heure. Donc,
RBD
une partie du
that we
champ.
showed you from the mushroom.
Ici, sur
What does it
quatre
do?
patients, on voit que la
On
première dose,
4
les
people,
doses, c'est la première dose.
the first vertical is the first dose, and the second vertical is the second dose. We have the different days. For the 4 patients, 1 patient that we saw that the protein spike for a certain moment, and it came down, and it's totally normal. We saw that for certain people that the protein spike lasts for 60 days, 2 months, and some others went down very quickly. And for some other people, nothing happened. It's very important that depending on people and depending on the cell, that the production of spike protein on some people can be different. Sometimes there's none, and some there is, and some can have a lot, big quantity. The conclusion from this, there's a big variation in the quantity of spike protein that can produce, and the medication we should know from the quantity of the medication. It should be the same quantity. 50 milligrams should be 50 milligrams, but from one patient to the other and one from cell to the other is very different, and it's a problem. What our body that becomes like a machine to produce the spike protein, because we want that the person produce antibodies, and there's a problem that the spike protein varies a lot, and that's a big problem. And the antibodies is the same thing from the lower. Some produced and some didn't produce at all. There's a big variety in the production of the cells of the person who's being injected by this vaccine from the quantity of antibodies being produced. I'm showing about the same thing, but this is a different study. We see in the plasma all the spike protein is produced by our cell, which is called antigen, and this produce antibodies. For one of the person, I'm going to show a few. We see in the length the number of days after the vaccination. We have the first dose and the second dose with the blue dots. If we look, we see the patient number 3, he's going to produce spike protein. The second one, injection, there's no production of spike protein. We can see from the S1, which is the hat, and we don't see anything either. If I can see the antibodies being produced, we can see that in red the protein S1, the antibody that is being produced, that we can see that there's a production of antibody. In less quantity, there's protein of IgN in less quantity. If I see another patient, we see, and the pattern is completely different. The protein S1 is being produced, but the protein spike is being earlier. Maybe I made a mistake. It's not only the spike protein that was produced, but only the hat part. So the second here, we can see that he produced only the hat part. We can see that he's going to produce the antibody JJ. Here, there's a patient that doesn't produce of S1 or spike protein. He doesn't produce that, but he produces antibodies. This is a problem because if we cannot detect some in his plasma, it means the protein that was produced stayed inside of the cell or just on the outside. What we see here, what is very important to look at, on different people, the antibodies, S1 more specifically, we see that it's extremely variable depending on the person. And we see the variation of the quantity that we see in the plasma of individuals that varies tremendously. We have, in a function of each person, some people produce no spike protein at all, and some are going to produce or not some antibodies. Some are going to produce the adequate quantity, and some are going to produce too much. And when we produce too much, like in this, 100% too much of antibodies, and then she is a massive thrombose. And if we see the quantity of red cells, we did antibodies, we gave that, and to stop for the body to fabricate it for itself to produce enough of red cell, and we see that they came back to the normal range. What we see here, we can produce not at all from the protein spike, or S1, or too much. And when we produce too much, then it becomes toxic. And then we don't master the level that is produced. And when we give a medication, we always give the same quantity. And when we give, and there's quality control on the medication, and the protein spike produced by the cell, is it going to be always the same? And I realized that it's not the case. Here we have the beta-actin, that is a protein that we produce on constant basis, that we see that there's only one protein that is produced constantly. The spike protein has some cycles. We don't have not just one protein, but we have isoform. We wanted to see when somebody's injected, we took some cells from the mouse and we made in contact with nanoparticles, and we see that the first hours not much was produced. And then we see in function of the time these cells from mouse, but after 6 hours, we see already a trace of one production of spike proteins, and after 24 hours, and we see different spike proteins that are called isoform. The third day, same thing. Fourth day, we see different ones. 5 days later, we can see more. What is very interesting is to see our cells. We took one type of cells that this cell doesn't produce spike protein that is well defined. That's so that we have different isoform of the spike protein. If we look at a human cell, and we're going to see it's the same thing. We took some culture of human cells, and we put them together with the nanoparticle that have the nanoparticle in them, and it's the same thing. And we see that the production varies. It's not the same. The production is not the same. Just before, it produced a lot, and here it doesn't produce. And then what I wanted to check, how long this RNA can live. It can be very long, until 2 months. And I realized that it can go until 6 months. This NRA should go down very quickly, but this is not the case. And I wanted to see that many other people were looking at it. This NRA from the vaccine produced in the body, and we can find it everywhere in the heart, the liver, the stomach, and even the test. This is a problem. And even in the milk of the mother, and because even the baby can have problems drinking mother's milk. After that, I looked at the lipidic nanoparticle, and this can bring inflammation. And when we measure the inflammation, EL1, EL2, and we saw that there's a lot of inflammation. And wanted to know if I give more doses. And we realized that more we injected, and it had a risk of being infected even more, and which was not the case for the people that were not vaccinated. And I wanted to know if this NRA from the vaccine can prevent death from all causes, and it's not the case. And my question is if it can stop death from the COVID, and the answer is no. And can stop death from cardiovascular? And it's not the case. Actually, it's worse. And then I looked from the death, from other causes from the COVID, and it doesn't protect as well. And underneath that, that's not the subject of today. And this is from the first part. And can I ask you the question that why we call that an experimental vaccine from what you said today? I don't know how we put a medicine on the market. I don't know all the details, but I know a little bit about it. We all have some studies that we're still in the study. And more, we do some studies and then we see some information, and that's what I wanted to show you. In social media, what was said in the first one, they say it was not a vaccine. Do you have something to say about that? Usually, the vaccine is either a protein that is being injected in somebody to stimulate the immunity, or it's a dead virus, or it's living, but it's been reduced. This is the definition of a vaccine. Here, this is particular. That's why I don't like to use the term vaccine, but injection of NRA, messenger RNA. But our body has to produce this NRA so that our body can produce an immune response. Usually, a vaccine or medication is produced and is injected. In this case, they have used our cell to produce the molecule. It was transformed in some kind of way. It became a GMO. On top of that, some cells have accepted to produce naturally to produce this spike protein, but others didn't produce these proteins. So we have some cells that become normal, and we have some cells that became strangers, even for our immune system. They are chimera. This is like two different animals together. So it's very particular in my opinion. Finally, we heard often since the beginning of the vaccination, we heard they could have an effect, the messenger RNA from the vaccine, on the DNA. And we heard it from some specialists, and they said it had no effect. They said it had no effect. And can you talk about it? Yeah. We already have in the virus that we knew already, and it was a story. We have DNA. It's transcribed and comes out of the seed until one day that this It was the case of some virus. An example of that, HIV, and after that we looked, we have the capacity in our cells from an NRA to produce ARN that can come inside of the genome. Theoretically, it's possible. Proportionally of this event is very narrow, but since we injected billions of injection, then we cannot say that it cannot happen. I don't have more questions, but maybe the commissionaries have some questions for you. I thought that you had another section that you wanted to show. I would like to ask questions after your presentation. The other thing that we consider that somebody is vaccinated only 14 days later, but I'm not good in mathematics, but doing this, we could say anything, even we lose the data. Somebody that has been injected is vaccinated from my point of view, but it takes some time that the body produces antibodies, but for me, this person is already vaccinated. This is important. And what I realized, if we wait 14 days, even 21 days, all the data is corrupted. The conclusions are going to be false. And then another thing that worried me, the First Minister of Canada and Quebec said, personally, I was shocked when I heard Trudeau he said, I wasn't worried to be called names, calling like I was not scientific, but one thing that bothered me to see, he asked some question and he talked about this on TV. Do we tolerate people like that? That some people that didn't want or wanted to think about this process of vaccination and to see that the people that wanted to ask more about it and want more information or oppose themselves to it is question, do we tolerate them? I was too much emotion for me. And then I see the First Minister Legault, and he said, if I am at the hospital, I'm a patient, I wouldn't want somebody that is not vaccinated to come near me. And I ask myself a lot of questions. But Trudeau, what he said, what do we do about these people? That made me ask myself many questions, and I saw many And we saw Pierre Chaillot from his book. Then he showed from the suffering didn't need to happen because we didn't have an epidemic. And many scientific from high levels, they lied on absolutely everything, on masks and being far from one another. And the last thing, one thing that stunned me, that we're going to install laws a little bit everywhere in the Western world. And I have a part of my family in Europe. And then we put a law in 2024, and this Digital Act, DSA, and this act has a good intention, but we can say the hell is paved with good intention. And with algorithm, they want to stop information. And if we go on their website in 3 minutes, we can see they can explain the Digital Service Act and what it's all about. But they want to control all the information that is put in circulation by internet, the websites. Why? It's to protect the citizen, because some people are refusing vaccination because of a supposed toxicity. It's to prevent the future of the humanity, and we wouldn't want to ask questions about the climate, the people that ask themselves questions about the climate. And there was also, from all time, there was change in the climate. And they don't want some people to ask questions about the climate. They don't want this to happen. And some laws are being put in place, and they're ready to work. And it's the same thing in Canada with the law 11, and the CRTC can control. They can control all social media. And this, I'm very worried, because what I'm saying right now, with internet, that we can send to everyone, and all this could not exist anymore because of these laws. Thank you. Yeah, I'm finished. I have a question about what you present, about the heterogeneity, about the vaccine produced that is all the same. If I understood about the vaccine being produced all the same, and the quality and the particles, and we don't know if these particles have the same quality from one lot to the other. What is the consequences at the level of the injection of these products if the quality is not the same from one to the next? Especially if we give it to everybody in the country. on one side, we don't control the posology. Like some people can produce the length of the RNA is not the same, so the medication is not the same, and the aspirin is always the same. It's well defined. But here we see that what is given doesn't have quality. And what is really shocking, the authority, they put that quality even less, and they made it 50% less. And then it's to see our body, our cells are going to produce more or less quantity of protein spikes, and then we don't have the study that say is it going to stay inside or just on the outside, or it's going to go in the blood. We don't know. If the quantity of the protein, and then from one person to the other, we don't produce the same amount, and we didn't examine everything, and there's another impact, and the reaction of our immune system, maybe it's not going to see it. If it stays on the surface, our system is going to see that we produce something that is not human, and it's going to attack ourselves, so we're going to have illness that are autoimmune. And if the quantity that is produced, is it always the same? And we see that that's not the case. The immune system is not stimulated. If there is too much, then it becomes toxic. And then it can cause like a thrombose, and the person fall down. And this poor quality can be responsible for a lot of undesirable effect that we can see. Yes, that's true. From one cell to the other, and from one person to the other. And my other question is the importance of to talk about all of these aspects, especially in scientific forums. And you mentioned that there are laws that, and you said that there are some laws that they want to put in place that we cannot talk about that in the media. And this, do you already see in the media that you cannot express freely your opinion? Yes, I already talked, and I can see, and it cost me a lot of problems and legal problems. And I ask myself a lot of questions on that subject. And from the moment that we are professional, and then we think, and then we talk freely to others, at this moment, we can see that we can be attacked, especially in Quebec, by our university, by professional order, and a lot of people, that was the case. So yes, I'm very worried about that. And to see that there's a machine already ready that has become even more perfection. In the future, they can only press on a button, and it will prevent me from having this discussion and I'm being attacked personally. And in the future, it won't be possible like we had now. I can not analyze, and this is very important when you are a professor, especially to the students, about being critical, and the teachers. What they have to do is to transmit the truth and try to get to the truth and to transmit it, and they want to stop this, and they want to stop us to tell our truth. And everything is put in place so that we can think like we have to think like some people that they want us to think like they do, and that really worries me. Can you tell us if AI is going to play, are going to listen, have a role to listen to everything on the internet, especially on the laws in France and in Canada, and the AI is going to analyze everything, and when AI see that it's not conformed to the way to think, what we develop is like a knife. The knife, you can use it to feed yourself or to kill another. When I look at information, for one example, in one case, one human that was sick, he went to see some doctors, didn't give a good diagnostic, so he was always sick. He asked himself some question, and he asked question to, and he saw, and this person gave him a diagnosis, and he confirmed with his doctor, and he was saved by this person. And in this other case, it was a pet. This person consulted that person, and he gave the symptom of his pet, and it was put in the news, and this pet was cured. What I'm worried about, that is AI can be useful, but can be cannot be good if we don't know how to use them well. This is progress, but I'm not specialist in AI, but many specialists are worried of these AI, and I've tested in biochemie, and I've tested this AI to ask some question, and I realized it done some general information, but science is more complex, and I realized that I couldn't ask this AI to have good information because everything I ask it, and if what I told you now, this AI couldn't give you this information. But I think, that's my opinion, that the laws that are going to be put in place at the same time in the near future, this AI is going to look at all the information on the internet, because the human cannot do that, because
this is going to be the service to this law. This is very worrisome. This machine is going to decide for us, and this is very worrisome. This machine that is not living is going to decide for the living. This is my opinion. I believe that what's coming. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Mrs. Belleville. We will assermented you. Do you swear to say the truth and solemnly confirm that you're going to tell the truth and only the truth? I swear. We are here today to talk about a very particular situation, a personal situation. Could you tell to the commissaire the story in the army? I served my country for 13 years in the army, and I was an ACUP. Aerospatial operator. Excuse my accent, I'm an English native person. I refused to be vaccinated, and I was kicked out of the army. When COVID started, I was in New Scottish. And when I was kicked out, I was living in Ontario. It was like if I was living in two different countries, because the situation in Nova Scotia was totally different from the situation in Ontario. And we live in the same country. The rules should be the same across the country, but it was totally different. So in 2020, I was working at the operation center of Shearwater, and my job was I was debriefing the commander, and we had all the data for the COVID military personnel who had COVID. Nothing for me was very alarming because of the amount of people that had COVID compared to the people who was able to go back to work normally. In Nova Scotia, it wasn't mandatory to get vaccinated. And we had the choice to whether or not get vaccinated, like any other vaccine. There was no obligation to comply with vaccination. So we were living in our own time, the maritime bubble. The children weren't going to school, but they stayed home. They were homeschooled. Everything was going fine. The military base closed at some point, and she was still working in the operation center. And there was a vaccination parade where everybody were asked to be lined up to get vaccinated, but we were still having choices whether or not we wanted to be vaccinated. So we had to be to show up. We had to show up to the cafeteria where everybody was eating, and we passed in front of everybody. And I was feeling coerced to follow the group that were going to get vaccinated. So I didn't like to be under the spotlight where everybody was getting vaccinated, but she refused to get jabbed. So she decided to refuse, and she kept working. Everything was fine. In June 2021, during the summer, we were transferred in Ontario, the whole family, and she was working for NORAD, but in Ontario, in North Bay. And it was day and nights. Everything was closed, no access to stores such as Walmart. It was so different from Nova Scotia, where everything was open, and in Ontario, everything was shut down. I started to feel anxious about the way the life was in Ontario, and I started to ask about my commander if I would have to get vaccinated, if they were going to mandate me to get a vaccination, and they reassure her that she wouldn't have to, and so she just kept on working at her position. After that, in October, with the Prime Minister and the federal public service employees situation. So in the Army, everything is very set by rules that are very well defined. In October, I felt scared. So I wrote a memorandum to my commander explaining that she would like to have the information about the vaccination, to be reassured on paper that it would be still all right if she didn't want to get any vaccination. And she knows that in the past, in the military, there were class action against situations such as previous vaccination that turned bad. So she wrote a memo with 3 pages with all the questions and her concerns. And she wanted to know what's in the vaccine. They refused the memorandum and returned it and asked for a shorter memorandum. She cut down the information requested to 2 pages, and the memorandum was still returned. And they asked a 1-pager memorandum, and she put the most important question in her memorandum, and she brought it back to the commander. So the commander replied that he was not a doctor, he could not help her to find the information she was trying to gather. So the way it works in the Army is whether you have a question, you go higher up in the organization to get information. So nothing was going on. He didn't want to answer my question, neither my memorandum. The Prime Minister installed a new law where all public services servants had to be vaccinated by November 15. And it was a very hard decision for her because she loved her job, and she was very dedicated to her career, and she wanted to be in the Army for about 25 years. Her father, she was brought up in the military family, and people were questioning her and the reason why she didn't get vaccination, if she already got vaccinated several times in the Army, but she didn't want to get the COVID vaccination, and she decided to not get vaccinated. And she met her commander, and they explained to her what was the administrative procedure to she would meet monthly her chief and her commander with a lot of paperwork to fill. Her last day in the Army, that she was supposed to work in uniform would be November 11, 2021. Remembrance Day, and she was ready to work, but she called off. She was devastated and she cried, and she couldn't believe that her last day would be the Remembrance Day, and she decided not to show up. And after November 15, she couldn't get back in the on the site, on the military base. Her husband and her 2 kids are not vaccinated as well. They stayed on the military base alone. Nobody provided support. She was rejected and singled out on the base. She remembered that on the schedule, her name was written in red because she was not vaccinated. The confidentiality of medical files, all the rules that we were applying until then were thrown out the window, and everything was going crazy. So I decided not to take the vaccination, and I started the procedure to exit the army. And in November, I started to have a therapist consultation because I was wondering whether or not I was doing the worst. I was making the worst decision of my life, and the therapist, the social worker, suggested that she wrote in a diary her emotions, and she didn't feel like writing down, so he suggested then that she does TikTok videos to help herself going through her situation. So she was documenting through TikTok her situation, what she was doing, how she felt, what she was. It would be the same steps as losing somebody. So from the anger to sadness to coming back to a better situation. So the videos were getting popular, and people were following her through her TikTok posts, and she had 40,000 followers on TikTok with her journalizing of her experience and emotions. So in June, from November 15 to June of next year, what her last official day at work, she had to always stay home. She couldn't get out of her home. So in June, she had her last day, official day at work. Financially speaking, it was very impactful for herself, and she called every month to find out when her pension plan what would happen to her pension plan, and she just kept noticing that her pension plan would go down every month. She was staying home until her last day. She didn't have the right to apply for financial help for losing her job. And at that time, her husband was unemployed, and he was on unemployment financial support. And so when she lost her employment, it had a real impact on her family as well. Such as the other lady that had testimony earlier. She went to the Freedom Convoy in North Bay, and she was very grateful for the event, and she was surprised to see on the news that everything that she was living during the Freedom Convoy and everything that was reported at CBC was not coherent. Her mother, when she was at the Freedom Convoy, she was capable of seeing her mother that didn't feel well because of the vaccine, and she died from a AVC and heart disease. She also found out that her oldest daughter would be a mother, and even if everything is so wrong in her life right now, there were still beautiful things happening in her life. Her mother's dead. Her daughter is pregnant, so it was something goes out, something comes in. A soul coming out, a soul coming in. So she came back to Chicoutimi in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean to after the kids has finished school. So she came back to Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean with her family in July after school. Everything was okay. She was still doing her TikToks, and she was happy to be a grandmother. She was looking forward to it. In December, gave birth to her daughter gave birth to a daughter, her granddaughter, and the social services came and took her baby away. They gave the baby to the grandmother. And it's the first time something happened, and the reason why they don't give her the baby, it's because of the TikTok views online, because of her values, and they say that she's against the government, and that she's against the government and the vaccination, and they took their granddaughter away. It's been 5 months that she hasn't seen her granddaughter, and they take away her granddaughter based on her TikTok, and they took. So she doesn't have access to her granddaughter because of her TikToks and their values. For the benefits of the commissionaries, could you explain why they took your granddaughter away from your daughter? So to make a long story short, in the past, my daughter had an episode at the youth center where she experienced horrible situation. Everything that you can think of happened to her. Now my daughter, when she was 14, lived in the youth center, and she sued the youth center, and she believes that they took the opportunity to revenge against herself because she expressed herself on the social media. So they used this against her to keep her granddaughter away from their family. And she still have 2 other kids at home, and she has a husband, and she would really like help. And she tried to reach Jordan Peterson and politicians to investigate the situation because she's worried about the safety of her children, and she cannot believe that the youth services or that knows what happened to her daughter would harm as well her granddaughter. And even though she's worried that they're going to be upset over denunciation, she wants to make everybody aware that she always served her country. She always fight for the right of her daughters and also her granddaughter. And she's very worried about the way the country is going. Did you had a legal warning compromission to... Okay, so the social worker claimed that it was there was a big conflict between her daughter and her ex, and that would explain why the daughter had lost her baby to the social services, and then the grandmother requested that the baby would come to her instead of leaving it. So when the legal rights are reclaimed, there is a court order to act upon such situation, and I request that there is an investigation, and I'm capable of taking care of my granddaughter, and I can really take care of her. And the fact that they treat me as a criminal, as an unfit person that is against the government. I'm wondering where we stand as a nation in Quebec. When I served my country, when I served and protected my daughter and my family, I'm asking to the population to help me to take my granddaughter out of the public services for youth. Everything is based on lies, and such as the other lady that testimony, it's her last hope for her to find a way to get her granddaughter back. It's her last resort. I'm certain that your testimony brings people to think about your situation, and I cannot legally give you advices in this situation, but I understand. But they know that I don't have any money. They know that I don't work. They know that I don't have unemployment support, and they're attacking me. A lawyer is costly, and I just want to live my life of a grandma and be happy and see my mother through my grandchildren, or my mother that passed away. And I can certify that they'll be angry against my testimony, and they'll take it against me. I just want my granddaughter back. I'm capable of taking care of her. I ask to everybody in the world to help me to achieve that. That's all. We understand. And your message will go through. It's the third time that my 5-month-old granddaughter has been transferred to 3 different foster homes since, and she's only 5 months old. I can only tell you that what you're saying today, I would be very surprised that you would be wrongly prosecuted by the youth social services. And I really thank you for the time you've taken to express your concerns. Thank you for letting me the opportunity to express what's going on. I didn't know what to do. I don't know what to do. So thank you so much for this opportunity. even though it's not totally related on COVID, everything is related about judgment of others and the anti-government and the prosecution. Everything is related to the TikTok videos. I don't believe that this is anti-government. It's only expressing an opposition to the government's directions. They're going so far. The social youth services complained to the social services of Charlevoix because they tried to take her to other kids. And Charlevoix said that it was not plausible. But this is where we're at in the society. We got to be careful and take care of our kids. To be. Would you like to express something else or concern at this point? About the COVID, I have no regrets. I am glad I didn't take the vaccination because I see that people has side effects, and I want everybody to know that they have to believe in themselves and listen to their inside voice, because if there's something wrong, if you don't feel it, follow your heart, follow your please, and pray so my granddaughter is in safety and that she can come home. That's all I have to say. This is a very extreme situation. Since March 2020, we have heard of youth social services could come to a family that would refuse a vaccination, but I never heard something like this, that they would take away a child for being against vaccination. Perhaps there are others that has lived that, but you're the first person to express this situation. People that are in the system, they're so fearful. My daughter doesn't want to talk. She's scared. I was scared too 5 years ago. And it's another way to manipulate the population and to keep them afraid. And the number of mother and grandmother that wrote to her telling her that they had the same experience, it breaks my heart. And I'm here to voice all these situations, because I'm not the only one in this situation. There are other kids, such as Alice. One family out of 4 had situation where the youth social services came to their door. People always think that because your kid is in the social services, that you're a bad mother, that if you're not vaccinated, you're going to kill everybody. So I can reassure you that it's easy to search for the social services in Saguenay to see if there's a judgment, a court judgment, to decide whether or not we take away a child from a family because the parents didn't want to get vaccinated. So this can be verified easily. If it's the only thing that it's written in the judgment, they don't even want to see us. We ask to speak with them. I complained. She went through all the procedure. She She complained to every governmental organization to. She tried to call the mayor, the deputy, the provincial deputy, and the federal deputy. She called PPC and Jordan Peterson and everybody on TikTok. She tried to ask to everyone, but because it's the youth social services, people are not willing to take that into account. Thank you for your testimony, Madame Belleville. It won't stay unheard. I can assure you that.
Ready. I'm ready. Hello, Professor Denis Rancourt. For those who just joined with us, I'm Chantal Collard, and the procureur for this NCI, Mr. Rancourt. I would like you to identify yourself, your name and listeners. My name is Denis Rancourt, and I'm also going to assessment to you. Are you okay to say the truth, only the truth, just the truth? Say. Absolutely, I confirm, I affirm it. Professor, I'm going to do a brief description. If you have something else, just put it on top. You have a bac and a master in science, doctorate in physics of Toronto University, your postdoc from in nature, and you've been working in scientific laboratories in France and Netherlands. You then became a researcher and a teacher of the Toronto University. You've been a researcher principal and a teacher for 20 years. You've been interdisciplinary, scientific, and you've published more than 100 committees document and different kind of scientific topics. Since 2020 at the beginning, you've done at least 30 reports linked to the COVID. And also you've been talking about the mask as well. So we will be concentrated on the results of your research, and you also have a presentation PowerPoint so that people will be able to follow easily. So can you speak about those results and the excess of that disease during the COVID period, and then following the injections, COVID-19? Yes, sure. I'm not going to show up the slides yet. I want to tell you, if we've done nothing, if government would have no reaction, if we haven't been talking about pandemic, if we've never react in the institution or the hospital about the government reaction, there would be no over death. If we've done only what we used to do, what we have the habit to do, there will be a seasonal deathly rate, and everything will be fine. That's the conclusion that I take after 3 years of detailed study of the death statistic, and it goes mixed up. So, is this excess of death? You're gonna go. So there were excess of mortality, but it's not linked to the COVID, but more to the measures, I think. So the measure that I'm working on, that's mortality statistic, all causes together. We know the age, we count the number of people, we know where they die, and the date where. So we compile all those statistics around area, province, the country. That's that kind of data that I analyze on different countries and at the scale of the world. So I go get all the data everywhere and I do analyze that. So based on this analysis that I do in detail for a long time, I cannot explain you everything. There's too much. Every report could be 100 pages with a lot of graphs, but the conclusion is the data prove that it couldn't be a deathly mortality due to a disease that was be transmitting one to the other. It is not linked to a respiratory disease, lethal, and it really includes it includes COVID with the analysis we do, because it's linked to the risk, linked to the age, as the person is age. So what I say, if we say that the virus die with this, so the excess of the people died, like for instance, United States, it is not correlated with the age in no way. So if I show you, and I'm going to show it to you, so the excess of mortality, like at the scale of the states, by states, and I make a graphic on it, in function of those who are more than 80 or 60 or the median age of the state. There is no correlation, and so it is impossible if it's not linked to if it's linked to viral respiratory disease, even the COVID, and it has been said it was, but we can show up that the mortality is not caused by the transmission of a viral disease. There's no doubt about it. And I'm going to show other type of data that show this up, like maps at the scale of the Europe, and we're going to see that. So that's first of all. Secondly, the mortality, the excessive that we see that appears suddenly in the peaks of mortality following some events is directly associated and synchronous with measures taken by the government. Like at the beginning of the pandemic, there were a big peak of mortality that we can show up and demonstrate that was linked to the protocol of treatment in the hospital in the first months. So you're talking about March, April 2020. So pandemic been declared March 11th. So starting exactly from there, and we're going to look at the graphics. I'll show you those graphics. It starts to be excessive mortality, really linked to the hotspots, really hotspot. It's synchronous everywhere in the world, which is impossible. It is impossible to link it to a virus that is moving. So I'm also looking at the modelization graphics. So it's shown that the moment from we see the first case and the higher up of mortality. It really depends a lot of what's going on in the country, what is cultural and structural. It cannot be synchronous in the word if we do admit what we know about epidemiology and respiratory disease. So there's a lot of proof that mortality excessive is associated with something we can see. I'm going to show you that we can show. And finally, the other conclusion is that the vaccines, the deployment of the vaccines did put an immediate mortality show up immediately as the moment we start the jabs. We saw a high excessive mortality. So we're the first group of research that have done those quantification of those data. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to tell you the results of that. And I'm going to show you the risk of mortality linked to the number of injections and related to the age. And we prove it for many countries. It means that absolutely that wasn't a good thing to inject some people, and particularly the more aged people. At first, the first thing to look at was to look at the secondary effects. It's not linked to the age, it's only a risk. But we show up that the mortality exponentially go up with the age, and it's a lot linked to when we go to our age citizen, it goes up really hard. So I will show you some graphs linked to those conclusions of our studies. So I prepared some slides that we can show on the screen right now. There we go. This is my scientific expertise, so it's in different domain. I'm an expert in nanoparticles, environmentally, synthesis of nanoparticle, the characterization of it, the nanoparticle. This is really important because it's related to the virus, and it's also vaccines are based on it. I'm also an expert in molecular science, dynamic molecular, theoretical, and experimentation. I'm also an expert in statistical analysis, the propagation of errors, the analysis of the base. Those are domains where I've been reading a lot and I publish a lot. I'm also an expert in the modelization of theoretical modelization. I have modelization of environmental phenomenon. I've done that to the epidemiology classical, as we show it. Actually cannot show up what we see right now. So I'm also an expert in the measurement methods that we use. So I wrote down studies so to speak about diffraction, spectroscopy, also measurement of the magnetic and other kind of calorimetric, and also microscope methods. And I have spectrocom nuclear and microscope nuclear to make a really detailed message, to look at the environmental substance. So just to say that I have a lot of expertise directly linked to those questions. I've been working with other collaborators, Christian Linard that joined us recently, Marianne Baudin, Joseph Eki, Jeremy Marcy, John Johnson, who is a teacher at Harvard University, who've been writing articles together to look at the effects of the lockdown in the States. So the article that I'm talking about are on my website. You can look at them. It's all big reports. It's all on my website, denisrancourt.ca. Most of them have been translated in French. You can find them, find a link in French on my website. I prepare proofs for my witness. I have a book of proofs. It's about 90 pages, and there's 20 of the most interesting studies that I've done. They are available on the website, and you can find it on the web as well. But I want it to be deposited into this commission also. So those are the conclusions that I've always been talking about, that there were no pandemic. I showed that. So now I want to show you what it looked, mortality numbers, all causes together. So that's the monthly since 2000 per month. So we can see the seasonal variation of the death, and there's always a look down. In February, it's only because February there's only 28 days, so that's why there's less death. So that shows you how it looks like when we look at that for on a monthly base. So if we look at the last buckle, it's the period of the COVID. That's when we declare the COVID, it starts to be higher, really start with some really unusual peaks. So normally there is no peak of death in the States during the summer or the North Hemisphere. It's not normal. So why is this? So it's always been true in the poor states where the people died. So we try to explain it in those articles that we've been written. It's just to show you up how it works. This slide is to show you how is it. And we see all the period before COVID, and then we see the COVID period. So the black dots are showing that. So, and it looks like it's the period COVID, and you see that the big jump of mortality when we come into the COVID period. So this is a really precise showing of that. So, Professor Rancourt, yeah, I know you're going to show up with really details, but generally, what the argumentation? So, because what we hear, it's because people are getting aged. But no, there's no in the time that there's going to be a peak for elders to it. So the age effect is going to be cause gradually the gradual mortality. When there's a jump like this, it couldn't be linked like baby boomers or something like that. It has to be something that happens suddenly into the population when we look at the data of those studies. So that's to look at it. So now we're looking into the same mortality by weeks. And now we do the same black dots are showing. So we see more details deadly. And again, we see those abnormal peaks in the mortality. What we have to know about this mortality, big mortality, it's linked to about 1.3 million deaths that we have done that happen if we didn't do those measures. So it's in the states, but in Canada, it's all, there is no change. We don't see any change. It's really smaller, and it's hard to see, and we don't. So if we look at that way, we have to look at the theory will be that the virus didn't want to cross the border from the States to Canada. So that's another point to say that it's not a respiratory disease. We're talking about 1,000 kilometers border with a lot of economical change. So it's not working that it killed 1.1 million person in the States and almost none in Canada. It's not something that we can prove. So for the state, there were excessive mortality. We can calculate it at the scale of the 50 states. So we look at it with all the COVID period in function of the percentage of the people who are living in the poorness. So we see the scientific correlation. This is really strong. That's something in science that we see. This correlation is really strong. The coefficient of, so we never saw that kind of correlation. It's a big proportionality for those who used to look at those graphics. So it passed through the original. So if there would be no one living in poverty, there will be no death. So that's another demonstration that is not a viral disease, respiratory disease. Because it shows it does, because the respiratory disease will attack the person's age, and it's not those who are poor. So when we're talking about African continent, that's another subject. Not now. So poverty has a big correlation in the States with the extended mortality. So number of people, I'm looking for the word in French, who are not functional due of mental illness, but so we need to know that in the States there's 13 million people in the States that can work themselves. They have to take care, and they take a lot of medication, and they have to be ill into institution. So we have the numbers of that into the correlation for each state. So again, the correlation with the excess all-cause mortality would be poverty. So those people with their health, mental problems, and the average income of the family. If we make more than $130,000 per family, we don't die of this disease. I don't show you all of those graphs, but I show you who is speaking about specifically poverty. So in the States, there's a lot of people living in poverty caused by a medical system that gives a lot of psychiatric drugs to a lot of people. So there's a lot of people living in this poverty, and that's why it has been a lot of mortality, but not in Canada. So that's for the 10 more populated states in United States, and by the age as well. So that's the percentage of what should be the deathly by age. So that's just before starting the vaccine. And we can see, even though in that period, and excessive death in that period, that was 20, 30 more than a normal mortality. That's to give you an example. And then in the period that we start vaccination, so the graphic looks at that. So for the youngest, we see that it goes up to 60% of excess mortality for the 25, 44. So we see the structure change in function of the age when we start to make vaccination. It's really easy to look at. What is it? The first dose? We're looking for the first dose, but look at mortality for all the period from the beginning of injections till last day of this specific study. So that's what it gives. So what is amazing about that, about this, is that's United States, but now we're looking into Canada. So what we see, the blue shape, we see the mortality per week starting 2010 to present, and we see there's no change. And we pass through the COVID period and there's no change. What we see in red, and it's going to astonish you, it is what the government is saying to us. This is what Theresa Tam write into a scientific. She said if they didn't do that, that would be something that will, the lockdown, mask, and all that, there would be another million extra deaths in Canada. So it shows the absurdity of what she's showing. If they pretend that there would be a million person dead, a big mortality, but that was absurd. There's no global war, earthquakes, or on a time scale. There's no phenomenon known since we measure those things that can give that kind of mortality. But Theresa Tam pretends that because of the measures hasn't done nothing because they've done those measures. No. It says that it's like nothing happened. Like there were no virulent pathogens. So that's where we are. We're in this reality right now. That's what that they want us to believe. So for me as a scientific, it's absurd. So from there, we'll take the data of Canada and we'll look at the scale in more details. So I put the integral. So I go into a year, a cycle, summer to summer, to show up that there's a little, it's an higher augmentation when we come into the COVID period, that small that we can quantify to a bigger scale we can see it again. And in Canada, we can compare that all-cause mortality with when they start vaccinated. So in Canada, we see that there is a peak in the cycle of seasonal cycle that is linked to the beginning of the first doses. And then when they put the third dose, when they start that, so that's a lot of doses, accumulation of doses. So we see another peak that we see it in the winter of 2022. That is quite bigger than any other peak. So we see some coincidence of the vaccination that affects mortality. So we've been detailing this. We've done a really detailed analysis of this just to give you. This is a looking in, a zoom in of what we have seen and related to the vaccine. So the big C, it's really strong in Ontario, especially for 50 and 60 years old people. Exactly when they open it, they start a vaccination, those people. So the D peak, it's really related to a heat wave that happened, and we know that the heat wave could a week of heat could bring that kind of peak that was in BC. So we've been able to look at those particular peak, but I want to give you more details, and that's the A peak, because the arrow that is at the eye, and just after that there were a big augmentation of mortality. I want to show you what it is exactly. So we go into that peak more specifically, and there were that kind of peak in other places, especially in some other states, especially in New York. So I have the analysis of per week. We have Connecticut, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, all together. So we see by season that it's all about the same, but the peak is quite different. There were 30 states in Europe that didn't have that peak, so there was only some states that have been attacked by the virus. So they were the same peak on the other side of the world at the same time. So in Europe, specifically in Lombardy, Italy, in Madrid, and there were one in Alsace in France. There were hotspots, really thin. So that happened exactly when we called for the pandemic in March 2020. So when I've been reading my first article in June 2020, I said it's not a respiratory disease. It's not possible caused by a virus. It probably more being related to what you're doing in the hospital at this moment in this specific area. So we're going to look what really happened in Europe. So I'm showing this map to let you know where are the countries in Europe. I want to show you some borders that the virus didn't want to go through. Okay, the Portugal to Spain, it wasn't crossing. It wasn't able to. Germany was protected. No way for the virus to go. The north of Italy have been attacked, but never else. So there were hotspots. In Sweden, there only been one place in Stockholm. It never been spread. Only people died a lot in Stockholm in the first 2 months, but nowhere else in Sweden. No explanation of it. So just to show you where to look at the maps I'm showing you. So that's the map, because that's the death of extended array. So it's white because everything is normal in January 2020. So it's like all others, all January of all years, there's no peak, there's nothing, no no excess mortality. In February, same thing. No excess mortality for February 2020. So March, the March we announce and see the excess death, the month we announce the pandemic. You see, those borders are respected. The mortality due to mortality never crossed to Germany. They have a really low mortality, and the border haven't been crossed. If I go another month, April, we're still in the beginning in April. It's still in the same places, and again, the borders are respect. And May, it's over. In June, it's over. So this famous peak of the first month of the pandemic that happened in Quebec, and that's the province who had this peak the most strong, and it happened in really hot spots linked to the countries where there's big hospital, and that's where people died. So it cannot be linked to a virus. So it's linked to what happened in the hospital. So in Lombardy, they find out a way to put 2 persons into respiratory machine. So we put them on respiratory machine. So it explains, they was going to think that was a good idea, but it brought a lot of dead people. So some people may be shocked of what I'm going to say. So hydroxychloroquine is a really interesting molecule. It has a lot, but it has a really window therapeutic time. So if we exceed it, it becomes lethal. So at the beginning of the pandemic, I love many researchers like Professor Raoult has a utility, but people who didn't know how to use it in some territory use it a lot. So it wasn't looked at. They haven't been attentive. So they brought using it too much. They've been having excess mortality. We see it in some places in Europe where it happened. So we didn't follow the protocol. We invent a protocol, and we've been really too strong with the dose. We overdose the people, and it poisoned the people. So this is one of the correlation. One of the first researcher about that is German, is Klaus Kohlnein. He suggests that in Alemania we didn't do that, so we didn't have any death. So he suggests that we should look at other ways. So we've been in the statistics to look at some molecular where there have been really aggressive treatments because people were crazy, but actually it's linked with excess mortality. The last topic of my presentation, the great toxicity of the vaccine in terms of real mortality. There's no doubt that vaccine kills. So there's no doubt about vaccine causes death. And proofs are there. There's a lot of information. There's autopsy studies, detailed autopsies, and I gave the reference for those studies. There's also the adverse effect monitoring. So we also see clearly that after 2 months, we have some really interesting information. There's a study done by Mark Stinmore in the States that he has done some. He calculated 300,000 deaths related to vaccine. We have calculated with our own methods, and we have received the same results. So they've been 300 million person excess mortality, and in that 300,000 linked to the vaccine. So there's a lot of articles written about that. There's 1,250 per review studies of vaccine arm. So we have to look at this. We have to admit that it's possible that vaccine could kill. So our task is to evaluate how it is and how it is precisely about that. Those are our studies. Now, so if we can quantify dying because of the vaccine. First articles we've done is from India. It is really hard to find data in India. We had some researchers have done research, but they didn't notice that there were a big peak at the moment. So, and in India, we can really say that 3.5 million person, there were no excess mortality since we start the injection. There was no excess mortality before the vaccine. It start when they start the vaccine. They've done the vaccine festival. Go ahead and vaccine those who are comorbid disease. So they start aged people, vulnerable people. So they killed 3.7 million person in India right away with the vaccine. And we've done an article with this. So then we study Australia, because Australia is another of the countries who there were not a lot of excess mortality as long as we start vaccine. There were no excess mortality except when we start vaccine. So we look at it. If we zoom in, we're going to see the seasonal mortality, and you see when the vaccine starts, and it starts to be higher when they start the first dose. And you see the peak, because look at in Australia, when South Hemisphere, so the peak is in our summer because it's their winter, it's inverse. So, yeah. So we see the peak of mortality in the summer that is linked to the third dose of vaccine that has been deployed at that moment. So we see the deployment of the vaccine, number of doses, compared to the peak of mortality, where it has been the record in a moment where it never been in the history of Australia. Because in Australia, people don't die of a heat wave. They don't die of it. And I've been looking at all of them, and they never die of it. So they used to have they catch the heat. So this peak is really linked to the vaccine, and it's all over in all the states of Australia. You can look at different states, Queensland, others, New South Wales. So we have really clear data. Since we deployed a vaccination, and when we do, it starts, we have a peak. And another one when we put another dose, like second to the third. so we can quantify how many people die by dose of vaccination. So that's what we're going to do. It's just to show up that it's not only in Australia, that's Mississippi. So you're going to look at, there's a big, right in the summertime, where there is no peak of mortality in the summer, but it's linked to acceleration of vaccination, but it's not like anyone. That's what they call. So that was a really fortunate people that paid a lot of money to, they hire a lot of people to go, vaccinated people who haven't been vaccinated before, and that causes the peak of mortality. Only in the poor states of the states. So people died where poverty is. And so we've been able to look at it, define it, this peak that was linked to all the poor states of the United States. That's something that it's clearly linked to the vaccine. And again, what is it is as mortality? The number of mortality in the poor states is the same that the same rate, the same risk that what is in India, who killed 3.7 million people. You see, we see Michigan, this is a north state of the states. There's a peak of death linked to the first dose. There was a normal peak. It looks like the one that looks like Ontario. It's another example where they start to do vaccination that gives a stunning result. So, to resume the question of vaccine, we have and we've been the first to do that. We quantify the risk of mortality due of the vaccine by age of the person who received the vaccine. So to do that, we needed to find out data in a specific jurisdiction, the mortality by age, and also the vaccination for the same group of age and in function of time. So when we find those data, we can make this calculation that we see here. So Australia and Israel are really good data, so it allows us to do that graphic. So this graphic shows the risk of fatality by injection. That's a percentage of it related to the age of the person. And there's an exponential high up for more your age. So we can see that it's almost 1%. So it means 1 on 100 dose, 1 of 100 will kill a person who receives a shot. So we could prove that, and we're the first to have done those kinds of quantification. So I zoom out what happened for the young, and we see also that younger people have been also killed by the vaccine, and this risk of is higher than the exponential curve that we deduct for the other ages. Independently of the age, it's high for the young. For those who are more used to that kind of graphics, I've put the same, and with the exponential tendency on the right, and we're constant for the young for the risk of mortality. That's where the young are. And finally, just to show up the data is in Israel, that's the deployment of a dose, and that's in pink the mortality all goes together. So there's another vaccine, another peak of mortality. As we go per injection, there's more death. And there's many ways to look at it, many ways to cut the graphic. So 80 and more, 70 to 79. Just to show you how we manage. So we synthesize it in this graphic that shows the risk of death in function of age, but with different doses that we receive. So the first is not that deadly than the next one and the other one after. So doses 3 and 4 are really fatal. So and more your age, more it's deadly. So they stop at 4 doses. They stop at 4 doses because when we wrote the studies, that was the number of doses that they were. But yes, we can keep go up, keep going. But I will conclude with this last slide. So we detail study those countries, and there's a lot of results that are not published yet, but we're about to publish them. So risk of death linked to the vaccine, all age, it goes from 0.5 to up to 3% for the aged people. That's the risk of mortality that we find. If we make average numbers, we can calculate how many people died. So worldwide will be 13 million persons. In India, 1.7. In the States, we see 330,000 people. And in Canada, it's about 30,000. It's harder because there are less mortality, about 30,000. They died and they were really aged, and we think that they are already aged, so those are not visible dead, but it's still they are linked to the vaccination, that the fact they've been vaccinated. So the mortality linked to the vaccine is a lot higher than what a government would admit. So that's it. And my presentation. I would have a last question. So about autopsy, you have results of autopsy. So we know that people couldn't be doing autopsies. If we have a complete autopsy, what do you think? I'm not a pathologist. I know some researcher that does autopsy. I look at their results. I know some of them. And I need help from them to make interpretation to what is going to a microscope. But I know that we didn't made a lot of autopsy. We should have done a lot of more of them. But there's a lot of article, really detailed, that conclude that the death is linked to the vaccination. That's will be people of the family that will do those research, that will ask to know. So there's a great doctor in German that have done a lot of autopsy. So there's new articles every month that giving the results of the autopsy that are linked to at the beginning you start answering what could be done differently. The main difference would be do nothing. So we invent that pandemic. It's for true, this pathogen. Anytime there's an ecology of pathogen, people get disease. So the question is not that. The question is that is there excess mortality linked to a virulent virus? And the answer is absolutely not. So in the States where there were that much death, CDC admit that have been most half of them died of pneumonia as well. That is noted into the disease report in that country where we stop antibiotic for half. They prescribe half less than they used to do that. And I'm saying it's not an accident, that there was a suggestion from the agencies to stop prescribe antibiotic. So poor people in the States are also the same that used to use the antibiotic because there's a life that they suffer a lot of bacterial infections. So that's the same person when we look at the MARP and the prescription they receive antibiotic. When we look at the maps of that, it's red. So we stop to prescribe them. And they had pneumonal bacterial disease. So that's mainly those person who died in the States. So there's mechanism that we identified in our articles. So, Professor, I will leave the commissary to ask you any question. The Thank you so much, Professor Rancourt. Really question. Fortunately, I've read a little bit before, but I still have a few questions, a lot of questions for you. And I start with the last one because I don't want to forget it. When you extract the death of people in Canada based on average as 30,000, and you estimate 330,000 in the States. So it's because in the States we have a better estimation from a country to another. The error from the estimation could be, we know Australia, Israel, we're really close to it. And we're mostly certain of it. So when we move from a country to another, and we've done a lot of countries, more than 50 countries, we almost find the same risk by injection. So if we look a peak in particular peak, and we make association of the dose given, we obtain the same amount of risk. So we're really confident. So my question was the excess of mortality before the vaccination. What we were looking at in the States and in Canada, that the difference wasn't the same than the population. So the proportion poor and vulnerable in the States, it's more the people who suffer. And I thought of your presentation that the more vulnerable people would also suffer more of the vaccination, more than others. So the 1:10 ratio corresponds to the population, more or less. So I gave 30,000 for Canada to give an idea, but we're going to look at it in the final analysis. That's going to be between 10 and 35. So, but we don't know. We're doing the analysis right now. We don't, just to give an idea that we've done this, gave this amount, but we'll have to look at it. We're looking at it right now. When we start the vulnerable people in the States, so the mortality was as higher as in India. That was 1% about those ages. It was about 1%. When we go all age together, when we go, same for Australia or Israel, it's the same estimation that we have for Canada. So that's why we use that number for now, because though we use the same proportion. My other question is, the analysis we need really precise numbers to make estimations, but about mortality following the vaccination, there were an episode in Quebec when we wanted vaccinate a lot of people with elders places. There were articles in the journals. I saw an article, a scientific article showing that moment, saying that they were going a bit slower because that was too aggressive. Can we study that related to the population, the age of population, and the events? I cannot quantify those things. Those cases that we have some institution that could have some specific and precise information. There were countries who have seen that kind of thing, and they advise the people that it's not good to vaccinate aged people before doing a really profound clinic analysis. So they've been too strong at the beginning, and we see that they've been too aggressive, and then they adjust the way to do. So there are people to notice that they saw that it was exponential with the age, so they saw it, so they had to adjust themselves. We see it in the communication of those governments. My other question is about when we try to see some environmental data, other correlations. The period when we go out for the second, the third, or the fourth dose. So we know so far from other studies that it's not indicated to do that. To a person who is infected, who have been recently infected, not to provoke a toxicity in function of the dose. Because we know like the Omicron wave was really abundant. So if we jab a third or fourth time, aren't we going to put in augmentation? So now we're going into the theory of I don't want to travel through this territory. It's not theoretical. I just stay into what I can calculate and error calculation. So I refuse to go to mechanism, but I can give you an example. I find out that we can find that more with jobs, more it's little. So the advanced doses have been more sent to age people. So when we don't look at the age, we can manage, we can be in error doing that because they're more vulnerable. So when data show, I have to admit that it's only a possibility if I can not see it in the data. So to answer those questions, I would need data of the person of our injected, and those data I can trust those data of those job people, but I'm not about to receive it from our country. And also, as I don't trust of the evaluation of where in the flu, what symptom, are we talking about PCR test? Does it mean something or not? So I don't want to hear about that. What I want to know, first thing I said, so we see people falling in China and hospital. So first time I went out, I was looking for that people in the street, so I didn't see any. So I firstly go see the mortality data, and there were not. There was only hotspots like in Quebec, New York, London, Paris, north of Italia. That's only what it had, and there were nothing else anywhere else. So with the study we've done with John Johnson in Harvard, we've been looking at states looking at the same. One have done a lockdown, and the other one didn't. And we compared that, and systematically, those who locked down the people had a mortality higher than the other one who didn't impose the lockdown. So, just to say, there was no excess mortality where we didn't do any attack to the person, and we didn't. There's no excess mortality when we didn't put those measures, those lockdown or. So that's what I found when I saw that people were not going to die everywhere. So looking at mortality is really powerful. I can look at mortality in Chile and tell you when there are earthquakes in there. I can tell you when were the wars, how people grew. So I've been looking in details those, and I've been looking into the mortality that CDC pronounce in a word. I've been looking at the mortality everywhere. Those modern pandemic, they would give a signal in mortality, what showed CDC, there is none, no excess mortality. Since the Second World War, they never been. So what are we talking about? What is that fluff since those, where they tell them to put masks, make tests, so at the scale of the states and other countries we can study, didn't provoke any excess mortality. What are we talking about? So aside, there's a real phenomena that bring mortality. You can see the big social phenomenon that causes mortality. So I'm telling you what happened into the COVID. It's really an attack against the population. Like for the economy, we have affected the population, And it's what happened in the States. So as this approach is so powerful, is how many people are really able to do that kind of analysis? And that could be a practice that is in all the governments. Is there other people? Is there a taste to go into that kind of information? Statistic Canada does that kind of analysis of mortality. There's a lot of experts doing that. We don't need technical knowledge. It's only motivation that to be honest and to report what the data show. It's not. It's simple to understand, and we'll get used to it, and we can look at about mortality. We get used to see what it means. So, since I work in that, my biggest work and my biggest frustration, it's to make my colleagues scientific, all causes together, and stop talking around about this and that, and look at, is there people dying, who die, where they die, and where they die, and let put the theories all aside. I get frustrated against my colleague. I'm in a lot of groups of researchers, and I had a big problem to make them understand how it's going out, and now they start to understand. No, no, they say it's a good idea to do that, and say that's a good idea, and they ask me, "Hey, Denis, could you do it?" So we're there, and our educational scholarship is bring us really specialized, but there's no clear idea of it. So the researcher would want to apply in his field his theory and his way of saying, but it's not asking himself what would be the best way to solve the problem. What expert we want to speak with? Who is the person to do the best job? So is just spilling up his own theory to have something to say afterwards. That's a big problem in our society. We need thinker.
Ken, do you have any question you want to ask? Anyone else? J'en ai plus, mais on va se
I have more questions, but we'll be back. So thank you, Professor Ranco. It's very precious testimony. It's very interesting to hear you. And we wish that your research will be diffused all wide world. Thank you so much.
Bonsoir, monsieur Levé. Bonsoir. On va commencer, si vous voulez bien, les cérémonies. Alors, jury solennellement de réaliser plus que vérité. Alors, rien que la vérité, dites le jeu. Le jeu. Alors, sans plus
I have a diploma from a school in France. I came in Canada, in Quebec, in 2000. It was an exchange, a student exchange, with a master degree in communication in UQAM, University of Quebec. I also wrote a book on media analysis in 2008 that was published at the Opuc Edition, University of Quebec Press. I used to work at the press at UQAM that I was director for many years, a media specialist. And I also participated to work on a sanitary crisis, Sanitaris, that was published in, that was relating the COVID consequences and the vaccinal passport. And since 2009, I'm on my account. I don't have a conflict of interest with my whatever I say. I'm free speaker. We're gonna come with the three parts. Authority that are missing transparency. What do you have to say? I have a PowerPoint that I can share with you, but I can go directly. To start, there's a very big transparency problem in Quebec because my concern is in Quebec. I'm a member of Réinfo COVID in Quebec. It's a collective that was created in June 2021 that I came back on July 2021. This collective, I really worked hard on the datas in Quebec, all the weekly datas that were reporting the datas, health datas. We have to note that we're missing transparency towards the authorities in Quebec. There are the data in function of the comorbidity. What are they? They are, the cancers are part of it, cardiac, diabetes. We have a very interesting schedule until 2022 that was introducing all the deaths compared to comorbidity and ages, and this board was showing that persons that are showing two comorbidities would represent 92% of the COVID death, and it also established that one comorbidity would show 97%, and we could notice that COVID was a disease that was not dangerous for a majority of the population, but only the people at risk that had comorbidity would risking dying from. And also the age was a factor. Over 70, 80, 90 years old, it was categorized very distinctly, and that we had to protect. And it was compared to the media that was announcing like this virus compared to the pest. These data were really disturbing, and the SPQ ceased to announce it because it was very not serious, and other data were removed because the cases towards vaccinal status, and starting from July 2021, Health Quebec would want to show that vaccination was working, and they started to publish the data of people that have positive tests and that was hospitalized for COVID towards the statute the vaccination. And one side was the people that were vaccinated and had a positive test, and versus the non-vaccinated people. And I demonstrated in the second part that, and they were removed because since July 21, because the data were very important. That was the people that died towards their vaccination status. It was never shared. Those data were never shared by the authorities, and we're asking ourselves why. Why was it hidden from the population? Why didn't we compare the reality of vaccination of people that were vaccinated with one dose or two compared to the people that had no vaccination at all? And we couldn't find out, we couldn't know about it because it was hidden to the population. And the last point that is the most important is the data's that all cause mixed compared to vaccinal status that should have been given to and Mr. Chaillot, Mr. Rancourt have spoken about it, and I asked to receive these data, and Santé Québec responded that these data were non-existing, and I'm going to tell you what they really responded, which is amazingly surprising. Okay, it says that the Ministère de la Santé, they cannot transfer these data because it would necessitate to promote a document of compilation and a lot of work. So the minister, they had too many work of extraction of data to find and do, and they say that they didn't have these data. So, and it seems to me that it's not possible because presently, as the statut de Québec, they know that there's a higher population dying, and these data should be followed like very seriously, and I really think they exist. And Mr. Chaillot, like said, in England, in Ireland, Écosse, Ireland, and they must exist here. But why? I think they're hiding it, these information, the truth from us, and the authority is hiding these real data, and we're asking ourselves why. Why are these hidden to us? We have to hide it because vaccines are not the result that we expected. Second section, manipulation of data. Yeah, absolutely. We saw that the authorities are hiding, and it's like we can notice that it's a problem. Plus, with all that has been rendered public, we realize that there are manipulations, and we can do an extensive list of many things with, let's say, PCR tests. We know that PCR tests, we saw it, Mr. Chaillot, that talked about it. They can create a pandemic if they are analyzed. How does it function, PCR? It works with cycles, very short, and more the cycle is elevated, more the test would be pointy. And with many cycles, we're going to we're gonna be with a with a test that is gonna be render positive people that are not positive, and August 2020 they said your test is positive, but it's not, and it was explained by the fact that the cycle was too elevated, but it's not known, and it should be known, and it's hidden, and it should. I asked to have access to information, to have this information, and I finally obtained it after 2-3 times. And when we want information, we have to be very, very pointy on the demand, because they always go around and when we do a demand, it takes 20 days or more, and then it passes, and then they say it's not a good question, it's not clear, and it could take 3 months, and then you see that they want to hide the information. I just found out that PCR in Quebec the cycles are between 45 and 48, and usually we think that the normal toe should be around 22 to 30 cycles, and above that cycle we can find false information and false positive, and with pieces of virus that are dead, and it creates a panic feeling, because people you have more people that are positive, and we have many asymptomatic people. And we see that with the sickles, there's a very high problem of false, and we have 40 and 45 cycles, and I think that the literature talks about 28 to 32, so it's problematic. We also have hospitalization COVID that we talked about, the first wave, that the hospitals were full, and I think that there was a manipulation there also, because when France, the AITH is a public organism that said that the occupation rate in the hospital by people that were suffering from COVID was 2%. It was very popular. Like, that news was very popular. And in Quebec, I was trying to find the data, and it was not easy, but I finally found the data on the site SPQ, and we have in Santé Québec the number of hospitalization, and we have in 2020 the percentage of person that was hospitalized for COVID was the 1%. So 89% of hospitalizations were for other causes, and people that were hospitalized for COVID was not dangerous for the system, because at that time we transformed the hospitals with special COVID unity. We reported many operations, and the number of hospitalization dropped in 2020. If I could show you, if I could share my screen, I could show you all the data that speak for themselves, and that we can maybe some hospitals were overloaded at certain time, but we must realize that the most populous time for hospitalization was April 2020 was 5%. So it was not a drama. It was not a hospital crisis. There was no emergency or hospitals or services that were overloaded. 2021 Two, there was a speculation to panic the population and and that to scare us and to have the lockdowns and all the sanitary measures that were put into place, and there was other manipulation that were very, very. Christian, can you share your presentation, because we could see your data and your numbers? Yes, I'm going to do that. Yeah, can you see? I'm going to put it like that. Yeah, here I can show you that these are the comorbidity number, like 92% of people that would die of COVID had at least two comorbidities, condition, pre-existent condition. One condition was 97.3%. To show that the population in general didn't have to worry about the COVID, despite what they made us believe. If I go here further, this was my demand to have the information to show that in Quebec the cycles were 40 or 45. Here, it's a number of the graphic that shows the activity of hospitalization, and they were saying that the hospitals were overloaded, but it was due to the fact that the hospitals were retarding operations and surgeries, and it was not as much as full as what we were made to believe. So the real numbers are in 2020 and 2021. Now we see the real schedule. We see COVID proportion as very low, as weak, and it could not have put the hospitals in peril, and we were made to believe that it did. So here, my second point, my following point, which is very important, we never put a doubt under what was the result after 14 days of vaccinated people, because when we follow the vaccinated people, especially for the first dose, because the 14 days following the first dose, we are considered not protected. We're considered not non-vaccinated. But the data show that from this tableau from Ontario Public Health, that say that people that receive this dose of vaccine, first dose, are usually manifesting the COVID symptoms 14 days following the vaccination. So here until 12 days, and there you see it's going low. So the vaccines are giving COVID. Naomi Wolf recently said that it was the third side effects of vaccination, which is incredible. She based on the data of Pfizer. We are under the impression that the vaccinated people, the less than 14 days, develop COVID, and how are they classified? Because if they are classified as non-vaccinated, because we say they are not protected, and they are everything is put on the back of the non-vaccinated, and we asked for that data, and we had no answer, and we are doubting very much that the vaccinated people, the less than 14 days, that can catch COVID are put with unvaccinated. So which should explain the epidemic of non-vaccinated in 2020. It was an epidemic of vaccinated. Patrick Provost wrote in Libre Mail that if it was demonstrated, would be a very gigantic fraud because the contamination was put on an occupation of hospital on non-vaccinated, and while it was vaccination that caused it, and the data were hidden. And I'm speechless and there are other manipulation methods. I wrote this on Réinfo Québec. Method that classic was to present the raw data of the day on the site of Health Québec. Every day we would introduce the cases, persons that were hospitalized, and these data were corrected, and the following days and weeks, and Santé Québec very rapidly is modifying. And generally, what we need to know, it was put to see that vaccination was advantageous. 100 vaccinated that were vaccinated versus 100 that were not vaccinated. And the next week we passed 90 vaccinated until 100 vaccinated. Sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes it's the vaccinated that get increases, but the manipulation of the data, it depends. I talk about vaccinated, but it depends. But it always shows more the same day that it's being published than the reality, because the real we see the data 1 month later, and we passed and then we forget about it. It was a method that was not admissible. And here in our board tableau, we did like the Anglophones, and we didn't take into consideration the data of the day. We would let 10 days go by, and after 10 days, we would come back on the 4 previous weeks, and then we had a better result of things, because the raw data are to the advantage of vaccinated. So we have under the impression that we are with an epidemic. I have another example. We had somebody that were testifying about our father, 95 years old, died in a EHPAD, and the doctor wrote COVID unvaccinated as the result of the death, because he had a PCR test, PCR positive 2 days before. So, and the PCR test today was sufficient to put him COVID, and he was at the end of his life. So his file was saying that probably it was his day, and his last day had come, and he was at the end of his life. And if he had COVID, he didn't die of COVID. He died with COVID, but he was classified COVID, and he was vaccinated. He had received 2 doses, and the doctors classified him as non-vaccinated. And why? And the witness said he did these 2 doses more than 6 months previously. This is extraordinary. I mean, it means 6 months after the vaccination, the authority, is it only doctors isolated, or Santé Québec, Health Québec? But in France, It was really a directive to say that after 6 months it was considered non-vaccinated. Your pass, sanitary pass, wouldn't work anymore. So this doctor considered that the patient was not vaccinated after 6 months, and he was classified as non-vaccinated. And there were so many. There were, and we're trying to find out about all this. There were many survivals in France. There were, that many other conference speakers demonstrated the statistics allow surexpose the unvaccinated, and we think that they are more vulnerable than vaccinated, and it's really not the case. It's Fenton that talked about it, and he showed a placebo. The group, a group received placebo, and the other victim, and it was a placebo, and we were at 50-50. There was also the transmission that was really interesting. That's a manipulation that it's quite different. It's about the establishment of a vaccinal passport that was under the impression that it would prevent from virus, and knowing that vaccinated would not catch virus, and the vaccinated would give it and repent it, and they would be like contagious in restaurants, and we found out small Pfizer that officialized it. It's that the Pfizer initial never demonstrated that vaccine would keep from transmission, but it would prevent from contamination. But again, Pierre Chailloux the test was on 162 person contaminated, and other on 40,000 people, and then from these 170 people, the efficiency of contamination was of 95%. It's absolutely incredible. But the trial could not demonstrate that it would prevent transmission, and it was at the end of 2022. So the question was, did it come from authority and the transmission, was it before the passport, the vaccinal passport? And we find out, and it didn't do anything. There were only 2 studies. I did some research about it, and one study was done in Israel. Israel was a Pfizer nation, where that's where there was Israel and Pfizer would vaccinate and transmit all their data to the company. So the first study, but Pfizer was participating to the study. So, and it was a Pfizer study, so there was a conflict of interest, and there were other problems that I talk about in my article. It was not solid. The second study, Mr. Macron was saying that the vaccines, they reduced by 12 the transmission from Pasteur. There was a study on Pasteur that came out in